Are you ready to unlock the secrets of the digital realm? Introducing Cybersecurity for Beginners version 2025. By joining our course in just a few weeks, you will master Windows hacking and security, Kali Linux, digital forensics, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, SQL, Excel, website hacking and security, and much more. Our expert instructors bring real-world experience to your learning journey, making complex concepts accessible. But this is not just a course. It's a gateway to a future-proof career. Cybersecurity skills are in high demand. Enroll now and join the ranks of cybersecurity professionals securing the digital world. Don't miss out this opportunity.
In this video, you will learn how to install Windows 10 in VirtualBox. VirtualBox is a powerful virtualization software that allows you to run multiple operating systems on a single computer. Let's get started. So first of all, let's open the official website. Okay, so step 1 is to download and install VirtualBox. So first, let's download VirtualBox. So virtualbox.org. So you may open your browser and go to this official website of VirtualBox. So virtualbox.org. Please download this software from this website only. Now, here on the website, click on Downloads tab, this one. Or you can simply click on this button as well, which says Download VirtualBox 7. This is the latest version right now. So you can either click here or click here. Both will land you to the same page. Okay, so this is the downloads page. You can see here in the URL. Right? Now, depending upon what operating system you are using, you can download the package. For Windows, click this. For macOS, this. For Linux, this, etc. Right? So depending upon your operating system, select the package and let it download. Okay. So right now, I have already downloaded this tool. This is the latest version. See here, it says version 7. Okay. So this is the latest version which I am using. And I have already installed it on my system. See, it's very easy to install this software. Just double click on the setup, select the language, click on next, accept the terms and conditions and finish. That's it. It's that simple, like any other software. Now the next step is to download the Windows 10 ISO file. See, you can download Windows 10 ISO file from Microsoft.com. Go to Microsoft.com and search for Windows 10 ISO file. If you found it, it's very good, and if not, then there is one other way. You can use this way only if you are unable to download it from Microsoft.com. Simply type index of and then Windows 10 ISO. Hit enter. Open any link. See, here at the second results, you can see Microsoft.com is already providing you Windows 10 ISO file. So there is no need to use this method. Okay. And you can select any version you want. Just click on it and the download will start. But this is not a safe way to install any software. Okay. So it's always recommended to use their official website. So we have VirtualBox installed and we also have the Windows 10 ISO file. Let's create a new virtual machine. So simply click on new here, this option. Here, provide the virtual machine name. Let's say Windows 10. But I already have Windows 10 here. So let me change it to Windows 10 new. Okay. Then the folder where you want to store this file. Then select the ISO file. From here you have to select the Windows 10 ISO. Okay. I already have it. So you can see here. And if you don't find it here, then you have to click on other and then go to the selected location where you have downloaded the ISO file. Okay. Just select it. It automatically detected that it's a Microsoft Windows. Okay. But if in your case, you can also select it manually if you want. Okay. Now the version, it means 64-bit or 32-bit, whatever it is. Now click on next. Here you have to allocate the amount of RAM you want to assign for this virtual machine. It is always recommended to allocate at least 4 GB of RAM for a smooth experience. Okay. So you can increase or decrease as per your needs, but for now we will proceed with the default option, that is 2 GB. Click on next. Okay, now here in the virtual hard disk creation wizard, leave the default option selected. Okay, and simply click on next. 50 GB is more than enough, right? You can also go for 40 GB. So for now, let's click on next. Okay, so you can see a summary of whatever we are trying to create. So machine name, then the folder, then ISO file, operating system type, then RAM, processor, hard disk space, etc. Okay, so simply click on finish and you can see here it is. So just select this file and click on start. You can see here it says powering virtual machine up, and here it is. Okay, here you have to select 64-bit. It totally depends on your main system. Okay, here it's asking language to install. We will proceed with the default options. Click on next. Now here you have to click on install now. So setup is starting. Okay, here it's asking for you for the product key. Right now we don't have any, so click on skip. Here select the operating system type. Right now we will proceed with default option. Now you must accept the license in order to proceed. Click on next. Okay, here select on custom. You can see you have a hard disk, okay, a single drive here of 50 GB. So click on new, apply. Okay, that's it. Okay, now click on next and you can see it's installing Windows. Now it will take around 10 minutes to complete the setup. So let me pause the video. Now the installation has completed. Okay, here it's asking for the product key. So click on do this later. Here, as we are installing this for the purpose of learning, so we will proceed with customize settings and we will going to turn off all these things. Click on next. See, in real world you must proceed with these settings turn on. Let's wait. Now here select the second option, that is I own it. Click on next. Here click on skip this step. Let's provide the username, let's say admin, and password 123. In real world always use a complex password. Once the installation is complete, you will have a fully functional Windows 10 virtual machine running in VirtualBox. When you start your Windows for the first time after installation, it will going to ask you whether you want to connect with others. So yes or no, it totally depends on your personal choice. So that's it for this tutorial on how to install Windows 10 in VirtualBox. Virtualization is a fantastic way to run different operating systems simultaneously, and VirtualBox makes it easy. In this video, you will learn how to install Windows Server in VirtualBox. Windows Server is a powerful operating system designed for server management and administration. Let's get started. Open your browser and type microsoft.com, or you may also type download Windows Server ISO. Open the very first link Here it says get started for free. So click on download the ISO. Here you have to register for free trial. So just fill the form and you will able to download the ISO file. So let me close it as I already have one. Now let's open the VirtualBox. Again, create the new virtual machine. So Windows Server. So Microsoft Windows, type is Windows 10 64-bit, or you can select any other version. Select this one, Windows 2022 64-bit. Next. Again we will proceed with the default options. Next. Finish. Let's start. Select the ISO file. Click on mount and retry boot. Here you can see I am using slightly older version of Windows Server 2019, but the process of installation for all the versions are approximately same. So click on next. Install now. Proceed with the default option. Accept the license terms and click on next. Proceed with custom install. Click on new. Apply. Next. Now let's wait. Now it says change the password. So hit enter. Enter new password. Confirm password. See, it is not accepting the easy password. So let me enter the complex password. Your password has been changed. Hit enter. So now it's completing the installation, and once done you will able to see the desktop. Okay. So this is how you can install a Windows Server in VirtualBox. So Windows Server is a robust platform for managing and administrating server environment. In this video, you will learn how you can perform footprinting using search engines. Okay, so it is the very first step attackers may use in order to find the information about the target. Okay, so search engines are on the top of the list, right? So what kind of information search engines can provide us? It can provide us the physical location of the offices, their contact information, email addresses, employee names, etc. So these are some of the important informations which search engines can provide us very easily. So we are going to use Google keywords, okay? Google keywords or Google operators. So let's see how to use it. First of all, let's say we want to find a string. Google search operators. Okay, we want to search this particular string from site google.com. Done. Now you may notice that all the search results we have got are only from google.com, right? If you want you can check it. See, google.com, 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 right? So this result is particular about google.com as we have used the keyword site colon. Okay, let's see some more examples. Let's say this time all in URL colon Google search operators. Hit enter. We have used all in URL keyword in order to search for the string, that is Google search operators, in the URL only, right? So if you notice, the output we have got will contain all the results, have the exact text string that we have searched for, right? You can cross check it if you want. Google search operators, Google search operators, Google search operators, right? So in the URL we have got the exact string, text string that we have searched for, that is Google search operators. Okay, and now instead of using all in URL, if we use in URL, okay, now in URL will look for the words somewhere in the URL, right? So as the output we have got, so Google search operators, here you can see Google search operators as well, it has been highlighted, right? So we can use many different keywords. Okay, let's try one more keyword. Let's say ethical hacking space file type, okay, PDF. Hit enter. It means we are actually restricting our search to specific file types, in this case PDF, right? So you can see we have got the output, all the PDFs related to ethical hacking. Okay, if we open any one, we are directly launch on the page where it contains the PDF, okay, PDF files only. Now let's try one more keyword. Let's say define. Okay, see, we use define keyword when we look for definitions, right? So define colon ethical hacking. Okay, we have to verify that we are not a robot. Select all the motorcycles here, click on verify. So now we have got the definition of ethical hacking, right? All the search results have provided us the definition of ethical hacking, right? And it has also been highlighted, see? Okay, so this way we can use different keywords Google already has in order to find information about our target using search engine, and Google is the #1 search engine, right? In this video you will learn how you can perform footprinting using web services. So again, site colon google.com space, see, hacker will collect the basic information using search engine, right? And if they want to collect the professional information, they will move towards the professional websites like LinkedIn. Okay, so now hacker has collected the domain information and all the basic information. Now if you want to find out subdomain information, then in that case we will use hyphen in URL colon www, hit enter, and now you can see the URLs with subdomains like developer.google.com, images.google.com, lookerstudio.google.com, sheets.google.com, right? So this way you can find out the subdomains related to your main target. Okay, in our case we are targeting google.com, okay, just for an example, right? Now we also have a tool named sublister in the Kali Linux. Okay, so let's switch to the Kali. Let me type the username and password. Okay, so we have logged in with the root user. It is very important to log in with the root if you want to use this sublister. Okay, so either we can go to this in the applications and we can search for sublister, or we can open the terminal let me increase the font size. Now let's use sublister -d google.com. We have used -d parameter to define the domain name, which is google.com. Okay, hit enter. Okay, we have to install it. See, to install it we can use the command apt install sublister. Okay, so let me pause the video till the process gets completed. It is installed quickly, so let me repeat the command. Hit enter, and now let's wait for the results. As you can see here, sublister performs searching for different search engines like from Google, Bing, etc. Right? And you can also see an error which says virus total probably now is blocking our request. So to remove it, we can edit the file, that is sublister.py. We can open that file in any IDE, and then we can remove the code related to this. Okay, but for now we will not going to do that. We can just focusing on the results. So we have got 8 subdomains. Okay, so here is a list of all the subdomains that we have got using sublister, right? So it is actually a tool in Kali Linux which is free to use, and it will actually use more than one search engines in order to give us the output that we have asked for, right? In this case we have asked for subdomains related to google.com, and we have got 8 subdomains here, right? So if we change our target, we will get different results. Okay, in this video you will learn how to perform footprinting through social networking sites. As you know that as the time passes, the increasing use of social networking sites, okay, whether they are employees or they are companies, everyone is using social networking sites. Okay, and the 4 main important social engineering sites are Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn and Instagram. Okay, so these are the main social networking sites. So here you can see a website opencorporates.com. So we will going to use this website in order to get more information about our target companies. Okay, information like addresses, contact numbers, what kind of service industry they are, okay, what are services they are providing, right, and some more information. So the very first step is just open your browser and open this website opencorporates.com. Once opened, you can simply go to its search box, this one, and here you can simply type your target company name, okay, like Google, Facebook, or let's say Microsoft. Okay, and click on search icon. Now let's wait for the results. Okay, so here you can see it displays the result of Microsoft companies throughout the world. Okay, now here in the right side, if we scroll down, we can select any one, let's say United Kingdom, Washington, India, etc. Okay, so suppose if I proceed with Washington, US. Okay, the results are loading. Now here on the main site, on the left side, you can see that results are updated. Okay, now we have Microsoft Corporation here. So if I open it, it will display us the information about Microsoft Corporation. Okay, the complete information like company number, status, incorporation date, address, agent name, their address, registry page, okay, and directors and officers, right? So you will see a lot of information here. Okay, so if you want to change the branch, you can do that by going to back, and let's say this time if we select India. Okay, here you can see Calcutta Microsoft's Privately Limited, Microsoft Corporation India Private Limited, and if you open it, you will get the information related to this particular branch, right? So this way we can use the power of social networking sites in order to get the information about our target company. In this video, you will learn about website footprinting. See, website footprinting is important as it will provide us many information like software and their versions used, okay, operating system and their versions, web server directory, technologies or programming or scripting languages used on the website, okay, by our target company. So we can get all this information using website footprinting. So the very basic website footprinting is open your target website, right click on it, and then click on view source code, okay, view page source code, right? That way you will get the information like technologies used. For example, a lot of websites, approximately a large number of very large number of websites use JavaScript, okay. So we can look for vulnerabilities in JavaScript and then we can use that weakness in our target website if possible, okay. So we will use footprinting for websites through archive.org, okay. It is very important website, okay. So simply open archive.org, go to the search box and type the name of our target, okay. Let's say microsoft.com, hit enter and let's wait for the results. See, the main job of this website is to hold all the records from the very first time a website is logged in. So our target website is microsoft.com. So when the first time microsoft.com goes live, it has started keeping its records. By the time Microsoft has updated websites many times, as you can see here, all the highlighted dates are the dates on which this website is updated or made some changes, right? So if we hover over our mouse on any website, we can see different timestamps as well, okay. And if we click on any one, let's say this one, we can get all the details of for that particular time, okay. We can get that old copy, okay. It is redirecting us. So we are actually trying to open microsoft.com for that particular time, okay, back in the date before the updates, right? So let me just open microsoft.com from 2016. You can do that, right? So we are actually loading different archives from the past. Now you will see how microsoft.com will look in May 2016. See, this is the older version of microsoft.com in 2016 on May 1st. See, the website itself says 2016. And you can see from December 2007 to April 2023, it has captured 1,79,000. Okay, this much number of captures are stored on archive.org for our target Microsoft.com. So you can visit this website, search for your real target and get all the detailed information. Okay. In this video, you will learn how you can create a word list using a tool called CEWL in Kali. So let me log in with the root user first. Okay, let me clear this. Okay, so CEWL and then the name of our target website. Okay, hit enter and let's wait for the results. See, this tool will actually look for the words that can be the password or may be the password for our target. Okay, Now it says we couldn't hit the site. Okay, so now let's change our target to some other website. Okay, any small website. So let me search for a small website and then I will come back. Now here you can see some results. So I have targeted a personal website of a professional. So I can't show you the URL, but you can see that this tool has picked up the keywords which might be the password, or they have some potential to be the password, and it has actually created a list of all those keywords from that website. See, so you can use this tool on your target website. And one more thing, if you don't want to see this output here on the screen or terminal, and you want to directly transfer these keywords to a file, so that system will save it as a file and you can use it later as a password dictionary. In that case, you can use CEWL followed by the name of the target, and at last you have to add -w and then the file name, let's say password.txt. Okay, so the exact syntax would be CEWL space your target website name space -w space file name dot text. Okay, this way all these keywords will go to this file and will be saved so that you can use it later. In this video we will talk about who is footprinting. So first of all, let's open a website, whois.com/whois. This website will provide us information about our target. For example, if we enter the domain name of our target website in this search bar, let's say indeed.com, click on search, and now we have a lot of information like domain name. Okay, here it is. Then we have registrar. Okay, then when the website first registered, okay, that date, then when domain will expire, and when the website is last updated. Okay, so now it says name servers, so we also have the information about DNS servers. Okay, okay, here is the mail ID. Again here the same information like whois server. Okay, see, registrar whois server. Again the same information like creation, updated, and expiration date. So we get a lot of information here about the domain. Okay, for example, domain name, registrar, whois server, referral URL, and creation, updated, and expiration date. Okay, now let's move towards one more tool, whois.domaintools.com. Let website open. Okay, here let's enter our target again. Click on search, and now we will get information like IP address, IP location, IP history, registrar history, domain status, etc. So here it needs validation. Okay, here it is. See, registrant, organization, country, registrar details, then dates, name servers, IP address. Okay, see, this is the IP address. Then we have the IP location, that is California, San Francisco. Okay, then it says IP history, 73 changes on 73 unique IP addresses over 19 years. then registrar history, then hosting history as well. Okay, so you can see some more information in this website other than whois.com. Okay, so this is the whois footprinting. In this video you will learn about DNS footprinting. So you have gathered a lot of information using whois database. Now it's time to perform DNS footprinting. We will get the information like DNS servers and different types and DNS records. So for this we will perform DNS footprinting using NS lookup. Okay, so let me switch to Kali and let's log in with the root user, because we need the powers of root to perform these practicals. Okay, now let me open the terminal. Okay, now just type NS lookup and let's take the same example, that is our target is indeed.com. Okay, so here we have got the answers. So these are the IP addresses. Let's verify by using NS or simply type ping indeed.com, and now we will get the IP. Okay, so here it is. We are getting reply from this IP. So let's perform some NS lookup queries. So NS lookup, let's say -type is equal to SOA indeed.com. Now why we have used SOA? See, we can use SOA option to tell NS lookup to display the primary name server. Okay, so hit enter and here it is. Okay, so this is the origin. Then we have the mail address. So let me clear this. Let's perform something else. Let's say NS lookup -query is equal to mx indeed.com. See, we use mx record to map a domain name to a list of mail exchange servers for our target domain, right? So hit enter and here it is. We have got the mail exchangers. Okay, let's perform some more query. Let's say NS lookup -type is equal to NS and then indeed.com. The NS record maps a domain name to a list of the DNS servers that are authoritative for this particular domain. Okay, so here is a list of all of them, right? So we have got the names and the IP addresses as well. So this is DNS footprinting. Okay, now there are a lot of records like type A, okay, which actually specified our target domain IP address. Okay, and there are other records as well. In this video we will perform DNS footprinting using DNS enum. Okay, so again it's a pre-built tool in Kali, so there is no need to download it separately. So let's see how to use it. Just type sudo, because right now we are not the root, so we are using sudo powers. So sudo DNS enum and then the target name, that is indeed.com. Okay, hit enter. Now it's asking for the password. Okay, so here we can see an output. So what kind of information we will get using this command or using this tool? We get information like host addresses. Okay, we can see mail records, DNS servers, IP addresses. Okay, so these are some of the main information that we get using this tool, right? So now it's performing brute forcing, but let me stop this. This is not our aim right now. So let's try one more thing. Let's say, let me open Firefox. and let's open a website name yougetsignal.com. Okay, so yougetsignal.com. We use this website. Okay, now this website contains a lot of tools. Here we will proceed with the, let me scroll down. Here it is, reverse IP domain check. It means we want to find out that what other websites are running on the same server that indeed.com is hosted on. Okay, so our target is indeed.com, right? So if we can type indeed.com and click on check. Many times it happens that our target is very strong, okay, and we are not able to exploit it. Okay, so we can try to find out other websites on the same server. Maybe there is an weakness in that particular server or on other websites. If we found a weakness on other websites, we can get access to the main server, and using that we can attack on our main target. So you can see we have found 8 domains hosted on the same web server as indeed.com, right? There is also a demo website which is vulnerweb.com. We can also try this, and it says we have found 7 domains hosted on the same web server as vulnerweb.com. So suppose this main target, okay, this is our main target and it is a very secure website. We are trying hard but we are not getting access to it, right? So we can perform attacks on these websites as well. Okay, these are actually a test websites. You can see as the name suggests, testphp.vulnerweb.com. So this way, using yougetsignal.com and using its reverse IP domain check tool, we get a lot of information. In this video, you will learn about network footprinting, and we are using a tool called Advanced IP Scanner. So let me download Advanced IP Scanner. Open the first link, which is the official website for this tool. Here it is. It says scan a network in seconds. Click on free download. It is compatible with Windows 11, 10, 8 and 7. Now we have to wait till the process gets completed. The tool is downloaded, so let's install it. Okay, we want to install it and not only run it. So accept the agreement. Okay, so let's run it. See, as soon as you open it very first time, it will automatically take the local IP range. Now if yours is different, you can delete this and type your own. Okay, so this is the IP range which I am using right now. So let me click on scan and let's wait for the results. So here we have got the results, like the name wherever possible, then its IP address, then the name of the manufacturer, and then the MAC address of that particular device. So right now in my network, 5 devices are running. The first one is the router. Okay, then there are 2 smartphones, then we have 2 laptops. Okay, we also have the manufacturer name like Intel Corporate. Okay, now here we have total 20 or 21 IP addresses approximately. Okay, so these IP addresses will be shown as live. It means these IP addresses are assigned to some devices, but they are powered off right now. Okay, at present we have only 5 devices running, and we have the MAC address of all those 5 devices. Okay, so we have IP address, name, manufacturer name and MAC addresses, right? If you want to explore it, you can simply click on this arrow and you can also go to users. Okay, so this is the router, right? So this kind of information we will get using Advanced IP Scanner, okay, which comes under network footprinting. In this video, you will learn about network scanning. So we perform network scanning to get information like host and services, on the network. Okay, live host and services. So we get information like host, ports, services, and even applications running on the target host. So we use Nmap, Zenmap, hping3, etc. So let's start with hping3 first. So hping3 followed by the IP address. Okay, so suppose this one is our target, hyphen hyphen ICMP. So we are actually trying to perform an ICMP discovery of a single host using hping3. Now this process will never stop. So we have to stop it manually, and for this we will use Control C. Okay, the process has stopped now. See, this process is not automatically stopped. If you want to make it stop after a point, let's say after getting replies for the 5 times, okay, so we have to set the parameters. Okay, we have to set that limit number, and for this what we can do is we can add -c. Okay, let's say we want this process to stop automatically after 5 times. Okay, hit enter, and now let's wait. See, the process has stopped automatically after getting replies for the 5 times only. Okay, so 5 packets transmitted and 5 packets received. Okay, so let me clear the screen. Now if we want to use hping3 command to scan for a specific TCP port, we need to specify the port number with a scan parameter. Okay, hyphen hyphen scan parameter. So let me show you how. hping3 followed by the IP address of the target. Now hyphen hyphen scan and then the port number. See, this time we are particular about a single port number. That's why we are specifying it. Hit enter, and you can see that we have got the reply. Okay, it means we have received the response from our target machine for this particular port. You can see the port number, then service name, then flags, etc. Okay, so you can see that all replies received. So we are actually getting reply from port number 80 from our target machine. Okay, now let's see what else can we do. Now we can also perform multiple port scanning using hping3, and the process is similar to the previous one. So here after hyphen hyphen scan we can mention the ports number which we want to scan. Okay, let's say 2280.443. Okay, hit enter, and you can see we have got reply only from port number 80. Okay, the other ports are not responding, right? So port 22 is for SSH and port 443 is for HTTPS. So these ports are actually not responding. Now let's see one more example. This time instead of assigning the port numbers manually, what we can do is we can specify a complete range. Okay, let's say from port number 1 to port number 80. Scan them. Okay, so here you can see two ports are open. Port number 80 as we already know, and then port number 23, that is the telnet service, and other ports are not responding. It means they are closed. In this video we will perform a TCP scan using Dimitri tool. So we use this tool. It is actually information gathering tool which help us to get the information like subdomains, TCP port scan, whois, lookups. Okay, so let's see how it actually works. So if I type Dimitri and hit enter, we can see all the available options to be used with it. Now we will use an option called -p. Okay, so Dimitri -p intranet followed by the IP address of our target machine. Hit enter. We are actually using -p parameter along with the Dimitri tool or a Dimitri command to perform a TCP scan. Okay, so let's wait for the output. Here you can see the results. It says port 23 is open, port 80 is open, and it is still scanning. So here you can see that we are able to see the output on our screen. But what if you don't want to see the output here? Instead, we can store this output to a file. So let me stop the process by using Ctrl C. Just repeat the command using up arrow key. Here everything remains same, just add -o. We use -o for output. We want the output to be stored in a file followed by the file name, let's say demo. Or you can even specify complete path like /root/demo. Okay, so this way we can actually store this output inside a file, and later when we need it we can use it, right? Now let's see how we can use nmap to perform stealth scanning. So nmap -ss followed by the target IP address, so 192.168.0.1. Hit enter. Now nmap will by default scan for important 1000 ports in our target system. So you can see nmap scan report for our target. 2 ports are open. Port number 23 for telnet service and port number 80 for HTTP service, right? And the remaining 998 TCP ports are actually filtered, so there is no response from them. Now instead of scanning for one single host, if we want to scan a complete network range, so .o/24, hit enter. Now it will scan for the targeted 1000 ports in all the systems in complete range, whether the system is live or not. It will try to attempt to find out what ports are filtered or not filtered in every IP address in this range. Okay, see, it will not tell you whether the port is open or not, but it will tell you that the ports are filtered or not. Okay, it will take some time, so let me stop the process. I already run this practical at the background. Here you can see the output. Okay, for our first IP address, that is o.o, it says 1000 filtered TCP ports, so no response. Okay, and then it will perform the same scan for each IP address like o.1, o.2, o.3, o.4, and now all the way to the end, to the last IP address. So let me scroll down. Okay, so it has scanned all the way to 192.168.0.255. Okay, and the total time taken is this much. Okay, so this way you can scan a single host or a complete network using nmap. So let me clear this. Now here, see, if you want to increase or decrease the speed of scanning using nmap, then the parameter is defined by t. Okay, so time taken, so t0 to t5. This is the range that we can define to change the speed, scanning speed of nmap, and t5 is the fastest. So nmap 192.168.0.1 hyphen capital T 5. Hit enter, and now let's see the speed. See, it worked fast. In this video, you will see how we can use fping to perform network scanning. So to perform a simple IP address scanning, just to know whether a system is alive or not on the network, so we will use fping 192.168.0.1. Hit enter, and you can see it says the target is alive. Now, if you want to know the details of more than one system, let's say 192.168.0.10, so we will use -g parameter. We use -g to perform scanning for more than one system. Okay, and you can see the host is unreachable. So clear. Now fping -g 192.168.0.0/24. This time we will perform a scan on a complete network, and let's see whether more systems are alive or not. So from last 2-3 videos you are observing that I am performing attacks or scanning on only one network, okay, only one system. So let's see what other systems are alive on the network. Okay, you can see 192.168.0.109 is alive. So let's perform nmap. Okay, so nmap-ss on 109. Hit enter. So if you remember, on our target 0.1 only two ports are open, port number 23 and the 80, but here on 109 three ports are open, that is 135, 139 and 445. So you can see port number, their state, whether they are open or closed, and this service name. Okay, so what service this port is used. Okay, and the rest 997 TCP ports are actually filtered, so there is no response from them. Okay, so this time we will see some different output. In this video you will learn how you can download and use ZenMap. So simply open your browser and type download ZenMap. Open the first link, which is nmap.org. See, ZenMap is the graphical version of Nmap. So for Linux we have Nmap, and for Windows we have ZenMap. So let me open the first link. Here either you can click on this link which says Nmap download page, or you can click here which says download. Both ways you will land on this page. Here you have to select the operating system, and here we have latest stable release. So click here and the download will start. So let's wait. The download is complete, so let's install it. When it asks for the permission, always say yes. Now click on I agree, click on next. Now install. Here we have to click on I agree. It says install npcap. It is required as it is one of the dependencies for Nmap to work on this Windows machine. Completed. Now click on next and finish. Now next, finish. Okay, here you can see nmap-zenmap graphical user interface, right? So let's run it with the administrator permissions. Now it's opening. Okay, so this is the interface of ZenMap. Okay, so here we have to enter our target, right? We can specify a single IP address, or even we can define a complete range as well, right? So let's say our target is okay. Now we will proceed with intense scan. Simply click on scan and let's wait. Here you can see the results. It says discovered open port number 23 on this IP address. Then again port number 80. Then port number 1900 1900. Okay, so these three ports are currently open on our target system. Okay, here you can see different tabs like ports or host, then topology, then host details. Okay, so first let's wait, it is still in progress. So it says nmap done. Now if you want to filter out the results, you can always switch to the tabs. So for ports or host we have this particular tab. Okay, so it will only show us the results related to it. So we have three ports. Then we have topology. Okay, so localhost and target. Then we have host details. So total number of ports open are 3, closed ports are 997. Now remember, by default nmap will scan for 1000 ports. Okay, then we have IP address, MAC address and name of the operating system. Okay, see, when we use intense scan at the back end, this command is running. Okay, so zenmap is nothing but a graphical version of nmap. So command nmap is actually running behind the scenes. Okay, in Linux we have to type this command, but in Windows we can use it. So zenmap is also available for some of the Linux operating system as well. In this video you will learn how you can find that which operating system is running in your target system. So attackers are always keen to know that what operating system and particularly which version of operating system is running in their target system, so that they can find vulnerabilities related to that particular version or that particular operating system and then exploit it. So for this we need a tool called IDserve. Okay, you can also perform the same thing with nmap as well. So if you are using nmap, so you have to type a command nmap -O parameter, then the IP address. Okay, so open browser and type download IDserve. Open the first link, that is grc.com. Okay, so this is the official website, and from here simply click on download now. Okay, you can see it has been downloaded. It is a very small file. So let me close this and let's run IDserve. Okay, here if you want to go to its official page, click on this button, but for now we want to perform server query. Here we have to paste the internet server URL or IP address. Okay, either you can paste the name like www.microsoft.com, or you can paste the IP address as well. Okay, so let's type microsoft.com and click on query the server. Okay, it says query complete, but the server didn't respond. See, here it says query complete but server unknown. So let's try some other website like indeed.com. or let me first check the IP address of indeed.com. Here it is. So let's just copy this and paste it here and click on query the server, and let's wait. See, it says the server identified itself as Cloudflare. So indeed.com is actually using Cloudflare, and here you can say query complete. Okay, so you can read this information. Okay, so this is the easiest way to find the operating system running on your target system. Okay, so IDserve is a great tool. Okay, actually it is free of cost, and most probably and most of the time it gives you the results, okay, with maximum accuracy. Okay, it is not possible that this tool is always right, but most of the time it will give the right answers. In this video, you will learn about enumeration concepts. So enumeration is a method of collecting information by directly connecting with the target system. So an attacker will collect the information by connecting with the target system and later identifies the vulnerabilities present in that system so that attacker will exploit them later. So what kind of information we will get by using enumeration? So attacker will know system names, user and group names, applications running, services running, routing tables, and fully qualified domain names. So this kind of information we will get using enumeration. So let's perform NetBIOS enumeration using Nmap. So let's switch to Kali and log in with the root user. We are performing NetBIOS enumeration to gather some of the important informations. Just open the terminal. Now let's use nmap hyphen small s capital V. We are using this parameter to determine the service versions, and then we will use hyphen V. This parameter increases the verbosity, and then we will use hyphen script. This parameter enables us to use the mentioned script. Okay, so we are using nbstat.nse followed by the target IP address. Okay, 109. Hit enter and let's wait. You can see it says 3 ports are open: port 135, 445 and 139, and by default, as you know, it will scan 1000 ports. So let's wait for the end results. Okay, here you can see it says 3 services are running on the system. Okay, and here it says 997 filtered ports. Okay, so there is no response from them, but we have got some information like service info. Operating system is Windows. Okay, Microsoft Windows. Then we have NetBIOS. Okay, so this kind of information we are getting about our target machine. See, our target machine is a normal system. If it was a server, we will able to detect the version of server. In this video, you will learn about SuperScan tool. So as you know, in today's digital age, data security is of utmost importance for businesses. Ensuring that your network is protected from vulnerabilities and potential threats is crucial. That's where the SuperScan tool comes in. The SuperScan tool is a powerful software designed to help you scan your network infrastructure for any weaknesses or vulnerabilities. With its comprehensive features and user-friendly interface, it provides a complete solution for network security assessment. So let's see the practical. First of all, we are using Windows Server here. Okay. Now, here in the search box, simply type firewall. Click on Windows Firewall with Advanced Security. Now from this dialog box, search for Windows Defender Firewall Properties and click on this link. Okay, now from this dialog box, you are able to see the Domain Profile tab. Click on the Firewall State and select Off. Click on OK and close the dialog box. Now let's switch to Windows 10. Here click on the folder, Superscan folder. Okay, double click on the application to run it. Now here in this box, you can see two types of pans in Windows enumeration tab. So the left pan contains the enumeration types and the right side will display the enumeration result. Now here in the host name or IP text box, you may type the IP address. Now click on enumerate. Let's wait for the results. Now you will see a detailed results. So you can scroll up and down to read the results. Okay. Now using Superscan, you may also perform a network scan. So for this, select the scan tab. Now here in the start IP text box, type the IP address, that is 192.168.0.1. Now inside the end IP text box, let's type, or you can see it will automatically populated. Okay. Now the IP address range is now added to the start and the end IP text box. Now simply click on play button, okay, here in the bottom left hand corner. Now in Windows Security Alert dialog box, click allow access and you can see that the network scan of the defined IP address range is actually started. Now once the scan complete, we will able to see a detailed report. Once the report is generated by Superscan, and when you read it, you will get informations like host name, IP address, then user and group account names, etc. In this video, you will learn about SNMP enumeration. Several devices are configured to use SNMP as it helps administrators to manage them. We are going to use SolarWinds for this. So SolarWinds is a comprehensive IT management tool. We will explore the features and benefits of SolarWinds. SolarWinds is an industry-leading software platform designed to simplify IT management for organizations of all sizes. With its wide range of powerful tools, SolarWinds allows you to monitor, manage, and optimize your IT infrastructure from a single unified dashboard. Let's see the practical. Click on this folder toolset here on the desktop. Now double click on the SolarWinds folder. Now here the dialog box, click on run. Now click on next, accept the agreement and next. Then the destination folder, click on next. Okay, now click on install. Now it will ask you to enter the license, but we will proceed with continue evaluation. Now here select no, I would not like to participate and click on OK. Now that we have installed SolarWinds Toolset Launchpad, it's time to use it for SNMP enumeration. So for this, just open Toolset Launchpad. Now click on continue evaluation. Okay, so now we have our Toolset Launchpad. See, before performing SNMP enumeration, we must confirm that the target machine is set to accept the request. So, let me switch to target machine. Okay, here we have to click on Windows Administrative Tools and then select Services. Now here scroll down little bit and double click on SNMP service. Okay, now we have the dialog box, so click on Security tab. Here we will define a community and we will allow this system to accept SNMP packets. Now click on Add. Here in the community name we will type public, click on Add. Now select accept SNMP packets from any host and click on OK. Now close the window. Let's switch back to our Windows machine. So the right side lists several SNMP related tools. So we'll click on Launch. Again we will click on Continue Evaluation. Now here in the hostname text box we will type the IP address. Okay, we can type hostname or IP address both. Now here in community string we will select public. Okay, here click on yes, we want to store. Okay, so now you have noticed that hostname or IP address is now populated. So from here the MIB table to download, we will select any table names, okay, and then we can click on download MIB table. Okay, now here we have the dialog box which displays the information on the scanned network. Now you can read it. Once done, close all the open windows. In this video, you will learn about NTP enumeration. So Network Time Protocol is a communication protocol widely used to synchronize the time of devices within a computer network. Its primary function is to ensure that all devices in the network have consistent and accurate time information. NTP operates by exchanging time information between clients and servers, with the servers acting as time references. It uses a hierarchical structure of servers, with higher level servers obtaining time from highly accurate sources like atomic clocks or GPS receivers. NTP compensates for network delays and adjusts the time accordingly, allowing devices to maintain precise synchronization. By providing accurate timekeeping, NTP enables various critical applications such as authentication, logging, and distributed systems coordination. So for the practical, we are using NTP date command. So for this, we will use Kali Linux. Okay. And if in your Kali system NTP date doesn't exist, please install it. So the NTP date command is a utility used to manually synchronize the system time with a remote network time protocol server. It is commonly available on Unix-like operating systems. So when executed with a specified NTP server as an argument, NTP date sends a request to the server and retrieves the current time information. It then adjusts the system time to match the time received from the server. Okay. So here we are using NTP date to get information of our target system. So let me switch to Kali. Now we will use NTP date -q followed by the IP address, that is 192.168.0.1. Hit enter and let's wait for the results. We are using -q parameter so that we can test connection to an NTP server. Okay. Now here in the output you are seeing some of the terms like offset. Okay. So offset is the time difference between the time on the local system and the mentioned NTP server. Then we have delay. it is the latency with the NTP server. Okay, so this is the basic output. Now we will try to synchronize the time with a specific time server. Okay, and to do this we will use NTP date command followed by the IP address 192.168.0.1. Hit enter and let's wait. Done. Now the next would be we will use NTP date command with -d parameter. We use -d parameter to enable the debug mode. Okay, and then again the IP address. Okay, and now you can see the output. Okay, so this is the debug mode. In this video you will learn how to perform NTP enumeration using Nmap. So Nmap basically contains a script named ntp-info. Okay, so using it we will get the time and configuration information from a time server. For this, let me switch to Kali. Let's use nmap -s capital U, then -p 1 2 3, and then -script ntp-info, and at the end mention the IP address as always. Hit enter and let's wait for the results. Okay, so here we have got the output, and you can see as the output says that it is a Microsoft based time server. Okay, see here this one. Okay, so our NTP server is actually a Microsoft based time server. In this video you will learn about vulnerability assessment. So it is the systematic process of identifying and evaluating vulnerabilities within a system, network or application. It involves the use of automated tools and manual techniques to scan and analyze potential weakness that could be exploited by attackers. By conducting vulnerability assessments, organizations can proactively identify security flaws, misconfigurations, or outdated software versions that may be expose their assets to risk. The assessment helps prioritize and remediate vulnerabilities to reduce the likelihood of successful attacks. It is an essential component of a comprehensive security strategy, enabling organizations to strengthen their defenses and protect against potential threats. So let's see the practical, and let me switch to Kali. Now let's open the terminal, and in order to scan our target for vulnerabilities we will use command. Let me increase the font size first. nikto -host http:// Here you can either write the name or the IP address. So 192.168.0.10, hit enter and let's wait for the results. So this tool is inbuilt with Kali. Okay, so we are using it, and -host is what we want to scan, okay, followed by the target either name or IP address. Okay, so here you can see a list of all the vulnerabilities available, okay, inside your target system. So here you can see a detailed list which we got as the output. Okay, and the process is not yet completed. It's a long list actually. So this way you can find the vulnerabilities in your target system. Okay, not only system, you can also perform the same thing for a website as well. In this video you will learn how to perform security auditing. So we are going to use a tool called Linus. It is an open source security auditing tool designed to assess the security posture of Linux and Unix based systems. It performs comprehensive vulnerability scans, configuration audits, and compliance checks to identify potential weakness and misconfigurations. It evaluates various aspects of system security, including file permissions, user accounts, firewall settings, installed software, kernel parameters, and more. It provides detailed reports with actionable recommendations for improving the security of the system. Linux is highly flexible, allowing customization through plugins and configuration files. It is a valuable tool for system administrators, security professionals, and organizations seeking to enhance the security of their Linux and Unix environments. So let's see the practical, and let me switch to my Kali. Let's open the terminal. See, it is an inbuilt multipurpose tool in Linux. Okay, so let me type LYNIS space audit space system. Okay, now by default it will perform a local system scan. Okay, so hit enter and let's wait for the output. Okay, you can see it says detecting operating system done, and you can see it says the operating system is Kali Linux, right? So in such a short time it has succeeded in finding out some of the important things. Yet the scanning is still in progress. It is actually performing a deep scan, and it will provide us a detailed report with recommended actions. Okay, now once it's complete, you can scroll up and down in order to read the complete report as well as to find out the recommended actions. In this video, you will learn about system hacking using password attacks. Online password attack is also a type of cyber attack. It means that network services like SSH, HTTP, FTP, SMB, etc. can be targeted in these attacks. Unfortunately, most servers and network devices are not equipped to defend against such attacks, making it easier for the attackers to succeed. Password attacks are of two types. The first type is called a dictionary attack, where the attacker uses a list of common words and keeps trying them until they find a password that works. The second type is called a brute force attack, where the attacker uses different combinations of characters based on a given character set. In the case of an online password attack, either method can be used, but dictionary attacks are more common because they are slower and harder to detect. Now let's see the practical, and let me switch to Windows 10. First of all, let's disable the Windows 10 firewall, and for this we will type Windows firewall here. Okay, so Windows Defender Firewall, hit enter, and here we have the dialog box. So here on the left side you will see that turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off. Select that option, click on it, just turn off all the options, click OK and close the dialog box. Now let's switch to the Kali Linux. Now we will perform the dictionary attack. So in a dictionary attack, attackers use a predefined list of words called a word list to try and find a match for the victim's password. These word lists can be found on the internet and often include common, easily guessable passwords that are not very secure. The size of a password list can vary. It can be small, just a few bytes in size, or it can be very large, even gigabytes. The size depends on how many words are included in the list. If you don't want to use an existing word list, you have the option to create your own by choosing specific words that you think might be used as a passwords. Let's open the terminal and let's look at the predefined word list available in Kali Linux. Okay, So let me increase the font size. And to do this, you have to type the command ls-l/user/share/word list. Okay, hit enter, and here we go. Okay, so here we have a list of all the available word list. Now either we can use a predefined word list, okay, but for this practical we will create our own word list. Okay, and for this we will use a command leafpad. Okay, and then the name of the dictionary, let's say passwd dot text. Okay, txt, hit enter. So here leafpad actually opened a separate dialog box. Okay, it is actually a file. So here we will type our own passwords like test, enter, demo, enter, let's say 123, enter 123456, then bug and password or admin. Okay, and again admin @123, then again let's say password and 1234567 password, and just press Ctrl+S. Okay, so the passwords has been saved. Now let's close this box and come back to our terminal. Okay, and by doing ls-l, hit enter, and you can see passwd.txt file has been created on our current location, right? Now let me clear this first. Okay, so now we will use cewl. So cewl-w, now let's say test.text. Okay, so we are actually asking cewl to store the output inside this file, test file. Okay, create a file and save the output. Then we will use -d. We are using -d parameter to define the depth of this search in a website. Okay, so let's say it will be 5. Then we will use -m. So -m parameter actually defines the minimum word length. Okay, let's say 3, and then the target, which is intranet. Okay, hit enter and let's wait. Okay, so the process is completed. Now let's verify if the test.txt file has been created or not. So ls-l, hit enter, and yes, you can see here that test.txt file has been created. Okay, so let me clear this. Now let's open the test file using leafpad. Okay, so test.txt, hit enter. So the file has been opened now, and it has captured several words from the intranet website. Okay, which it think that it could be a possible password of our target. Okay, most likely to be a password, right? So here you can see a list of different words that could be the password in our target. Okay, in the previous video you have learned how to create password dictionary in both ways, that is manual and by using cewl. Now in this video you will learn to guess usernames and passwords using Hydra. Okay, so Hydra is a powerful tool that enables attackers to carry out dictionary attacks on various protocols, including HTTP, FTP, SMB, SSH, and more. Its primary purpose is to target authentication services that rely on these protocols, particularly those implemented using the HTTP protocol. So by using Hydra, attackers can systematically and automatically test multiple usernames and passwords from a predefined word list. attempting to find a successful match and gain unauthorized access to the target system or service. It is important to note that Hydra is designed for malicious purposes and should not be used without proper authorization and legal permissions. Now we will see the practical of Hydra. So we will use Hydra to perform a dictionary attack using passwd.txt file that we have created. But in reality, the word list will never be so small, okay? As we are just performing this for a practical purpose, for the demonstration purpose, that's why we have created a small password dictionary, okay? First, let me quickly type the command and then I will explain you the meaning of each parameter that has been used. So Hydra, okay, so here is the command. Now here I have used -t parameter to specify the number of simultaneous logins to try at once. This can speed up the attack process but may also increase the chances of detection, okay. Then there is -V. This parameter displays each attempt of login and password, providing you with the detailed information about the progress of the attack. Then there is -F. If a suitable match for both the username and password is found, the dictionary attack can be stopped using this parameter, right? Then there is -L. We can define a specific username that we want to crack, okay? If you don't know the username, you can always use the -L parameter and provide a list of usernames, right? But in this case, I am using -l, okay, and I am defining the username, target username, which is BEE, okay. Then there is -P. Here we have to define the word list that we have created, okay. So passwd.txt is the password dictionary that we have created, and then we have to mention our target IP address or name. Okay, so here I am using the IP address, and at last we have the FTP protocol. So we are actually targeting this using FTP, and we have provided Hydra the username. Now it will try to find out the password for this particular username. Now let's hit enter and let's wait. Now depending on the size of the word list, the time to get the results will vary. So here you can see that it is trying to crack the password for BEE user, and it is trying different combination from the word list that we have provided, okay. Okay, here you can see in the green color, you can see FTP host and then the login username, that is BEE, and the password bug. So bug is the correct password for B username, okay, in our target system, right? So this way we can use Hydra to find out the usernames and passwords. In this video, you will learn about malware and viruses. Differentiating between viruses and malware is crucial as they are not the same thing. While viruses are a type of malware, the terms should not be used interchangeably. Malware encompasses various malicious software types, including viruses, worms, and trojans. Each type of malware possesses unique characteristics. Trojans, for instance, are disguised within legitimate software, while worms are designed to self-replicate across networks. Malware spreads and infects systems through different means. Some common methods include downloading free software like software cracks or pirated software, utilizing file sharing services such as torrents or peer-to-peer networks, using removable media, and falling victim to emails with malicious attachments. So let's start with the practical and let's create a fog bomb as a simple virus. A fog bomb is a type of virus that specifically targets Windows machines. Once activated, it enters an endless loop, causing the system to become overwhelmed with the shortage of resources. As a result, the system eventually hangs and crashes. This type of virus can be designed to achieve various objectives. For instance, a malicious code could be created to delete crucial files in the System32 directory of a Windows operating system. When executed, this code causes significant damage to the system requiring extensive expertise and time to rectify the issue. It is important to note that creating and distributing such viruses is illegal and unethical, and responsible use of technology should always be prioritized. Now let's open the task manager. For this, right click on the taskbar and select Task Manager. Go to More Details, and in the Performance tab, you will see some of the important things like CPU performance, memory usage, disk usage, and Ethernet details. Right? Now open Notepad, so keep it aside and simply search here for the Notepad. Open it. Now we will write the virus code and then save the file as a batch file. So %0 pipe sign again %0. Okay. Now we will save this file as a batch file. But first understand this. A batch file contains instructions to be executed in sequence in the batch file. Okay. So the %0, this one, the first one, is the name of the currently executing code. This batch file is going to execute itself forever repeatedly. It quickly creates many processes and slows down the system. First, the %0 command is run, and then the second %0 command is run, okay, which is located after the pipe sign. Now they both repeatedly run until manually stopped. So let's just save it as fork bomb. Okay, and let's save it on the desktop. Here in save as type, we have to select all files. Okay. If you do not choose all files, the file will be saved with the default, that is .txt extension. So with the selection of all files, you can provide any other extensions with the file name. So here we will type forkbomb.bat. Okay. Now click on save and close it. Now to execute batch file, simply right click on it and click on open. Okay. Now here in the task manager, you can see a quick change in the process. Okay. So you have to observe the CPU usage in the task manager. See, it is continuously using 100% of the capacity. Sometimes you may also receive the error message. Okay. But we have to ignore it. Now noticed, if we click on OK, still the application is running and cannot be stopped. Now the system has started hanging. Okay. See, I am unable to click anywhere. Right. So that's why it is very important to perform the practicals inside a virtual machine instead of using our own system. Now the virtual machine is completely unusable, okay, and I am not able to perform any operations here. In this video, you will learn about APT. An advanced persistent threat refers to a sophisticated form of network attack where an unauthorized entity secretly infiltrates a network and maintains undetected presence over an extended duration. Typically attributed to nation-state actors, APTs prioritize secret data exfiltration rather than disruptive actions. These attacks aim to obtain highly sensitive information while evading detection, allowing the threat actor to persistently exploit the compromised network. By operating stealthily and continuously, APTs pose significant challenges to organizations' security defenses, necessitating robust measures for detection, prevention, and response. Now we will explore the robust built-in defenses found in operating systems like Windows 10, which include a powerful anti-malware program called Windows Defender. With its comprehensive capabilities, it aids in the removal of malware, spyware, unwanted emails, and various disruptive elements that can disrupt the smooth functioning of our computer system. Additionally, we expand our protection by installing an anti-spyware tool further augmenting our defenses against potential threats. You will learn how these diverse tools work harmoniously, exemplifying the range of advanced technologies available to detect, eliminate, and safeguard against the ever evolving landscape of malware. Now let's just search for Windows Security and open Windows Defender here. Now here we can perform a quick scan. Okay, just simply click on scan now and it will start scanning. Now you can see it says this app detected a potential threat on your PC, right? But we already know that which virus is harmful for our system. Okay, so if you want to remove it, simply click on clean PC and it will remove it, right? Now if you want to exclude any folder from this scan, you can always go to settings, scroll down. Here you can see exclusions. So click on add an exclusion and here simply you can select a file or a folder. Okay, if you want to exclude that folder from this scan. Okay, once selected, this software, that is Windows Defender, will not scan that particular folder. Okay, no matter whether it contains a virus or malware. Okay, because we have excluded it intentionally, right? As you know how to use Windows Defender for virus scanning, it's time to learn about how to use online anti-malware scanner. For this, open browser and type www.microsoft.com/security/scanner. If this URL did not work, use your search engine to search for Microsoft's Online Safety and Security Center. Once you land on the page, the Microsoft Safety Scanner page is displayed. Now click on Download Microsoft Safety Scanner 64-bit. Now let it download. After the download is finished, the Microsoft Safety Scanner dialog box is displayed. Now click on Accept all terms of the preceding license agreement checkbox and click on Next. In Welcome to the Microsoft Safety Scanner, click Next. Now in the scan type page, keep the default selection of Quick Scan and then click Next. On the Scanning Your Computer's page, the scanning progress is displayed. Now this will take some minutes to complete, so let's wait. Now the scan is completed, so click on View Detailed Results of the scan and read the report. In this video, you will learn about Super Anti-Spyware. Spyware is a sneaky form of malware that hides in your system, secretly gathering sensitive information. Regular antivirus software may miss it, which is where anti-spyware programs comes in. These specialized tools are designed to detect and eliminate spyware that other programs might overlook. Spyware can engage in various malicious activities such as secretly installing additional software or redirecting your web browser to undesirable websites. To uncover spyware, anti-spyware programs employ rule-based methods or rely on up-to-date definition files. They can be standalone applications or part of comprehensive security suites, offering a holistic approach to protecting your system. By utilizing these dedicated safeguards, you can safeguard your privacy and prevent spyware from silently compromising your computer. Now let's see the practical of Super Anti-Spyware. To open the tool, click on Type here to search and simply type Super Anti, and here you can see a free edition. Okay, Super Anti-Spyware free edition. Just open it. Okay, here we have got a dialog box, so click on Close. Again come here on the type here to search box and again type Super Anti and select the free edition again. Okay, now let it open. This time the tool has opened. Now here simply click on scan this computer option. Okay, the first option, just click on it. Okay, now here on the scan screen, keep all the default options and click on quick scan one more time. Okay, so click here. So the quick scan will begin. Now it may take some time to complete the scan. Here you can see the results, the scan results. It says no potentially harmful items have been detected on your computer. And here is a list of detailed scan, that memory items scanned, registry items scanned, file items, and then total scan time. Okay, in just 1 minute and 6 seconds it has completely scanned our virtual machine. So click on OK. Now let's talk about some of the important malware countermeasures. Okay, so the first is avoid opening email attachments from unknown sources. Then avoid using pirated or cracked softwares. Download softwares only from their official websites with the original license. Always update your system and applications. Always use firewall and anti-malware tools. Then use spam filters. Then backup data regularly. Okay, and review logs time to time as and when you think that it is required. Okay. In this video you will learn about sniffing. Sniffing refers to the act of capturing and analyzing network data packets. It allows individuals to intercept and inspect information transmitted over a network, such as passwords or sensitive data. Sniffing is commonly used for network troubleshooting, but can also be exploited for malicious purposes, like unauthorized access or data theft. Sniffing is like listening communication happening between two persons without their permission. Sniffing is useful for network administrators to review network traffic, but can also be exploited by attackers to gain valuable information. The same tools that benefit administrators can provide advantages to attackers. By intercepting and analyzing data packets, attackers can uncover sensitive information, compromising security. This highlights the dual nature of sniffing tools, which possesses the potential for both constructive and malicious purposes. Now let's see the practical, and we are using Wireshark for this. Now just press the Windows button and type Wireshark and hit enter. Now let's wait. Okay, sometime Wireshark may prompt you to update. Now please close this window or say remind me later. Okay, now capturing from Ethernet Windows is displayed here. Okay, so we have to select vEthernet. Okay, that is new virtual switch. Now double click on this vEthernet. Okay, now it's capturing some packets, okay, from the Ethernet. So let it capture, and when you think that the packets are sufficient to analyze, then we are going to click on the stop button here, this red one. Okay, so click on stop capturing packets. So we have captured enough packets using Wireshark. See, right now our Windows 10 virtual machine is in promiscuous mode, which means listening to all regardless of the destination. So due to which its NIC was able to capture packets from all systems on the network, right? So this is how you can capture packets using Wireshark. And if you want to read the packets, you can always do that by just selecting them. Okay, just double click on the packets. In this video, you will learn about sniffing technique called as MAC attack. Switches utilize MAC addresses to efficiently direct network traffic to the correct port. However, an attacker can exploit this by launching a MAC attack, forcing the switch to function like a hub. By flooding the switch's CAM table with fake MAC addresses, the switch becomes unable to store legitimate addresses, resulting in all traffic being broadcasted to all connected devices. This compromises network performance and security, emphasizing the vulnerability of switches under certain attack scenarios. I hope you know about switch and hub. If not, let me tell you in short. A switch and a hub are both networking devices used to connect multiple devices in a network. However, a switch is more intelligent and efficient than a hub. A switch forwards data packets to the specific device they are intended for, increasing network performance and security. In contrast, a hub simply broadcasts data to all connected devices, resulting in unnecessary network congestion and decreased security. Therefore, switches are preferred over hubs for modern networks due to their ability to provide better speed, efficiency, and targeted data transmission. Now let's see the practical. And here we have Kali Linux virtual machine, and we are actually performing Mac flooding with Mac off. So let me open the terminal. Let me increase the size. See, the Mac off tool can flood a switch with a fake Mac address. First of all, you must log in with the root. Now in the older versions of Kali, Mac off was pre-installed. Okay, we just have to install the dsniff package, which contains various tools including macoff. So let me install it. So apt-get install dsniff, okay, -y, hit enter and let's wait. Okay, done. So let me clear the screen. And now to initiate Mac flooding, we will use command macoff space -i ethernet 0. Okay, -i is used for interface. So ethernet 0 and then -n, let's say 100. Okay, so -n is used to send several MAC addresses. Hit enter. Okay, so I have to use only one hyphen here. Now hit enter. So you can see the packets are sent out using different MAC addresses and not the same, right? So this way you can use macoff tool in order to perform Mac flooding using Kali Linux, right? In this video you will learn how to perform Mac flooding using Yersinia. It is actually the alternative of macoff tool which you have learned in the previous video. So let me open the terminal first and let's increase the size. Okay, so to use this tool we will simply type its name YERSINIA space -G. We have used -G parameter to display the graphical interface. Okay, just hit enter. Here you can see a warning sign which says alpha version. So simply click on OK. Now here the window is fully visible. So ensure that you are on the CDP tab in the right pane. Okay, so we are on the CDP. Simply click on launch attack. Okay, here it is, the first option. Just click on it. Now one more dialog box is opened. Here you can see that sending CDP packet option is selected by default. Okay, the first option. So select flooding CDP table. Okay, let me put it here. Now here just select the flooding CDP table, the second option, and click on OK. And you can see the attack has been started now. During this attack, the device may become unresponsive. Now you can select this option which says list attacks. Now here in the running attacks dialog box, simply click on stop. Okay, now you can notice that the attack has been stopped. So if you click on any of the attack, you can see its detailed information here at the below. Okay, on this table here you can see. So this is how you can perform MAC flooding using this graphical interface. In this video, you will learn about a sniffing technique called DHCP attack. In a network, a DHCP server assigns IP addresses to clients. However, an attacker can exploit the DHCP starvation attack by flooding the DHCP server with numerous requests. The attacker overwhelms the server and exhausts all available IP addresses, rendering the server unable to assign addresses to genuine clients. This attack disrupts network connectivity and can lead to denial of service situations. Now let's launch the DHCP starvation attack. Now here in Kali Linux, let me open the terminal and let's increase the size. Okay, now we have to type Yersinia-G. As you know that we use -G to open the graphical version. Now here on this dialog box which says alpha version, click OK. Okay. Now here on the right side, click on DHCP tab. Now simply click on Launch Attack. Now from this dialog box, we have to select the option Sending Discover Packets. Okay, so second option, right? Let me put this box here. Now click on OK. So as you can see, the starvation attack has been started. Now let's open one more terminal and let's type Wireshark. Hit enter. Okay, so now from this window, just double click on the Ethernet 0, that is ETH0. Okay, so now you can notice that there are discover packets is being sent over the network, right? So using Wireshark, we can get the real-time updates of what packets are sending and what is the destination and source, right? So now let's just close it. Now we are back on the Yersinia window. So click on List Attacks and here just select Stop All. So click the button. Now you can see that the starvation attack has now been stopped, right? So this way you can perform the DHCP attack. In this video, you will learn about a sniffing technique called DNS poisoning. DNS poisoning involves manipulating DNS records to redirect unsuspecting users to malicious websites. The attacker inserts fraudulent records into the DNS resolver cache, which is used by the DNS system to respond to client queries. As a result, when users attempt to access a genuine website, they are instead directed to a harmful destination chosen by the attacker. This deceptive technique compromises user security, allowing the attacker to carry out various malicious activities such as phishing or spreading malware. Let's see the practical. So here we are using DNS chef for DNS poisoning. Now here on the Windows 10 virtual machine, click on the unidentified network. Okay, from here open the network and internet settings. Now here click on the network and sharing center. Okay, now from here we have to click on vEthernet. Now click on properties. Select IP version 4. Here it is, and click on properties. Now here we have to click on advanced option. Now select the DNS tab, which is the second tab. Now here on the DNS tab, we have to ensure that 192.168.0.1 is selected. Now click on remove. Now click on add. Here by default .1 is appearing. So we had to remove this and change it to 5. Now click on add. Now you notice that 192.168.0.5 is now added as the DNS server. So click OK to close the dialog box. Now close all the remaining boxes. Okay, so now we are on the desktop of our Windows 10 virtual machine. Now let me switch to Kali Linux for running the DNS chef. Now we will use DNS chef to resolve the domain names to fake IP addresses. So let me open the terminal. Let's type the command. So DNS chef fake IP is equal to 192.168.0.4 space fake domains. Let's say Microsoft.com. Then again interface is equal to 0.0.0.0. Done. Now just hit enter. Now the DNS proxy starts. So for now we have to keep the windows open and DNS chef running, and let's switch back to Windows 10. Now let's open the command prompt. Here we have to type the command ns lookup microsoft.com. Hit enter. And here, have you noticed that the server is unknown and the address of Microsoft.com is 192.168.0.5, which is our Kali Linux IP address. Okay. So this way we can redirect our target to the fake website that we own. In this video, you will learn about sniffing countermeasures and detection methods. To protect against sniffing, which usually happens through insecure protocols like HTTP and FTP, there are different methods you can use. The first step is to avoid using these weak protocols whenever possible. For example, instead of using HTTP, you can use HTTPS, and instead of FTP, use SFTP. It's recommended to use protocols that encrypt the information being sent. Encryption is like putting your data in a secret code, making it unreadable to anyone trying to intercept it. By using encrypted protocols, you can make it much harder for attackers to spy on your data and ensure that your information stays safe and private during transmission. Now let's talk about detecting sniffers. Detecting sniffers on a network is not an easy task. Detecting sniffers on a network can be challenging because they operate silently and don't send data back to target systems. However, there are several methods that can help identify sniffers. One approach involves checking if systems have their network interface cards configured in promiscuous mode. This mode allows a NIC to capture all network traffic, not just the packets intended for that specific system. Tools like Nmap and techniques like reverse DNS lookup can help identify systems with NICs in promiscuous mode. If a system's NIC is configured this way, it could be an indication of sniffer activity. Another method involves sending a ping request to a suspected system with a sniffer installed. When a system without a sniffer receives a ping request, it checks the MAC address of the sender. If the MAC address is incorrect, the system will reject the ping request. However, a system with a sniffer will accept all traffic, including ping requests, with incorrect MAC addresses. By sending a ping request with an incorrect MAC address, you can observe if the suspected system behaves differently, which may suggest the presence of a sniffer. While these methods can provide clues about potential sniffers, it's important to note that skilled attackers can employ techniques to evade detection. Therefore, it's advisable to implement a layered approach to network security, including using strong authentication, encryption, and regularly monitoring network traffic for any suspicious activity. We will use XARP, which helps us to detect ARP based attacks. Let's see the practical. Here on Windows 10 virtual machine, just search for XARP and hit enter. Here, note that the default security level is set to basic, but it is still detecting an active ARP attack. Okay, so just click on OK here on alert 1 and alert 2. Just click OK. Now you can also view the detailed log report by clicking here on Window View XR log file. Now you can see the log output file is displayed. So here is a list or a detailed list of events is entered into this log file. Now we will use Nmap to detect sniffers. Okay, see, Nmap contains a script named sniffer detect that can detect a sniffer. So let me open the Nmap first. So we have Zenmap, that is the graphical user interface for Nmap. Now here we have to type a command. Okay, here in the command. So nmap -- script is equal to sniffer -detect followed by the IP address, that is 192.168.0.5. In this command, we actually are executing a script named sniffer detect with the -- script parameter. Then we have defined the target system as 192.168.0.5. Now simply click on scan. The scan process runs for a few seconds and can determine a sniffer in the target system. Now you can notice that it mentions here, okay, so you can see the MAC address, the host script results, it says likely in Prometheus mode. In this video you will learn about social engineering. Social engineering is a skillful manipulation of human behavior for the purpose of carrying out security breaches. In this process, unsuspecting victims become unwitting tools in granting attackers access to systems without their knowledge. Due to the unpredictable nature of human behavior, users are often considered the weakest link in the security chain and are therefore vulnerable to skilled social engineering tactics. Attackers employ diverse methods to acquire valuable and confidential data through social engineering. Tactics can range from deceptive emails to redirecting users to malicious websites. While the specific techniques may vary, the ultimate goal remains consistent, that is, obtaining sensitive information to facilitate a security breach. There are various types of users targeted by social engineering, like receptionist, IT help desk, HR department, and top management. The attacker in social engineering can use various techniques and methods such as authority. Although there are many methods of social engineering, but we will discuss most powerful 5 techniques. So, in authority, an attacker displays confidence in pretending to be someone with authority and pressurizes the victim to provide information. For example, an attacker may call the reception and tell the receptionist that he is calling from the police department and needs specific information. Next is scarcity and urgency. With this technique, a sense of urgency is created, which forces the victim to make a quick decision without thinking much. For example, an attacker may call a user to share the password to be reset immediately, or his account will be terminated. Next is social proof. Social proof is mainly used when the victim is in a situation that they do not know how to deal with. The victim decides by observing others. An attacker can apply this technique in more than one way by displaying an act that convinces them that this is the correct behavior. Next is fear. An attacker uses fear to make the victim do what they want. An attacker dramatizes the victim's situation to avoid a dangerous outcome quickly. Last is trust. An attacker creates a trusted channel with you in this method. You start trusting the person and believe that they are the fallback point if you have a problem. Once the trust is established, you are convinced to share the information they are looking for. Okay? And now one more important thing, that is baiting. This is a technique in which an attacker offers something in exchange for important information such as login details and other sensitive data. Often attackers will leave a USB flash drive loaded with malware and that has a corporate logo on it, which can trick users into trusting the USB flash drive and opening it from their computer. Now let's talk about some countermeasures. So effectively countering social engineering attacks requires the implementation of various strategies. Let's explore some of these methods. So there is training. Providing security training to individuals is crucial, ensuring they grasp fundamental concepts. While not everyone needs to be a security professional, understanding security policies within an organization is essential. Then comes the access privileges. Administrators must carefully manage access, granting it on a need-to-know basis. Users should only be given the necessary permissions to perform their designated task. Next is background checks. Conduct thorough background checks when hiring individuals to mitigate the risk of malicious intent. Next is offboarding. When an employee leaves the organization, their user accounts must be promptly closed or, if necessary, passwords should be changed to prevent unauthorized access. Then comes the two-factor authentication. Enabling two-factor authentication adds an extra layer of security by requiring a second authentication factor, making it harder for attackers to gain unauthorized access even if they have the password. Then comes the software updates. Implement a process to regularly update software and operating systems, ensuring they are up to date with the latest patches and security fixes. Other things like regularly update passwords and always use complex and long passwords. In this video, you will learn about DOS and DDoS attack. So a denial of service attack or a DOS attack overwhelms a target system by flooding it with a large volume of traffic, rendering it unable to serve valid users. In contrast, a distributed denial of service or a DDoS attack employs numerous systems called zombies or bots to launch the assault on one or more target systems. This makes detection more challenging since the traffic originates from multiple systems with different IP addresses. DDoS attacks share the same goal as DOS attacks, but they employ a distributed network of compromised systems, amplifying their impact. By utilizing hundreds or thousands or even more systems, DDoS attacks can effectively exhaust the resources of the target system, causing service disruptions for authorized users. Using DOS or DDoS attacks, the attacker wants to exhaust the system resources of a target system, consume bandwidth or the CPU cycle time, destroy the applications and data on a system. Now let's see the practical, and we are using SYN flooding attack. In a SYN flooding attack, the attacker floods the victims with an excessive amount of SYN packets, overwhelming the victim's system and depleting its resources. This flood of SYN packets hampers the victim's ability to function properly, as its system resources are occupied and strained. So we are using Kali Linux here, and let me open the terminal. hping3 space -s. We have used -s to define the target system IP address. So 192.168.0.3. So our target system is Windows 10. Then -a, that is for attacker machine. So our IP address is 192.168.0.5. Then -p 22. Okay, this is the port number. Then --flood. Hit enter and you can see the hping3 command starts. Okay, so let me switch to Windows 10 to show you how the packets are coming. So the SYN flood attack has been started on Windows 10, and this is the interface of Wireshark in Windows 10, which is actually capturing all the packets in the network. My Windows 10 has become unresponsive, so I have to stop the attack. See, in Kali Linux, you won't be able to see the packet sending because that will also makes our own machine unresponsive, right? That's why we are not able to see the replies. We are just sending packets only. Now our target machine becomes unresponsive, but if you want to check this, you quickly have to switch to Windows 10 and then just open the Wireshark, and you will able to see a lot of packets coming from the Kali Linux. In this video, you will learn how to perform an ICMP flood attack. So it is an attack in which the attacker sends a large number of ICMP packets to the victim. So first of all, we need two virtual machines. First is Windows 10, which is the target machine, and the other is Kali Linux, which is the attacker machine. So here on the Windows 10, let me open the Wireshark. Now you can see that packet capturing is in progress. So now let's switch to the attacker machine, which is Kali Linux. Now let's open the terminal here. Now type the command hping3 -c 100 -icmp and then the target IP address, which is 192.168.0.3. So using this command, we are actually sending 100 ICMP packets to the target system, which is Windows 10. So just hit enter and let's switch to Windows 10. Okay, here you can see the ICMP packets here in the pink color. Okay, see. So it is actually capturing all the packets over the network, but you can see the ICMP packets with highlighted with the pink color. Okay, see, right? So this way you can capture the packets and can see the live attacks performing. Now once Kali Linux sent all the 100 packets, the process will automatically get stopped. So there is no need to stop the attack manually. Okay, and here if you want to close the Wireshark, simply close it without saving the output. In this video, you will learn how to perform the ping of death attack. The ping command can be exploited for a ping of death attack by continuously sending data packets of 65,500 in size to a target system. Although it may not completely crash the system, but it will significantly degrade the performance of our target system. Let's see the practical. So here on the command prompt, we have to type the command ping space the IP address of the target system, which is 192.168.0.3 space -t. The -t parameter will send the data packets indefinitely until we terminate the command. Then space -l and then the size of the packets, which is 65,500. Now simply hit the enter and the process will start. So now you can see the packet sending. Okay, so 65,500 bytes of each packet, and this process will not stop until we stop it manually. So let me switch to the target system. Right now we are on our target system. So let me open the task manager just to show you the increasing traffic. Now here just click on more details and then switch to the performance tab. Now here on the performance tab, keep an eye on the Ethernet section. You can see the graph has a huge traffic, a continuous traffic. Now here see the bigger picture. Okay, now let me stop the attack and show you the difference. Here you can see the command is running. So simply press Ctrl+C to stop the process and just close the dialog box. Now here you can see a fall in the graph. The traffic has been reduced. In this video, you will learn how to perform an SYN flood attack using Metasploit framework. So we are actually going to use Metasploit framework to perform a DOS attack on a target system. Again, Kali Linux will be our attacker machine and Windows 10 is our target machine. So here in Kali Linux, just go to Applications and here in the search bar, search for Metasploit framework. Type Metasploit, select it. Now here you can see it is Metasploit version 6. So depending on the version, the number of exploits and payloads will change from time to time. So now we have to type the command use space auxiliary slash DOS slash TCP slash SYN flood. We have used this command because we want to use the SYN flood module to target Windows 10 system. So hit enter. Now here we have to set the target system. For this we will use set our host, then the IP address of target system, that is 192.168.0.3. Hit enter. Now here we have to configure the port, and for this we will use set our port 21. Hit enter. Now to set the spoofed IP address, we will use set as host the IP address 192.168.0.10. Again hit enter. Now we have to set the timeout. So for this we will use set timeout, let's say 50000. Hit enter. Now we are all set to perform the attack. So to trigger the module, the SYN flood module, we will use a simple command, that is exploit. So let me type exploit and hit enter. Now you can see the SYN flood attack has been started. Okay, so to show you the traffic coming from this attacker machine, let me switch to the target system. Now let's open the task manager. So right click and select the task manager here. Now go on more details and switch to the performance tab. Now here on the Ethernet, vEthernet, you can see a huge increase in the traffic. So these are actually the SYN flood packets. So you can see the graph, suddenly this much of increase in the graph. Now before our machine crashes, let me stop the attack. Now here to stop the attack, simply use Ctrl+C and you can see the attack has been stopped. It says stopping running against current target. Done. So let me close this and let me switch back to the target system. Now here you can see a sudden drop in the traffic. So this is how you can perform SYN flood attack using Metasploit framework. Now let's talk about some of the countermeasures of DOS and DDoS attacks. Always use a firewall to filter the incoming traffic. You may also use anti-malware on your system and servers. Then the next important thing is you must have ample of bandwidth available. You may also enable router throttling. Please disable unnecessary services. Always filter unwanted emails. Use a reverse proxy. Monitor and audit servers and networks regularly. So these are some of the tips which will help you to combat DOS attacks. In this video, you will learn about session hijacking. We will perform network level hijacking by capturing cookies. Network level hijacking involves the identification of a user's session ID or cookie that establishes their connection with a server. This acquired information is then utilized during application level hijacking to seize control of the user session, enabling unauthorized access and control. By exploiting network vulnerabilities, attackers can gain significant leverage over user sessions, potentially leading to malicious activities and unauthorized actions. Now let's see the practical. So first of all, we will disable captive portal detection in Firefox. See, Firefox captive portal detection test if a network connection requires a logon. Okay, so it will check whether a network connection requires a logon. So it does this checking by following the URL detectportal.firefox.com. So first of all, here on our Windows 10 virtual machine, let me open the Firefox. So just double click on the Firefox and it will open. Okay, so here we have the interface. So here on the search bar, let's open about colon and then config. Hit enter. It says proceed with caution. It's a warning. So yes, we will accept the risk and continue. Now here in the search bar, we will type network dot captive hyphen portal hyphen service dot enabled. Hit enter. Now here on the toggle switch, this one, we will change this true to false. Okay, done. Now it's completed, so let me minimize the Firefox window. And now it's time to configure Burp Suite. See, we need to configure Burp Suite to intercept traffic from Mozilla Firefox. Burp Suite is one of the most used applications when it comes to intercepting traffic. So just click on the Windows button and type BURP burp. Here you see Burp Suite Community Edition. Just hit enter and let it open. So here we have to wait for a few seconds. Now here simply click on I accept. We must accept terms and conditions, only then the software will open. Here keep all the things to default and simply click on next. Okay, now again keep all things to default and simply click on start burp. Now we have to wait for a few seconds. It is actually starting a project. Now from here we have to select the proxy tab, this one, the third one from the top. Okay, now here by default the intercept tab is opened. Okay, so under proxy we have intercept tab. Okay, now it says intercept is off, so we have to click on it. Okay, because we want to turn on the intercept. Now we have to click on options tab, this one. Okay, 1 minute guys. Here my Burp Suite has been updated in the background. So right now I am using the latest version of Burp Suite. So instead of options tab, here you will see proxy settings. Okay, don't worry, it's just the difference of the interface. Okay, now here we have proxy listeners. Here you have to select this IP address and then click on edit. Here you see bind to port option, which is set to 8080. So you have to change this to, let's say, 8888. Okay, see, you can use any port number here, but it is recommended not to use well-known ports such as port number 80 for HTTP, port number 443 for HTTPS, then port number 8080 or 8443. So please don't use well-known port numbers. Okay, other than that you can use any, like here I have used 8888, 4 times 8. Okay, now here from this specific address we have to select this one. Okay, 192.168.0.3. now simply click on OK. So select OK and the dialog box will be closed. Now here you have to select allow access. Now we are back on the proxy listeners section. Now we need to configure burp suite to intercept responses. Now here on this page, just scroll down a little bit to response interception rules here and select intercept responses based on the following rules. Just check this box. Now close it. Now minimize the burp suite window. Okay, this time we will configure Firefox to use burp suite proxy listeners. Okay, now that burp suite is configured to intercept traffic, we need to configure Firefox to use proxy listeners. So let me open the Firefox. Now click on this plus icon to open a new tab. Now here on the options we have to select the settings. Now by default we have the general tab opens in the settings page. So we have to scroll down to the bottom of the page to reach to the network section. Now click on settings. Now we have connection settings dialog box. Here we have to click on select manual proxy configuration. Under HTTP proxy we have to type 192.168.0.3 and in the port we have to type 4 times 8, so 8888. Okay, here we have to check this box which says also use this proxy for HTTPS. Now click on OK. We are back on the Firefox options page. Now we will capture cookies. So we will be using the extremely buggy web application BWAP. The proxy listener configuration we previously set up in Firefox will send all the packets to burp suite first. So here in the new tab, let me open http://192.168.0.10/bwap. Okay, now you can see the page is not opening. So let me minimize its size and let me switch to burp suite. Here you can see we have one request. Okay, so we have to forward this request. Okay, now you will see some more requests. So each time we have to click on forward until we see the login page on our Firefox browser. Okay, now you can see the login page. So let's type the username and password. So username is BEE and password is bug BUG. Okay, now just select the login. Now switch to Burp Suite again. So here you can see all the requests. Okay, so let me place it here. Okay, so now we have to click on forward request. Okay, so here in this session you can see that it has captured the username and password. So it says login with the username BEE and password bug here in the last line. Okay, so this way we have got the username and the password. So if you want to proceed the request, just click on forward. Okay, so by clicking on forward, we are able to see the further HTTP request that has been captured. Okay, again just click on forward, again forward. See, it has been logged in now. So we have actually logged in to this application and simply click on forward button until, see, a new session has been established here on the Firefox. Okay, so you can see a blank page here on the Burp Suite. It means we have forwarded all the requests and we have actually gained the access to this vulnerable application. Okay, this one, BWAP, right? So now you can do whatever you want. You can change password, you can create a user, you can set the security level. Okay, but for now we will proceed with logout. You can see it says welcome B. It means we have logged in, and we also have the username and password in the plain text. Okay, that is human readable format. So that's it about session hijacking. In this video you will learn about web server concepts and attacks. A web server is a computer that stores and delivers web pages to users. When you type a URL into your web browser, the browser sends a request to the web server at the IP address associated with the URL. The web server then checks for the requested resources and sends the appropriate web page back to the browser. In simpler words, a web server is like a librarian. When you go to the library and ask for a book, the librarian checks their catalog to see if they have the book. If they do, they go and get the book for you. A web server does the same thing, but instead of books, they are storing and delivering web pages. A web server consists of several components. Let's look at them in detail. First is root directory. It is the main directory that stores all the files for a specific domain. For example, if the domain is www.example.com, all the files related to this domain would be stored in a directory called /web/example. If there are subdirectories such as images, they would be stored in the /web/example/images directory. Then comes the server root. It is the directory that contains the configuration files for the server. It typically contains several subdirectories such as conf, logs, and CGI bin. The server root directory contains various components such as executables, logs, and errors. Then virtual documentary. It is the storage on another server or drive that is used when the primary drive's space is exhausted. This allows you to host more websites on a single web server without running out of space. Next is virtual hosting. It is a method of hosting multiple websites on a single web server. The resources of each website are stored in a separate root directory. This allows you to use the same web server to host different websites without them interfering with each other. Now we will perform the practical and we will perform web server enumeration using HTTP print. So here we have our virtual machine Windows 10, and let me open the file explorer here. Now here we will go to downloads. If you scroll down, you will see HTTP print. Just open it. Again open it. Okay, so now here we see HTTP print GUI, that is graphical user interface. Just double click on it. Let it open. Here you can see host and port. So under host, let's type the IP address, which is 192.168.0.10. This is the IP address of the web server. Okay, this is our local web server. Then in the port, simply type 80 and just click on start button. Okay, this one. Okay, now it says HTTP print completed. So click on OK. Now here you can notice that a set of parameters are displayed as a result. So we have to save this file by clicking on the floppy disk icon. Now you can change the name if you want, but for now I will proceed with the default option and just click on save. Okay, it says it already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes, we want to replace it. Now let me minimize it, and here you can see the output saved in the same folder. Okay, this one. Just double click to open it. Okay, now Microsoft Edge will open this report as it is in the HTML format. Okay, you can see this is the HTML format. Now you can see the same information that we have viewed within the HTTP print tool, right? So let me close this and let me open HTTP print tool again. This time we will try to perform the same thing on google.com. So www.google.com, port number will be same. This is the information we have got from the Rust result. So let me click on start. It says HTTP print completed. Okay, and here we have got the results. You can see the detailed result here in this small dialog box. But let me tell you, this information is not 100% correct. Okay, now let's try the same thing on another website, www.facebook.com, port number 80. Click on start. Here you see an error which says error receiving data. See, it is not mandatory that this tool will work on all the websites, right? This time we received an error. Why? Because a network firewall is preventing, right? Or the target we are trying to fingerprint is actually preventing, let's say, ICMP packets from being sent to the network. Okay, so it's actually blocking our packets. In this video, you will learn how to perform web server reconnaissance using Skipfish. So Skipfish is a tool that is available in Kali Linux, and its main goal is to perform a deep reconnaissance of a web server and its applications. So using this tool, we can collect important information which will help us to detect the vulnerabilities. So for this, we are using Kali Linux, and here in the terminal, let me type the command skipfish. Skipfish space -o. I am using -o parameter to define the directory in which a scan report will be saved. Okay, so -o is like output. Save the output in /root/desktop and with the name, let's say, output. Okay, then followed by the target, which is http 192.168.0.10/bwap. Now just hit enter. It says press any key to continue, so we have to click enter. Now you can see it has started, and soon it will create a directory on the desktop with the name output. Now scanning process is initiated, and the duration depends upon the size of the application. So in our demo, maybe it will take 20 or 25 minutes. So we have to stop this process. So let me use Control C. But in real work environment, you must wait. Okay, you must wait till the process gets completed. Here you can see the summary of this scan, and it says the output is stored in /root/desktop/output/index.html. So let's open, let me clear this first. Let's open Firefox. So /root desktop output and then index.html. Okay, so here Firefox is actually displaying us the index.html file. So if you scroll down to this issue type overview, you can see this one which says directory listing enabled, and under this, here you can see two different directories which have listing enabled. Done. So let me close it. Now we will use netcat to perform footprinting. So we will use nc command for this. So nc hyphen 2 times v. Okay, we use hyphen v generally for verbose output. This time we are using double v, which is for more verbose output. Okay, now at the end we have to pass the website name as an argument. So let's say vulnweb.com. It is the website which intentionally created as a vulnerable website, and at the end we have to mention the port number that we want to use to perform footprinting. Just hit enter. Now let's wait. Now here in the blank line we have to type get http/1.o. Hit enter. Now here you will notice that it has been able to determine the web server name and versions. Okay, so here it is Nginx. Okay, and this one is the version. Now with this information we can determine the vulnerabilities and exploit it. In this video you will learn how to find web server version using the Metasploit framework. So first of all, let me clear the screen and MSF console. Hit enter. Metasploit framework is widely used in exploiting vulnerabilities, and its free edition is available in Kali Linux. So to use it, we will type MSF console, that is Metasploit framework console. Okay. Now in order to find the server version, we need to load the http_version module. Okay, so let's see how to use it. Just type use, then auxiliary scanner http and then http_version. Hit enter. Now we need to set the target system, and to do this we will use set our host 192.168.0.10. Hit enter. Now we will need to set the number of threads. So we will use set threads. Let's say 10. Now this command will launch the exploit against the target system using 10 concurrent connections. Okay, as we have set threads to 10, so it will perform using 10 concurrent connections. Just hit enter. Now simply type run and hit enter. Now you can see the details of this server has now been displayed, so you can read it. Now when you want to exit from the console, you have to type quit and hit enter. and we are back. Now let's try to find files on a web server using the same Metasploit frameworks. See, in the previous task, we had exited from the Metasploit framework console. Okay, it means we have logged out. Now we need to start the console once again to perform the further commands. So let me clear it and let me type msf console. Let it open. Okay, now we will use files underscore dir module in order to find the files on the target system. Okay, so to use it, we will type use auxiliary scanner http and then files underscore directory. Hit enter and now show options. Again hit enter. Now here you can see various options are displayed. So some of these are configured by default and some needs to be configured. So here you will notice this one, dictionary. Okay, the first one, this option is already configured with inbuilt dictionary. So let's use it. Okay, so now type set r host 192.168.0.10. Press enter and simply run. So payload is executed and let's wait. Now it's attempting to find the files of specific types. Okay, now this process will run for few minutes, so we have to wait. The process has now been completed and you can see we have found several files that can be useful to an attacker. In this video, you will learn how to scan for options on a web server using Metasploit framework. See, a web server can be configured with various options like copy, move, delete, get, head, press, etc. So for this, we need to use option module. So let's see how to use it. First of all, msf console, hit enter, let it open. Now once we are on the Metasploit framework prompt, only then we are able to load options module. And to do this, we will type the command use auxiliary scanner http and then options. Press enter. Now let's configure our target system. Set our host, then the target system IP, which is 192.168.0.10. Press enter. Now let's set threads 10. Press enter. Now run it. Now here notice that the output lists the options configured on the web server, and the options are, let's say, get, head, post, options, trace methods. Okay, and on port number 80, trace method allowed. Okay, so this is the output we have got. Now next thing is we will check for web dev on a web server using Metasploit framework. So web dev is a protocol which provides a framework for users to create, change and move documents on a server. So simply use back. So now we are back on the Metasploit framework prompt. We need to enable the web dev scanner module first. So for this we will use auxiliary scanner http web dev scanner. Press enter. Now set our host 192.168.0.10 10, press enter. Now set threads 10. Now run it. Okay, so here we have got the output, and you can see here that web dev is disabled. Okay, now just quit from here. In this video, you will learn how to create a website copy using httrack website copier. So it is a tool which helps us to download the complete website on your local system so that we can use it as and when needed. So first of all, this is our virtual machine of Windows 10. So let me search for the tool. So press the window key and search for WinHT. Okay, hit enter. Now here on the welcome page, we have to select first of all OK, as the default language is English. Now here we have to click on next. Okay, so in the project name we will type bweb. Okay, this is the new project name, so bweb. Click on next. See, this is the path where it will going to store the website. Okay, under C with the name my websites. So click on next. Now here in the web address URL box we will type 192.168.0.10/bweb. Okay, here we have to assign our target website URL. Then click on next. Okay, here leave it to the default and simply click on finish. Now you can see the website mirroring starts. Now it will take a few minutes depending on the size of the target website. So let's wait. Here you can see the process is completed. Now click on browse mirrored website. And here you can see the login page. It is actually the login page of the website that we have copied. Okay, so you can see here in the URL it says it is opened from C drive and from the my websites folder. Okay, so this is actually the login page from our own system, and it is the exact copy of our target website. Okay, so just close it and click on finish. Done. Now to close this tool, simply click on exit and you will be back on the desktop. This video is going to be short, and in which you will learn how to perform vulnerability scanning using Nikto. So it is an open source web server vulnerability scanning tool which actually scan for vulnerabilities such as outdated server components. So let's see the practical, and here we have to type nikto-host. We used -host parameters because it takes the web server name or IP address as an argument. So 192.168.0.10. Hit enter. Now the vulnerability scanning process starts. Now it will take some minutes, so we have to wait. It is actually scanning the server for vulnerabilities. Now the process is finished and we have a list of several vulnerabilities. So in the output you can see it has provided us the count of the vulnerabilities with the scan date and time as well. Okay, so the name of the vulnerability and then the date and scanning time. Okay, in this video you will learn how to perform web application brute forcing using dir buster, directory buster. Although there are several tools, but we are using this because this tool actually brute force applications to find their directory structure. So let's see how to use it. First of all, go to applications. Now search for leaf. Here we will type some words like SQL, XSS, injections, cross script, admin, password, attack, hacker, evil, and again password. Okay, once done, we will click on file and then save. Now here in this box we have to just select the location. So here it is, place is the desktop, so /root/desktop, and let's give it a name. Let's say dir list. Let me change it to small. So dir list, and click on save. Now you can see the name has been changed to dir list, that is directory list. Now close this window. Now here we have to type the command dir buster, hit enter. Okay, so now here you can see the OWASP directory buster window is displayed. So here in the target URL we will use http:// and the name, let's say intranet. Okay, it is our target, and here we have to type the path which we have created the file, that is /root/desktop/dir list. Now simply click on start and the scanning process starts. Now the process is completed, so simply click on report, this one, and click on browse. Now here simply select the desktop and click on select directory button. Now click on generate report. Now here you can notice the list of all the files and directories that have been discovered by this tool. Okay, you can scroll down. That's it. Now close the box and exit from the tool. So we are back on our terminal window. Here you will also notice that a brief about the files and directories are also displayed here. Okay, so we have seen this inside a file and here on the terminal as well. In this video you will learn how to upgrade Kali Linux. Updates and packages operate differently in Windows and Linux. Windows permits selective installation of updates and individual software updates. In contrast, Linux takes a distinct approach. Rather than upgrading or patching individual packages, Linux allows the removal of existing packages and installation of newer versions. An alternative method involves executing the apt upgrade command to upgrade all packages simultaneously. So, you will learn three things. First, how to verify repositories. Second, how to update package manager. And third, how to install packages and patches. So let's start with verify the repositories. So Kali Linux works with repositories from where it downloads packages and maintains a list of repositories, of which you can find the list from the /etc/apt/sources.list file. So let me open the terminal. To verify the sources, we will type cat etc apt sources.list. Press enter. Now here you see the output of 3 lines, okay, 3 rows, out of which 2 are commented with hash. Now let's view if there are any files in the /etc/apt/sources.list directory, so we will use ls/etc/apt and then sources.list.d. You can see there are no files here. Okay, so the output does not list any files. Now it's time to update package list. So whenever we plan to install software on Kali Linux, it is mandatory to update the package repository. So first let me clear the screen and let's use apt update, hit enter. You can see the package list are now been updating. Now the number of packages may vary at times. So you can also see the package sizes as well. It will take some time, so we have to wait. Let me pause the video and I will resume once completed. So the process is completed. Now let's see how to install packages and patches. So first of all, let me clear the screen and let's type apt full hyphen upgrade. Hit enter. Now the apt full upgrade command executes. Okay, so here it's asking, do you want to continue? Yes. If it asks you, simply type Y and hit enter. Now it will continue. See, as the process is going on, it will also providing us the summary of the packages that will be upgraded or that will be installed or removed. Okay, so we are able to see the summary, a brief summary of all of the packages here. So you can see the full upgrade process is running, and depending upon the number of packages, it will going to take a long time. Okay, so you have to wait. I hope now you know how you can upgrade the Kali Linux and install latest packages. In this video, you will learn about web application exploitation concepts. It is divided into three parts. First, web applications and their advantages. Second, web application architecture. Third, web services. First, let's start with web application and their advantages. People think web applications as websites. But a web application differs from a website as it offers dynamic functionality driven by server-side code. Unlike static web pages that require manual updates, web applications generate dynamic web pages based on users' request. Here's how interaction unfolds. When a user makes a request, the server-side code processes it and generates a SQL statement. This statement is sent to the backend database, which retrieves the requested information and sends it back to the web application. The web application then processes the response and creates a user-friendly HTML code. This code is finally sent to the user's browser for display. This interaction empowers users to personalize the content they consume, search, modify profiles, place orders, and communicate with others. Web applications offer several advantages. Accessibility. Users can access web applications anytime, anywhere, as long as they have an active subscription and an internet connection. Device compatibility. Web applications can be accessed from various devices including desktops, laptops, and mobile devices. Customization. Most web applications allows users to customize their experience according to their specific preferences. Without relying on developers, users can personalize the look and feel of the application to suit their needs. Reporting capabilities. Web applications often come equipped with reporting functions, enabling users to view statistics and generate reports. For example, An online banking application may provide a report on the user's spending habits for certain items. At the end, web applications offer dynamic functionality, accessibility, device compatibility, customization options, and reporting capabilities, enhancing the user experience and enabling personalized interactions with the application. Web applications follow a three-layered architecture: presentation layer, business logic layer, database layer. Presentation layer, also known as the client layer or front end. This layer is responsible for presenting information to the user. It includes systems that fetch the required data from the application. When a user interacts with the application, their browser sends a request to the web server, which responds with the requested information. Business logic layer. This layer defines the data flow within the application. User actions trigger data retrieval and storage, which is performed based on the business logic implemented by the developers. The data is stored in a database and retrieved or saved as per the user's actions. Database layer. This layer comprises the database and the database server that store the user's data. The database is accessed to retrieve or save data based on the user's actions within the application. At the end, a web application architecture consists of the presentation layer for user interaction, the business logic layer for data processing, and the database layer for storing and retrieving user data. Web services facilitate communication between different applications, regardless of the programming languages they are developed in. For instance, if your website or application needs data from an external source like a weather station, accessing that data directly may not be possible. However, the organization hosting the data can expose it through a web service which can be accessed using simple coding techniques. Web services utilize messaging protocols like Simple Object Access Protocol or Representational State Transfer. SOAP, an older protocol, employs XML and has a highly structured format. REST, on the other hand, is widely adopted and utilizes various HTTP 1.1 verbs such as get, post, put, and delete. A web service comprises three key components: service provider, service requester, and service registry. Service provider. This is the platform hosting the web services. It serves as the source of the services, making them available to other applications. Service requester. The service requester is the client application that requires the functionality provided by the web service. It initiates requests to the service provider to obtain the required data or perform certain operations. Service registry. The service registry is the repository where the service provider publishes the service descriptions. These descriptions include details about the web service interface, its implementation, network locations, bindings, and data types. At the end, web services enable interoperability between applications by using standardized protocols and components such as service providers, service requesters, and service registries. They facilitate seamless communication and data exchange across different systems and platforms. In this video, you will learn about sniffing. Sniffing is a great method to capture passwords transmitted in unencrypted form. Let's see the practical. And here we have the terminal, and we are going to use a tool called EtherCap tool, which helps us to capture a password from an unencrypted session. So EtherCap hyphen capital T pipe grep password. Hit enter, and now the sniffing process starts. So let me open Firefox and let me open http://192.168.0.10/bwap. Now here on the login page, let me scroll down. Type the username as BEE and the password as bug BUG. Now click on login. Don't save. minimize it, and here you can see that it has captured the password in plain text, right? See here, it says login as BW user, this one, and password is this, right? So this way we can easily sniff a password for an unencrypted form. Okay, that's why it is recommended to always visit the website that contains HTTPS. Okay, because that website is secure because it is using encryption. In this video, you will learn how to use Medusa to crack passwords. So Medusa is a versatile login cracking application that excels at cracking credentials for web applications. It supports multiple protocols and is capable of cracking not only passwords but also usernames. By providing separate word list files for usernames and passwords, Medusa can efficiently crack both simultaneously. For the specific task at hand, we will utilize Medusa to crack the username and password for the BWAP web application. This powerful tool will aid in the process of uncovering the login credentials for BWAP, enabling further exploration and analysis of the application's security. Let's see the practical. Let's type leafpad passwords.txt. Hit enter, and here we have to provide some words as that can be passwords. Okay, so admin, enter, admin @123, enter, password, enter. See, you have to press enter after each word except the last one. Okay, then BEE, then virus, then bug, malware. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, now to save the file, use Ctrl S. Notice the name has been changed. Now close it. Okay, now you have two options. You can also create a separate file for the users, or you can copy the same file as the users.txt. So let me copy this file. So for copying we will use cp command, okay, for a copy, and for move we will use mv. So right now we are using copy passwords.txt file as users.txt. Hit enter, and to verify let's use ls-l, and here you can see passwords.txt file and users.txt file. Okay, so let me clear the screen. Now we will use the tool. So medusa -h, we have used -h for IP address of the target system. So 192.168.0.10, then -u. Okay, it is for username. If we have used -U, then it means we need to specify the username word list. Okay, so -u for username and U for word list. Then we will assign the username. Okay, so we will actually perform three practicals. In first, we will assign the username with password dictionary. At second, we will assign the password with username dictionary. Okay, users list. And at the end, we will use both the word list for users and passwords. Okay, at that time we will assume that we don't know the username and password both. So for now we know the username but not the password. So -P for password word list, then the name passwords.txt -M. We use -M, okay, because it is the module used for cracking the password. So we are using FTP here. Hit enter, and the cracking process starts. it is actually trying all the combinations of the passwords from the passwords.txt file against the username B. Here you notice that it says password bug success. It means this tool has found the correct password. And one more thing, we have provided 9 words in total as the passwords. So it is checking one by one, and once it found the password, the process will automatically stop. So let me clear the screen. So we have found the password for FTP. Now let's try the same thing for SSH. Now there is no need to type the command again. Just repeat the command using up arrow key from the keyboard and replace FTP with SSH. That's it. Hit enter. And let's wait. See, we have found the password. Okay. So let me clear the screen. And now we will try to find out the username. Okay, so in this case we know the password but not the username. So medusa -h 192.168.0.10 capital U. Okay, we are using capital U because we are not sure about the username, so we are providing username list here. So users.txt, and this time we will use -p because we know the password, and the password is bug. Then -m module, so SSH. Hit enter. Now the username cracking process starts. So let's wait. One more thing guys, this process is different from the previous one because if it finds the correct username, it will not going to stop the process automatically. It will try to find more users, okay, from the list. You know that in the previous case, when it founds the password, the process stopped automatically. But here, in the case of finding usernames, there are possibilities that you could find more than one users from your users list. So this process will only stop once it completes scanning for all the words from the users list. Here you can see this success message. Okay, so user B is actually a username on our target. But still it continues the process until it reaches to the end of the word list. The process is completed, so let me clear the screen. And now we have to assume that this time we don't know both username and passwords. So we will use both username and password word list to find out the correct username and password on our target system. So medusa -h target 192.168.0.10 capital U. Okay, so users.txt. Then capital P passwords.txt, and at the end module FTP. Hit enter. Here you can see a success message. It says account found. See, this process is a long process than the previous two because it takes one word from the users list and then it will try to match with all the passwords from the password list, and if not found, only then it will move towards the second one. Okay, but here you can see it has found the username and password and still it is scanning for more usernames. It is so because the tool knows that there can be multiple users with multiple passwords, okay, with their multiple passwords for the same target. So there is always a probability. That's why the process is not stopped automatically and it is still scanning. So I have to stop it manually by using Ctrl C. So notice the difference between all three processes. In the first one, we know the username but not the password. So the process has stopped automatically once it found the correct password because the tool knows that there is only one password for one user at a time, right? In the second process, we know the password but not the username. But after finding the correct username, the process has not stopped, because there is always a chances that there can be multiple users found on the same website. So it will scan for all the words, all the users from the users list that we have provided. And at this third stage, it will take a word from a users list and try to match with all the passwords we have provided in the password list. If found that's okay, it will continue for scanning more users and usernames. In this video, you will learn how to perform broken authentication attacks. Authentication is the process of confirming a user's identity through a username and password. Let's understand the authentication process. A user provides their login credentials, that is username and password, on a login form. The application verifies the user's credentials and creates a session, which is stored in a database. A cookie containing a session ID is sent to the user system. When the user makes subsequent requests, the session ID is compared to the one stored in the database. The user's browser stores and sends the session ID as a cookie to the server. If the session ID values match, the user's request is processed. If they don't match, the request is not further processed. When a user logs out from the application, both the client and server destroy the session, ending the user's authenticated session. So the conclusion is, authentication involves verifying a user's credentials, creating a session, managing session IDs through cookies, and ensuring session integrity until the user logs out. So let's see the practical. Let me open the Microsoft Edge. Let's open BWAP. So http://192.168.0.10/BWAP. Okay, here we are on the login page. So let's log in. Username is B and password is bug. Let me scroll down. Now click on login. Okay, here select never. Now here which says choose your bug, we will select the broken authentication insecure login. So let's search for it. Here it is, broken authentication insecure login forms. Now simply click on hack button. Okay, so now we are on the login page which consists broken authentication. Okay, so these are insecure login forms. Now here we have the login page. So let's right click here and go to view page source, this one. Here you can see a debugger window. So you have to focus on, let me scroll down. Okay, so here you have to focus on line number 59 to up to 63. Okay, so here in this code you can see clearly the username and password. So here you can see the username, which is Tony Stark. Okay, so this one is the username and the password is I am Iron Man. Okay, so this is the password in plain text. Now let's close this window and we are back on this page. Now again let's select broken authentication. This time we will use broken authentication logout management. So here it is and click on hack. Now just right click here and select open link in new tab. Now click on BWAP login tab, this one. So noticed you have logged out already. So you have logged out from the current session. So let me close this window. And now if you click on anything, let's say bugs. Now the portal web page is loaded successfully. This means that you are still able to work within this web application. Okay, So you have right clicked on the click here to log out option. Okay, then you are logged out from the session, but still here on this current session you are logged in and you can do whatever you want. Okay, so it's a vulnerability known as broken authentication logout management. Okay, so fail to manage it. In this video you will learn how to perform OS command injection attack. So from here choose your bug. We have to select OS command injection, this one, and click on hack. Here in the DNS lookup you will see nsa.gov is set to by default. Now notice the output. It says connection timed out, no servers could be reached. It is so because the firewall blocks the DNS query from going out of the lab environment, and therefore we are able to see this error. So replace nsa.gov with pipe host name. Click on lookup. This time you will see the output. Okay, it says B box. Now let me replace it again with net user command. Now here you can see the output. It says there are two users, nobody and B. In this video you will learn how to perform cross-site scripting attack or XSS attack. Cross-site scripting is a damaging attack where malicious scripts are inserted into vulnerable web applications. These scripts execute in a victim's web browser when they access the compromised page. JavaScript is commonly used to develop these malicious codes. XSS attacks can be categorized into two types: reflected XSS and stored XSS. Reflected XSS, also called non-persistent XSS, involves the attacker sending the harmful code as a link in an email or posting it on a website. Once the victim opens the link, the embedded script executes and appears on their browser. Subsequently, the browser unknowingly sends the victim's session cookie information to the attacker. Stored XSS. It is also known as persistent XSS and is more dangerous. Here, the attacker directly injects malicious scripts into a vulnerable web application. These scripts continuously steal the victim's session cookie information, sending it to the attacker. As a result, every time the victim visits the affected application, the malicious script executes, heightening the risk. Therefore, XSS attacks exploit vulnerabilities in web applications to inject harmful scripts, either through reflection or storage, compromising the security and privacy of users. Now let's see the practical. Now here, choose your bug. We will select cross-site scripting reflected. Okay, so let's scroll down. Okay, this one, cross-site scripting reflected get method. Click on hack. Now here in the first name we will type John. Okay, in the last name we will type user. Okay, now click on go. Now here observe the output in the address bar. Let me decrease this size. Okay, here it is. It says first name is John and last name is user. So the input passed to the server is reflected in the application. This indicates a good entry point for reflected XSS attacks as the response is getting reflected. Okay, now back here. This time in the first name we will input a JavaScript code. Okay, this time. So script alert hacked, closing tag. In the last name we will type user. Always put hacked in between double quotes. Now click on go. here you can see a pop-up saying hacked. Okay, so the server processes the script and displays the alert message box. Now click on OK and you will be back on this page. Now this time let's choose cross-site scripting stored block. So let's search. Here it is. Click on hack. Okay, so here let's type welcome to the hacker blog. Okay, now click on submit. Now observe the output. The entered values are actually stored in the application's database and are displayed permanently on the application's XSS stored block page. Okay, on this page it is permanently stored on this page. Now this could be a potential entry point for stored XSS attacks. Now visit here again and this time let's run the script alert, the same script that we have used. Click on submit. The same output. Okay, when you click on OK, so you are back on this page. Okay, but this time you will notice here that in the second entry it's empty. Okay, there is no data here because the entered JavaScript gets reflected in the stored XSS section of the web page, right? So once again let's select cross-site scripting stored block, click on hack. Now here you can see the stored XSS script we have used on this page is automatically displayed here. Now click OK in the alert message box. See, it happens because the injected JavaScript is stored in the database and it gets executed every time we navigate to this particular section, right? But in reflected XSS, this does not happen because the values are not stored in the application's database. So this is the difference between the two. Now let's perform cross-site scripting reflected. Here an attacker can insert a malicious script in the URL itself. Okay, and the problem occurs when a web page requests a string of information such as username and displays it in the URL. So again select cross-site scripting reflected href. Click on hack. Now here just type, let's say, hacker and click on continue. So you can notice here that the entered name is now embedded in the URL and is displayed on the web page. Okay, here it is. It says hacker. Okay, now let's replace the hacker with the script. Hit enter. Now you can see we are navigated to another page, right? And an alert is displayed with the value 1. So click on OK. But this time this dialog box will not disappear. Okay, no matter how many times we click on OK. So click OK. Now again click OK. Okay, so this dialog box is still there. Now if you wanted to return to the page before, you will have to be quick to be able to navigate to another page via back button only. Okay, in this video you will learn how to use brute spray and attack authentication mechanisms. As you know, different types of open ports exist within applications, including FTP ports that enable direct data uploads by users. Brute spray, an application designed for brute force password attacks, can target these ports requiring authentication for connectivity. FTP ports serve as an example, where user credentials can be protected or set up with anonymous authentication. Now let me open the terminal. Brute spray uses the information within nmap output files. So first we need to generate nmap output files. For this we will use nmap -s vtu -p port number 21, then target IP address hyphen, now the file name, so output dot gnmap, hit enter. Let's wait. You can see the process is completed and file has been created. So let me clear the screen and let's create a file. So leaf pad users.txt, we will create a username list. So let me type some usernames like b, admin, root, user1, guest, and that's it. Control S to save the file. Let me close it. Now let's create the password.txt file. So leaf pad passwords.txt. Now let's create the password list. So bug, then root, admin @123, password, guest. Save it. Now let me clear the screen and let's use brute spray. So brute spray -files, okay, file. Now we will use the output dot gnmap -i at the end, hit enter. Now here it's asking, let me scroll down. Here it says enter services you want to brute. So we will select enter. Okay, we will proceed with the default options. So again enter. Now again enter. Okay, now it says would you like to specify a word list? Yes. Press Y and hit enter. Now we have to mention the username list. So users.txt, hit enter. Now password list, so passwords.txt, hit enter. Okay, now it says would you specify a single username or password? We will say no, so n and hit enter. Now the brute force process starts. Here you can see the output. In just seconds it has scanned the files. So it says user b and password bug. Okay, so this is the correct username and password. It says success, so the attack has been successed. So this is how you can use brute spray to perform brute force. In this video you will learn how to perform authorization attack using URI. As you know that all documents of a web application is not visible to public. These documents have limited access. So when an attacker succeeds in getting access to these documents by bypassing the login process, then it means authorization attack has occurred. So let's open the BWAP application. Now let's log in with the BEE user and password as bug. Now from choose your bug, we will search for restrict folder access. So let me scroll down. Here it is. Just select it and click on hack. Now here you can notice there are several files listed on this page. Okay, so inside this directory, so we will click on this one which is bwap intro.pdf. So here we have the path for this PDF. Okay, noticed this is the documents directory. Now let's come here back to the login page. and let me log out from there. Okay, it says, are you sure you want to leave? Select OK. So now we have logged out. Okay, so let me open a new tab and let's try to access the restricted folder with complete path. So 192, this one, bwap slash restrict folder access dot php. Notice it asks you to first log in, only then you are able to access this directory, right? Because we have logged out from the session. So let me come back to this PDF file. Let's copy the path and let me paste it here. Hit enter. Now notice that the login page is no longer visible and we are directly taken to the PDF file, right? So this is actually a vulnerability. Okay, so you have to suppose that your target website have this vulnerability and then you can perform this practical. In this video, you will learn how to conduct parameter based access control attack. In this attack, the attacker may manipulate the parameter in the URL to gain higher privileges. So let's see the practical, and let me log in with buser and bug as password. Now from choose your bug, see, either you can choose your bug from here or from here as well. Okay, so there are two ways. So from the drop down list, we have to search for session management administrative portals. So session management, here it is, this one. So select it and click on hack. Now here you can see a message which says here, this page is locked. Okay, and also it says hint, check the URL. So here in the URL you can see, let me minimize it. Here you can see it says admin is equal to 0. It means the URL passes the admin parameter set to 0. Now we just have to change this 0 to 1. It means we are trying to manipulate the admin parameter. So let's replace 0 with 1 and hit enter. Notice it says that you have unlocked this page using an URL manipulation. So this is the technique of how you can manipulate the URL itself and can gain higher privileges. In this video, you will learn how to view session ID and launch another session. Session IDs are an important part of a session established between client and server. Session ID should never be revealed to anyone. If hacker somehow know the session ID, they can gain full control of the complete session. Let's see the practical. So first, let's log in with BEE username and bug as a password. Now from the choose your bug, select session management session ID in URL. Here it is. Select it and click on hack. So session management session ID in URL page is displayed. Now here in the URL, noticed it says php sessid. Okay, so this is actually a session ID. Okay, so it contains the session ID. Now in the real world, in most of the cases, if a web application is closed on one tab, the session should be closed. Okay, but here in our case, we can relaunch the session using this ID. So first let me copy this. Let's open the new tab. Let me close the old one. Okay, now let's paste the complete path here including session ID, and hit enter. Now you can see here the entire session will be reloaded. Okay. So if a hacker gain access to a session ID, it can relaunch it without your permission, even if you have closed the session, right? So this is how important it is to protect this session ID and not to reveal it to anyone. In this video, you will learn three important topics. First, web API. Second, web hooks. Third, web shell. First is web API. A web API is an online service that interacts with the client applications, retrieving or sending data between them. Typically, web APIs employ the HTTP protocol for fetching and updating information. Java and .NET are among the technologies utilized to develop web APIs. There are different types of web APIs that you can use depending on your needs, like SOAP, REST, RESTful, XML RPC, and JSON RPC. Second is webhooks. Webhooks, also referred to as push or reverse APIs, are designed to proactively transmit data triggered by specific events. A prime illustration is receiving notifications or messages on your mobile device or email address whenever someone sends you a friend request on Facebook. Third is web shell. A web shell is a harmful code fragment fabricated using server-side programming languages like Perl, Ruby, PHP, or Python. It is installed on a web server and grants unauthorized access or administration control to attackers from remote locations over the targeted system. An attacker uses various methods to deploy the web shell on the target server, like SQL injection, remote file inclusion, local file inclusion, vulnerability exploitation in the admin console. In this video, you will learn how to conduct SQL injection attacks. So SQL injection or SQLI is a malicious attack exploiting web application vulnerabilities. By injecting malicious SQL statements into a text box, an attacker can bypass security measures and gain unauthorized access to a database. Insufficient programming may allow attackers to add, remove, modify, or manipulate data at will. Successful SQLI attacks grant the attacker complete control over the database contents, posing a significant threat to a compromised system's integrity and confidentiality. If you don't code a web application properly, then you are likely to face issues such as attackers bypassing logins, retrieval of sensitive information, modification and deletion of data. In this practical, we will use insecure web application BWAP to conduct the SQL injection attacks. BWAP's vulnerabilities include all the OWASP top 10 project risk for you to hack and learn. So let me open BWAP application. Now let's log in. Click never. And now from choose your bug, we have to select SQL injection, get or search. Click on hack. Now here in a search for a movie, without typing anything, just click on this search button. Now here you can see the results. This means that there is a database in the backend that contains the movie list. Okay. So to check if the web application is vulnerable to SQL injection attack, we have to type m single quote here. Now click on search. Now here you notice the error. This confirms that the SQL injection attack is possible. In this video, you will learn how to enumerate the database to see how many columns are in the database. This gives us the information for other types of SQL injection attacks. So let's find out. So here on the search bar, we have to type m single quote space order by 1 hyphen hyphen space hyphen. See, at first stage, we will find out if there is only one column in the database. just click on search. Okay, so now here you can see this means that there is more than one column in the database. Okay, now we will try some random number here. So M single quotes order by, let's say 10. Click on search. Okay, so notice the error, it says unknown column 10. It means the columns are actually less than 10. So let's try some more random number. Let's say order by 7 this time. Click on search. Okay, so you can see the output. It says no movies were found. It means there is no error when we have used number 7. So this confirms that there are 7 columns in the original SQL statement here. So now we have a number that this database contains 7 columns. In this video, you will learn how to perform a union SQL injection attack. So now we know that how many columns are there in the database. So we will use that information to identify which column has the information that we are looking for. Okay, for example, user, passwords, etc. Now first of all, let me log in. Click never. SQL injection get or search, click on hack. Okay, now here we will type M single quote union all select. Now the column numbers, so 1 comma 2 comma 3, hyphen hyphen space hyphen, click on search. Here you can see no error message. Okay, so output is now generated. Now let's extract the name of the database. So M single quote union all select 1 comma database 3 4 5 6 7. Click on search. Here you can see the name of the database has been appeared here in the title. It says BWAP. Now let's extract table names in the BWAP database. Okay, here you can see the output. It says 5 tables in BWAP database. So there is blog, heroes, movies, users and visitors. So these are the name of the tables. So total there are 5 tables and here is the list of their names in the BWAP database. Now let's enumerate the users table and find out its columns. Okay, here it is, users table. So to do this, we have to type the SQL statement which is here you can see the results that reveals the names of the columns, and there are 9 columns in total here in the users table. Okay, you can see ID, login, password, email, secret, activation code, activated, reset code, and admin. So if you count it, the total is 9. Now the login, password, and secret columns are quite interesting, and I think these are of our use. So let's extract the data from these columns by typing am single quote union all select one login password secret. From users, click on search. Now here you can see 2 records are returned as the output from users table. So the data in the release column contains hashed password. Okay, so we can use any password cracking tool, for example let's say John the Ripper, and we can retrieve the value. And if we do the same thing for this one, okay, this one, here it is, so the output would be bug. Why? Because from the start of this web application attacks, we are using username as B and password as bug. So this is the hash for the password bug. In this video, you will learn how to perform a SQL injection blind Boolean attack. So using this blind Boolean attack, we can get our answers in the form of true or false. So from here, choose your bug. We have to select SQL injection blind Boolean based. So let me scroll down. Here it is. Just select it and click on hack. Now, first of all, we will check to see what version of MySQL is being used here. Okay, so this is our target and we want to find out the version of MySQL. So we will try whether the version start with, let's say 3. So we will type test single quote or substring 2 times @version comma 1 bracket close is equal to 3 hash. Click on search. Here you can see it says the movie does not exist in our database. This means that the answer to the executed command is false. So the database version does not begin with 3. So let's try this time with 5. Or substring five hash. Click on search. See, it says the movie exists in our database. This means that the answer to this executed command is true and the database version begins with a 5. So now we know the database version. So let's try to find out the name of the database. So again, test. This time we will say database. Now let's find out if the database name starts with A. Click on search. See, it says the movie does not exist in our database. Again, it means the answer to the command is false and the database name does not start with A. So let's repeat the command. This time we will select from this drop down list and instead of A, let's try B this time to find out whether the database name starts with B, and click on search. See, it says the movie exists in our database. It means the answer to the executed command is true and the first letter of the database name is B. As you already know in the previous video that our database name is bwap. So the name starts with character B. So it's a true condition. In this video, you will learn how to bypass web application logins using SQL injection, and we are going to perform this attack on a live banking website. So for this we have to open the website and the URL is http://demo.testfire.net/bank/main. Here you can see the login page. So this website is not a real banking website. It is actually the site or the Altoro web application which is published by IBM Corporation for the sole purpose of demonstrating the effectiveness of IBM products in detecting web application vulnerabilities and website defects. So now we will bypass the login using SQL queries. So in the username type admin and in the password we will type single quote or 1 is equal to 1. Okay, so let me click on show the password so that you can see the query. Now this application uses an authentication form. Okay, so we are trying to log in as an admin user. So the query is being used for validating is actually visible on your screen now. And after receiving the inputs from us, the web application login page sends the information to the database in this format. Okay. So now click on login. In the notification, click never. And you can see we are successfully logged in as the admin user in this website. Now we have the power of admin user on this banking website. Okay, so this is how you can use the power of SQL injection to bypass the login. In this video, you will learn how to detect SQL injection using Web Cruiser. So it is an application vulnerability scanning tool. It helps us to audit a web application for vulnerabilities that may exist. So here you can see the Web Cruiser folder. Let me open it. Now let's just run the application. Just double click. Okay, here it says it is a free edition, and on the left side select SQL injection. Now here in the URL text box type http 192.168.0.10/bwap sqli.php title ampersand action search. Now click on settings. Now here on the scanner tab, we will select scan obsolete backup files, this one, potential information leakage, and click on save and apply settings. Now click OK. Now you can see here scan site option. Okay, here in the right hand side of the page, just click on it. Okay, here you have to select OK. Now it is scanning. Now select a vulnerability, and when you click on it, you can see the information on this above pane. Okay, so it is the description of the vulnerability, and you can see it says the vulnerability shown in an obsolete backup which could allow information leakage. Okay, so this is how you can use this tool in order to find out the vulnerability in your website so that you can protect it. And there is one more website known as Fish Tank. So this website will help you to find out the website you are visiting is safe or not. So it is actually an anti-phishing website. Wireless networks are everywhere. So in this video you will learn about wireless networks. Wireless networks offer unparalleled user mobility as their key advantage. Unlike wired networks that confine users with cables, wireless networks empower users to stay connected while on the move within a specific range. Connecting to these networks is effortless for users, yet administrators face numerous considerations when installing, managing, and maintaining them. These responsibilities demand careful thought and attention to ensure a robust and reliable wireless network infrastructure. Now let's talk about advantages and disadvantages of wireless networks. So advantages. First, minimal wiring required. In a wireless network, the wireless part operates without the need for wiring. However, to connect to the broader local area network or the internet, a wireless access point must be linked to those networks, usually through cables. Mobility. No more cable limitations. Users can freely move around while staying connected through wireless technology. Extended connectivity. Wireless networks allow users to connect multiple devices without the restriction of one device per cable, unlike wired networks. This flexibility expands connectivity options for users. Cost effective. Wireless networks offer cost effectiveness by reducing the need for extensive cabled infrastructure, resulting in reduced investment requirements. Easy to manage. Wireless networks are highly manageable, often requiring minimal ongoing maintenance. Once set up, the primary task involves periodic password changes, making management a straightforward process. Now let's talk about disadvantages. First is security. While wireless networks offer convenience, weak encryption protocols can pose significant security threats. It's crucial to ensure robust encryption measures are in place to protect against unauthorized access and data breaches. Next is bandwidth. Wireless network bandwidth may be adequate for a limited number of devices, but as the device count increases, bandwidth limitations can arise. This can result in slower connection speeds and decreased network performance. Then comes upgrades. Upgrading a wireless network often involves replacing the wireless router and network interface cards in devices to ensure compatibility with the latest technologies and standards. This can incur additional cost and effort. Interference. Interference is a common issue in wireless networks, especially when operating at the 2.4 GHz frequency range. Household appliances like microwaves and cordless phones can interfere with the wireless signal, impacting network performance and stability. Careful channel selection and positioning of devices can help mitigate interference problems. Now let's see how we can crack WPA and WPA2 security protocol with aircrack-ng. Okay, so we have to follow these 8 steps. Okay, now first of all we need a physical wireless adapter, okay, which will be externally attached to our system because our main system is also connected with the internet. That's why our internal Wi-Fi adapter is of no use for us. Okay, so let's start with the first command, which is airmon-ng. So here is our Kali and let's try sudo airmon-ng, and you can see we have a physical device, okay, and interface is WLAN 0, that is wireless LAN 0, okay, and then we have the driver details and the chipset, that is company name and model. Okay, so our next step is we will use airmon-ng check kill. Okay, so sudo airmon-ng check kill, hit enter. See, it says we have killed this process because in future this process will interfere with our process of hacking wireless network, right? That's why it is very important to kill this process. Okay, so what next? Now we will start our WLAN 0 and put it in on monitor mode. Okay, so airmon-ng start and the name. So again airmon-ng start WLAN 0. Okay, WLAN 0 is our interface name. Hit enter and done. Okay, now its name changed to WLAN 0 mon. Okay, as we know that it is on monitor mode, so we will use WLAN 0 mon in our future commands. Okay, see, you can also check it using airmon-ng. Okay, so if we run airmon-ng again, you will see interface name is WLAN 0 mon. Okay, so next is aerodump-ng and then name. So aerodump-ng and then name, which is WLAN 0 mon. Again we will run this command using sudo powers. Okay, so here we will get a lot of details. Right now it is searching for all the available wireless networks. Okay, okay, so it is scanning all of them, right? So let's wait for it. Once completed, we will able to see a list of all the available devices which could be our target. Okay, so this time we are going to target Geo 5G. Okay, So let me stop the process using Control C. Okay. See, this is the MAC address of Geo 5G. So let's just copy this, and one more thing here, this station is connected to this router. Okay. So this is our next step. Okay. Again sudo arrow dump -ng -c, right? Okay. So channel number 2, this is the MAC address which we have copied, right? WPA3 is the file name. Now hit enter. Okay, so here we have the station which we are going to target. Okay, so let's just quickly open a new terminal and let's try the next command, which is air eplay. So sudo -ng, again same thing, -0 to mention the number of deauthentication packets, then -a would be our target. Okay, so this is the MAC address of our target router. Then comes the -c, C stands for client. This is the MAC address of the station or the client which is connected to our target router. Okay, just hit enter. So let me show you. See, we are continuously running this command. Okay, and at the same time we have opened a new terminal and we will run the deauthentication packets. So we have to enter. Okay, now see the MAC address, this is the MAC address of my main system. Okay, it is because when we get disconnected from the internet, we actually try to reconnect it. Okay, although this process is automatically, but to save time I will try to reconnect once disconnected. Okay, see, it says connecting. Okay, because we already got disconnected from our target Geo 5G. See, it says connecting. Okay, so let it connect. Okay, and you can see here a blank space. Okay, so we actually get WPA handshake. Okay, see, here we have got the WPA handshake, right? This is all we want. Now let me stop the attack because we already got the handshake file. Okay, so let's just do ls and let me show you what we got. So here you can see there are multiple files with the name WPA3 has been created, right? And here is one file .cap. Okay, so we are going to use this file when we try to crack the password. Again, we have a lot of password dictionaries here, but the one which we are going to use is this one, right? So let's see how we can crack the password of a router using a dictionary. So let's move on to next command, okay, which is the last one, which says aircrack -ng, right? So sudo aircrack -ng -a2 to crack the security protocol. Then comes -b. -b stands for BSSID, right? So paste the MAC address of the target router. Then comes the -w. Then we have to mention the path of word list. Here -w stands for word list, right? So again we have our word list with the name passwords.txt, and at last we have to mention the file name. Okay, this file name. Okay, so just copy and paste it here, right, and hit enter. See, we have got the password, right? So this is the real password of our target router. Now this password is a complex one, so it is not an easy task to crack this password using brute force attack. because we know that brute force attack will going to take a lot of time to crack these kinds of passwords. Okay, I am not saying that it is impossible to crack these kind of passwords using brute force attack, but it will going to take a lot of time. Okay, so that's why we prefer dictionary attack instead of brute force attack when it comes to crack the complex passwords, okay, and long passwords, right? So this is the complete process of cracking a Wi-Fi password using dictionary attack, okay, and these are the 8 important steps. Okay, actually these are 7, the one is repeated. Okay, just to check the name, which changes from WLAN 0 to WLAN 0 mon. Okay, so this is the correct sequence, and these are the total number of steps which we can use to crack WPA or WPA2 using aircrack-ng, which comes inbuilt with Kali. In this video, you will learn about encryption. Encryption is a process of encoding information in such a way that it becomes unreadable to unauthorized individuals. It provides a crucial layer of security for protecting sensitive data during transmission or storage. In encryption, the original information, known as plain text, is transformed using an algorithm and a unique key into an unintelligible form called ciphertext. The encryption process ensures that even if the ciphertext is intercepted, it cannot be deciphered without the corresponding decryption key. Encryption algorithms employ complex mathematical functions to scramble the data, making it extremely difficult for unauthorized parties to decrypt it without the correct key. There are two main types of encryption: symmetric key encryption and public key encryption. In symmetric key encryption, the same key is used for both encryption and decryption. It is a faster encryption method but requires a secure channel for exchanging the key. Public key encryption, on the other hand, uses a pair of keys, a public key for encryption and a private key for decryption. The public key is freely available, while the private key remains secret. Now let's see the practical of encryption. First, we will prepare our files and folders for encryption. And to prepare them, first let's open the command prompt. Let me increase the size. Now here on the C drive, we will create some files. Okay, so first of all, we will create a folder. So mkdir C colon backslash name of the folder, let's say files. Okay, see, there is no need to type C drive here because we are already inside C. Okay, but just in case if you are not, you have to type the complete path. So hit enter, and we have created a folder inside C drive with the name files. Now inside this files folder, we will create 2 text files. So for this we will use echo. Let's say this is the first file, okay, or a document, then the complete path. So files, name of it, let's say first demo dot text. Enter, and the file is now created. Again, let me repeat the command by using up arrow key from the keyboard, and let's edit this first demo, let's say with the name second demo. And also here this is the first file, so instead of it we will say this is the second file. Hit enter, and now we have to verify. So for this we will use dir and hit enter. You will able to see all the files and folders available on the C drive. Okay, so here you can see files folder, this one. Okay, now let's see what's inside this folder. So we will use dir, then C colon backslash files. Okay, so complete path here. Hit enter, and you can see it says you have first demo.txt and second demo.txt files. And to clear the screen, we will use CLS, hit enter. So we'll use CLS to clear the screen, okay. Now we are completely prepared for the encryption. Now in the next video, we will download a tool and we will use it for the purpose of encrypting our files and folders. In this video, you will learn how to use Crypt for Free tool in order to encrypt our files and folders. So let's open the tool. So let me type Crypt and you can see Crypt for Free tool. Okay, so now we have our tool. So here on the left hand side, we have to expand the C drive. Okay, now select the folder which we have created. Okay, this one. So just select it and simply click on encrypt. Here you can see it's asked for password. Okay, so we have to type the password. So let me use password. Okay, to confirm the password we have to type again. Done. Now simply click on this button which says encrypt now. Okay, here on the bottom section, this one, you can see the logging. Okay, it means it displays the log for the encryption process. Now let me open the files folder. Now let's open the folder which we have created. Okay, now here you can see the two key icons here. See the second number and the last one. These are actually the encrypted files. Okay, and you can see the original files are still there, the first one and the third one. So these are the original files. So in real world we have to delete these files in order to increase the security, because if a hacker gain access to this drive, then why it will open the encrypted file if it sees the original one in the plain text format. Okay, so in real world we will delete these files, but for now I have left it. Now if you try to open any file, let's say this one, okay, the first demo.txt file with a key icon, it asks for the password. Without password you cannot see the data. So let me type the password and click on decrypt. Okay, so here you can see it says file already exists. So don't worry, just click on yes. And you can see it says this is the first file, right? So this is how we can encrypt a folder or a file and then open it using a password and a free tool. In this video you will learn how to use a tool called hash calculator. So let me open the tool, hit enter, let me put it aside. Now let me open the notepad, hit enter. Okay, so let's type anything here. Let's say I am a hacker. So just save the file here on the desktop, give a file name, let's say demo, click on save. Now let's open one more notepad file and keep this file as a blank file. Okay, so we have one file with the data and another is the blank file. Now here on the tool, first of all make sure that the data format is selected to the file. Now here in the data field, either we can type the path or we can simply select the file. So let's browse the file. From here, select the desktop and select the demo file. Just open this file. Okay, now from here we can select any algorithm we want, but for now we will proceed with the default options. Simply click on calculate. Now let's copy this one, MD5 hash, to this blank file. Okay, so this is the hash for this file. Now let's add some data to this file. Let's say I am learning ethical hacking. Just save it using Ctrl S. Now let's come back to the hash calculator and click on calculate button again. Okay, so let me copy MD5 hash and let's paste it here. Now notice the difference between the two. This is the original hash and this is the hash after we have modified the file. Okay, and they both don't match, right? It means someone has intercepted and make changes to our file and the data we got is not the real one, right? Now let's delete this data. Save the file again. Click on calculate again. Let me copy this and paste it here. Notice the first one and the third one are identical. It means your data is untouched and whatever data you have got is the original one, right? So this way you can find whether the file you are receiving has been intercepted by any hacker or not. So you have learned how you can download and install Windows 10 and Kali Linux. Now it's time to learn about Metasploitable. So we have two versions, Metasploitable 2 and Metasploitable 3. So first we will proceed with the 2, version 2. So simply open your browser and type download Metasploitable 2. Now you will get two links, Rapid7, which is the official website, and then we have SourceForge. So you can proceed with any. Okay, so here we have Metasploitable Linux 2.0. Okay, so it is based on Linux. So just simply click on it and you can see it says your download will start shortly. Okay, now it's downloading. The total size is 825 MB. See, Metasploitable is an intentionally created vulnerable virtual machine. Okay, it comes with a lot of weakness so that we can practice our skills on it. Also, it is not a secure virtual machine, so make sure not to expose it publicly. As you can see here, it says Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine brought to you by Rapid7. First, we will proceed with the basics of Metasploitable and then slowly, as we progress in our course, we will go deep inside it. So let me pause the process so that download will complete. As you can see, around 40 seconds are left. Now you can see here I already have Metasploitable installed and running in my VirtualBox, but just for you I am downloading it again and I will install it again so that you know the complete process. Okay, so let me minimize this. So in this video you will learn about Metasploitable 2, and in the next video you will see how you can download and install Metasploitable version 3. Okay, so the very first thing is to extract the files. Okay, you can select extract all, or you can go for show more options, and then you can select extract to this folder, so that there is no need to create a separate folder. It will automatically create for you. So done. Now let's open it. So let's create a new virtual disk. So the name is Metasploitable 2. Okay, now there is no need to select the ISO image for now. We can do that later as well. Click on next. Let's proceed with 1 GB. 1 GB is sufficient. Okay, so click on next. Now here you have to select use an existing virtual hard disk file. Okay, and don't select the Windows 10. We will search for the other. Okay, click on add. Let's go to desktop, Metasploitable, this one. Select this file, click on open, choose it, done. Click on next. Okay, you can review the information, and at last click on finish. Now let's start the virtual machine. Make sure it is highlighted. Click on start. Powering up your virtual machine. Okay, so it's installing all the required services, and now it's asking for Metasploitable login, and you can read here it says login with MSF admin as the username and MSF admin as the password to get started. Okay, so let's do that. So MSF admin as the username, and again MSF admin as password. Okay, so now we have logged in with the standard user, but we need the powers of root to perform further practical. So first let's change the password of root, because we don't know the real password of the root user. So sudo passwd root, hit enter. Now MSF admin. Now enter the new Unix password. So let's try TOOR, that is the opposite of root. Password updated successfully. Now let's log in with the root user. So password is TOOR again, and done. You can see we have logged in with the root user, and the $sign has now changed to the hash, which means you are logged in with the super user. Now you have all the powers to perform anything you want inside this system, right? Now the very basic command for Metasploitable is shutdown. Okay, suppose I use shutdown space 1. It means shut down the system in 1 minute. If you want to reboot the system, you can simply add -r here. Okay, if I hit enter, system will reboot after 1 minute. Okay, and if I hit enter now, the system will simply going to power off in 1 minute. As you can see, the system is going down for maintenance in 1 minute, right? So first just download Metasploitable, install it inside VirtualBox, or you can also use VMware. Okay, VMware PlayStation, right? But I prefer VirtualBox. And once completed, change the password of root user, log in with root, and if you want, you can try the reboot command as well. Now let's see how you can download Metasploitable 3. Just open your browser and type download Metasploitable 3. Now open the first link, that is github.com, or you can visit their official website, that is rapid7.com, and then this website will redirect you to GitHub again. Okay, see, it says Metasploit table 3 can be found as a GitHub repository here. So it has redirected us to the same link that we have got at the very first result, this one. Okay, both are same. Now here, either you can copy paste this URL in order to download this, or you can simply click on download zip. Okay, once you click on it, the download will start. Okay, for now let me cancel it. Okay, once downloaded, you can unzip the zip folder and just double click on the .ova file and it will open Metasploit table 3 in VirtualBox, right? As we have done for Metasploit table 2, the process will be same. Now let's talk about honeypots. Honeypots are sweet traps for hackers. Okay, so we create honeypots to catch hackers, right? So honeypots are security mechanism to attract and catch hackers, right? So basically honeypots are of two types: production honeypots and research honeypots. Okay, so what's the difference between the two? See, production honeypots are of low cost, okay, and are easy to maintain or easy to handle and are generally used by organizations, right? On the other hand, research honeypots are quite expensive and are difficult to handle, right? And are used by government organizations and for military operations. Okay, so these are the difference between the two. So production honeypots are generally used inside the network. For example, there is a system, then there is another system, then there is production honeypots, and then other systems, right? Then they are connected to router, which is connected to firewall, and then internet. Okay, so this is the basic structure of production honeypots. Okay, these are used internally and will monitor if any system tries to gain access to other system without permission, right? Or if someone tries to hack into another system internally. Okay, but on the other hand, for research honeypots, there are systems connected to other systems which are connected to router, which is connected to firewall. Okay, and now here we will deploy research honeypots and then we will connect to internet. So if someone tries to break into this, they first have to go through research honeypots. Okay, so it will automatically detect, alert them, and can also fight back against black hat hackers, right? So this is the basic difference between the two. Now we will going to use a tool called Pentbox tool. Okay, it is not present in Kali, so you have to download this from this link using git clone. Okay, so this is the link to download Pentbox tool. Okay, so before proceeding to the next lecture, make sure to download this in your Kali. Hello everyone and welcome to Website Hacking Complete course. In this course, you will learn how to perform website penetration testing in order to find out the weakness in a website. Okay, weakness or loopholes, or should I say vulnerability. The correct word is vulnerability. So we will perform penetration testing to find out the vulnerability inside a website so that we can make some changes in order to protect our website from hackers. So first you will learn about the different attacks, how to perform them, and then you will also learn how to protect your website from those attacks. So let me show you the names of the attacks that we are going to perform in this course. So first is simple SQL injection. Then you will learn about advanced SQL injection. Then comes remote file inclusion, then local file inclusion. Fifth is cross-site scripting. Then we have cookie stealing. Next is session hijacking. Then comes parameter tampering. Then you will learn about shell injection, and at last you will learn about remote code execution. Okay, so mainly our course is based on these 10 attacks. Okay, so you will learn what are these attacks, how to perform them, and how to protect your website from these attacks. So if you know about programming, that's a good thing, but if you don't, then don't worry. I will teach you as and when required in this course itself. So before we move towards the second part, you must have a software called XAMPP. XAMPP. Okay, you need this tool. So in the next video, I will show you what is the importance of this tool, how to download and install it. In this video, you will learn how to download and install XAMPP. So open your browser and type XAMPP. Open the first link which says apachefriends.org. This is the official website to download XAMPP. Or you can click on this link. Okay. This link will direct you to the downloads page. Okay. Now it says XAMPP for Windows, XAMPP for Linux, XAMPP for OS X. Okay. So for now we will proceed with XAMPP for Windows, and you can download any version you want. Okay. All the versions are 64-bit. So download any one. Okay. So let me download the first one. So click on download button, and the downloading will start automatically. Okay, so it's asking for a location on your system. So let's say we want to download it on desktop. So click on save, and we have got the installer. Okay, so let it download first. It's still downloading. Now let's install XAMPP. So double click on it. Here it says welcome to the XAMPP setup wizard. Click on next. Leave all the options to default and simply click on next. Here you can select the location where you want to install XAMPP. So I will proceed with the default location, that is inside C drive. Click on next. Language would be English. Click on next. Okay, so setup is now ready to begin installing. So again next, and let's wait. For those who don't know about XAMPP, it is a free and open source. XAMPP helps developers to create and test websites locally on their own system. So after installing XAMPP, our system will act as a web server. So we can host websites locally on our own system. As you can see here, XAMPP stands for X means operating system. Then A means Apache. Apache is a web server in Linux, and it is widely used web server around the world. Then M stands for MySQL. Then P for PHP, and last P is for Perl. Now it says Windows Defender Firewall has blocked some features of this app. So just check these boxes because we want to allow these features, and select allow access. And that's it. So this is how you can download and install XAMPP. So if you want to start the control panel, simply click on finish. And this is the interface for XAMPP. Before we move towards the practical part, you must understand what is a web server or a website and how to access it. So first let's understand what is server. So server is a computer that hosts a website. Okay, so there are two computers, one is client and the other is server. So suppose whenever we try to access a website, let's say facebook.com. Okay, so we are trying to access this website. So we are client. Our computer system will acting as a client. And the another computer which hosts facebook.com is a server. Okay, so server is getting accessed by a client. So server is a machine. So whenever we install a software, let's say Apache, it will make our system a web server. Okay, web server means anyone from anywhere in the world can access your website. Okay, so as soon as we install Apache in our system, it will create a folder in our system, and inside that folder we can host our website. Okay, so whenever someone is trying to access our system by entering the IP address, data from this folder will be accessed. Okay, so whenever we connect our system, our server with the internet, we get the IP address. And if someone type that IP address from anywhere in the world, it will get access to this website folder, okay, or this website content. So these are client and server. Now, a website is divided into three parts: front end, back end, and database. Okay, so what is front end? Whenever we open any website, the web page which we are able to see is a part of front end. So this is known as front end. Okay, the text, the looks, design, color, etc. This is front end. Okay, so how you can create a front end? We can use HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, etc. Okay, and when we enter username and password and click on login, it will be sent to the server, and server will host a script which will take this username and password and will try to match username and password with the correct username and password stored inside the database of that particular system. Okay, so we need database. For this we use MySQL. For backend, we use languages like PHP, Python, Java, etc. So a website is consist of these three important things, right? So as you know, we have installed XAMPP. So XAMPP will provide us all these things together. Okay, so XAMPP will provide us Apache, MySQL, PHP, etc. Okay, so we need front end, backend, and database. Database is actually a collection of tables, and tables consist of rows and columns. And a typical table would be like serial number, username, and password. So whenever we enter username and password on the front end and click on login, it will be sent to the server, and the script will take that username and password and will try to match those username and password with the username and password consist here in the database. And if the username and password match, it will give you the access, and if not, it will give you an error that username and password is incorrect, right? In the previous video, I told you about web server. So we install Apache on our system to make our system to act as a server. Okay, and Apache will create a folder, and inside this folder we will host our website. Okay, so whenever someone enter our computer address, this website will open. Okay, but how many of you remember the IP address? Like you access facebook.com, instagram.com on daily basis, but how many of you remember the IP address? So as a human being, it is hard to remember the IP address of each and every website, but it is very easy to remember the name. So what we can do is, first we can connect our system to the internet so that we can get the IP address, that is public IP. Then we can buy a domain name. Okay, there are many service provider. We can buy domain name from any of them. For example, GoDaddy. So suppose we buy a domain name, let's say anything.com. Okay, and then we will connect our IP address to this domain name, so that when someone type anything.com, this website gets opened. Okay, so instead of IP, we can connect this to a domain name, right? So whenever we type google.com, then DNS server will actually convert it to the IP address, okay, associated IP address, and then with the help of IP address it will reach to the computer system where google.com is hosted. Okay, so let's see how we can create a simple web page inside the folder created by Apache. So first open this PC or my computer, then open the C drive, and here you can see XAMPP. Okay, inside XAMPP we have a folder called htdocs, this one. Okay, so htdocs is the folder created by Apache, right? Now here we can create our own web page. So first let me remove this content and let's give it a name. Let's say backup. Done. Now what you can do is, let me delete it first. Just open the notepad and let's say this is a sample page. Okay, and now let's save it as, go to this PC, C drive, XAMPP and htdocs. Okay, so let's give it a name. Let's say web page or website 1. Okay, now here you can see a lot of files, so all files, and here website1.html. just save it and let me open the browser, and here let's type the IP address. I know my IP address, so 192.168.0.9 slash website1, and let's wait. Here in the htdocs you can see that we have created a web page, so double click on it and you can see the content. But when we typed the IP address, so this web page is not opening. It has giving an error, this site can't be reached. It is so because whenever you restart your PC you must run XAMPP, okay, each and every time. Okay, so first let's just run XAMPP. Here we need Apache and MySQL, so just click on start, allow access, and you can see our website is opened. Now instead of typing IP address we can also use localhost here. So localhost slash website1.html, or you can also type the localhost IP, which is 127.0.0.1. okay, same thing. We are able to accessing this website using localhost because we have hosted our website on our own machine, right? So let's start with our first attack, which is simple SQL injection. Okay, so first let me perform this attack on a live website, just to show you how easy it is to hack a website if that website has this vulnerability. Okay, so here in the URL let me type in URL, which means inside URL we are looking for login.asp, okay, login page, and let's say site colon pk. Okay, pk stands for Pakistan. So here we have a list of all the websites, so let me open this one. Okay, here it says user type, so let's try to log in as the administrator user, and let's say John, and password will be john@123. Just click on sign in, and you can see it says authentication failed, okay, because this is not the correct username and password for the administrator user, right? So let's act as administrator and let me create a simple SQL injection. So 0 single quote or single quote 1 is equal to again single quote 1. Okay, just copy and paste it as a password as well. Okay, same thing for username and password. So let me paste it here so that you can understand it. So this is a very simple SQL injection. Okay, now click on sign in and you can see it says welcome administrator. Now you can also change the password for the admin user, right? But it is not a good idea to do this. So just click on logout. It is our duty to protect this website. So if you found any vulnerability on any website, just send an email to the administrator and tell him about this weakness. Now, this is the problem with the developer. Okay, there is a weakness in the developer's code. That's why we are able to perform this simple SQL injection attack on this website. So we will create a login page on our own. Okay, and we look into the coding part, that which part of the code has this weakness and how to remove it. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to create a login page, and as you know, a website is consist of front end, back end and database. So first we will create front end and then we will create back end, and at last we have a database, and database will consist of a table with the valid username and passwords. Okay, so whenever any user enter username and password and click on login, that username and password will be sent to a backend script. So we will also create that script from scratch. Okay, and then we will create a table as well. So everything we are going to perform on our own. Now let's create the front end. So in front end we will create 3 fields. Okay, so one text box for username, another text box for password, and then we will create a button. Okay, a submit button, right? So to perform this, let me first open the htdocs folder. So C drive, XAMPP, htdocs. Okay, just remove the old one and let's create a blank file. So go to file, save as. Inside htdocs folder we will store it as, let's say, login.php. Okay, we are using PHP, so we will use extension .php, and we are creating a login page. So login.php, here select all files, save it. Okay, so now you can see we have login.php file. So let me close this notepad, right click, show more options and select edit with notepad++. See, you can use any editor you want, but notepad++ would be convenient. So I am using notepad++. If you don't have it, just download it from the internet. Okay, so we will code here, right? So to create a fields we will use HTML. So let me use input tag. So input type text. Okay, double quotes, bracket close, hit enter. Just save the file, click on the save icon. Let me open the browser. Here type localhost and open login.php, and you can see one field here. Okay, a text box. Switch back to notepad++. Now let's create one more. So input type is equal to, this time we will say password. Okay, click on save. Switch back to browser, reload the web page, and you can see two fields here. But these two fields are different. Here you can type username like Harry, and in the password if you type Harry, you can't see it. Okay, why? Because this is the password field and password is not visible, right? That's why we are defining here the type, text type and password type. So the system will know. Then we will create a submit. So input type is equal to submit, bracket close, save it, go to web browser and reload the web page. Okay, so we have username, password and submit, but you can see all these three things are in the same line. Okay, so let's change the design. We will simply use the break tag, so br and again br. Okay, just save the file, switch to browser, reload. Okay, now we are good to go, right? So we have username, password and submit. See, there can be multiple, any number of fields or text boxes on a login page. For example, if you want to log in, you need separate space like username, password and submit. If you want to create an account, you have to fill multiple fields like username, email address, date of birth, gender, etc. Right? So to define that this one is a separate field or sign up form is a different thing. We will define them as forms. Okay, so the one we are using is a form in itself. Okay, it's a single form, so we will use form here. Let's close the form. Okay, now when there are so many number of fields, it is not an easy task to differentiate them. Okay, so we will give a unique name to each text box, okay, each field. So let's say here we will give it a name user. Okay, because this is the username text box, so user. Then the same thing for password, so name is equal to, let's say, pass. So we are actually assigning a unique name to that particular field. Let me show you when it is useful. So let me type username Harry and password, let's say Harry. Click on submit and you can see here in the URL bar it says user field has the value as Harry and password field has the value Harry. Okay, now it is a security issue, I know. We will cover this in the next lesson, but for now let's understand this. Whenever you enter username and password and click on submit, this data is sent to the backend, right? And the script at the backend will receive the data for further processing. Okay, so first let's define that where you want to send this data. Okay, so we have to explain action. Okay, what action we want to perform. So send this data to, let's say, verify.php. Okay, this is the script name. Okay, backend script. So verify.php. Let me save the file, reload. So let's type Harry and again Harry. Click on submit. You will receive an error. Why? Because we have not created verify.php yet. That's why it says that the requested URL was not found on this server, right? So in the next lesson, we will see how we can create verify.php and what are the get and post methods. In the previous video, you have seen that whenever we try to log in with username and password, let's say John and John@123, and when we click on submit, it will try to send these values, both user and password values, to the backend script. Okay, and the script is not ready yet, That's why we are seeing error here. Okay, so to transfer the values, there are two methods. One is get and another is post. So by default, it will use get method. Okay, so in get method, you will able to see the values here in the URL itself, which is a security issue. So let's use post method. Here simply type method is equal to post. That's it. Save the file, reload. Now let me type the password again. Let's say John. Click on submit, and you can see you are not able to view the values here in the URL bar. Okay, so this is why it is important to use post method. So just define the method as post and your job is done. So now we are ready with the front end for our login page. Now it's time to move to the back end. So let's create a script verify.php using PHP language. In this video, you will learn how to create the backend script with the name verify.php. So first, let me open the htdocs folder. So C drive, XAMPP, htdocs. Now just simply copy and paste, and let's just rename this file with verify. Open with Notepad++. Okay, so here is our login.php and here we have verify.php. So let me just remove this. See, whenever you want to write in PHP, it will open like this, bracket open, question mark, PHP, then enter, enter, enter. To close it, we will use question mark, bracket close. Now, between these 2 points, we will write our script. Okay. So as you know that whenever we type username and password and click on submit button, it will send these values to verify.php using post method. So the same way we will receive the values using post method here in verify.php. Okay, so for this we will use $post. Remember one thing, these things are case sensitive. Here we will receive the user value, and here the same thing, post, we will receive the password values. Okay, remember we have assigned the unique name, user and pass, so we will enter the same thing here. Okay, so now our script is ready to receive the values. Okay, so let's just try to print these values. So we will use echo. If we want to print the values, we will use echo here in the PHP. Okay, same thing for pass. Okay, now click on save. Open localhost, login.php, username is hacker and password is hacker@123. Click on submit, and you will able to see the username and password here because we have used echo. Okay, so it is receiving the values and then print it. Now let's talk about variables. What is variable? You can assume variable as a container. So you can change whatever you put inside the container, but you cannot change the container itself. For example, consider a water bottle. Okay, a bottle as a container. Okay, so bottle is a variable which is fixed. Now if you put water inside that bottle, it will become water bottle. So water is the value. So you can change water with the fruit juice. So bottle remain the same, but instead of water, you have replaced it with the fruit juice. So variable is fixed, but the value inside a variable may change. So let's see how to create a variable. See, it is very simple. Just use the dollar sign and give the name, any name you want, and then put a value. That's it. Okay. So dollar name is a variable and 1 is the value. Okay. So let's put these values inside variables. So remove echo, dollar sign, username is equal to this. Now it's a value which we are putting inside username variable. Now the same way we will create the password variable. Okay, done. That's it. So this is how you can create variables and store value inside it. Click on save and done. Okay. So now we have created the front end and the back end script, and it's time to create the database. In this video, you will learn how to create a new database and a table inside that newly created database. So as you know that I told you, when we install XAMPP on our system, it will also install Apache web server and MySQL database server. So using that database server, we will create a new database. So to access it, we will use localhost/php myadmin. So this is the interface for our database server. Here on the left side, you will see the inbuilt database, okay, the already created database list. But we want to create a new database. For that, go to databases, give a database name, let's say practical 1, and click on create. Okay, here you can see in the list a new database is added. Okay, so to select that database, simply click on it and it will open. Right, now we will create a table inside the newly created database. So it asks you for table name, let's say users, and number of columns. So let's say 3. We will create 3 columns inside users table. Number 1 for serial number, or we can call it as ID column. Second is for username and third is for password. Simply click on create and done. Okay. Now we have to provide some additional information like name of all 3 columns. Okay. Then type of the columns, etc. So the name is ID, here username, and then password. So these are the column names. Then it asks for a type. Okay, it says which type of column is this, okay, or what kind of data will you allow for this particular column. So for ID we are using serial number like 1 2 3 4 5. So these are integers. Okay, so leave it to the int, that is integer. Then we have username. Username could be anything, okay, characters, special, etc. So here we will select varchar, okay, variable characters. Then we have password. So again varchar. Now it asks for the length, the maximum length allowed. So for ID it could be, let's say, up to 100. Okay, or it is not required to enter here in ID anything, because the serial number will be generated automatically. Okay, if you want to generate serial number automatically, we will select this option AI. Okay, just check this box. Now for username we will allow the maximum 100 characters only, and for password let's say 30, or let's say 35. Okay, so the maximum number of length or characters allowed is 100 for username and 35 for password. See, we are assigning here the length just to save the storage, okay, unnecessary storage. Now here you can see primary is returned. Okay, so what does it mean? Whenever we create a new row, a new ID will be assigned, like 1 2 3 4 5. Suppose for any reason if I delete the fifth row, the row number 5, okay, and I will create a new row later on, so the system will assign the new row ID 6, okay, instead of 5. It means ID is unique and cannot be copied. Okay, so once fifth row is deleted, number 5 is gone only if this is set to primary. So this is enough. Now click on save and done. So we have created a new table inside practical 1 database with 3 columns. Now we will put some data inside the table. So we have users table, and to insert the data we will go to the insert. Okay, so here we have ID and then null value. Here it's asking for username, that is varchar. So here we have to type the username, let's say John, and the password will be John@123. Okay, let's create one more user. So this time Harry, and password is Harry@123. Okay, click on table name again and you can see that we have created username and password. Now the next thing is to connect the backend script to this database, because in real world web server is running on a different machine and database server has a different system. Okay, so to connect it, first let me open the script. So C drive XAMPP htdocs and then verify.php, open with notepad++. Okay, so to make a connection we will use mysqli connect. Okay, so we are actually making a connection between our backend script verify.php with the newly created database. Now we have to fill out some details like the address of the database server. In our case we are using localhost for both web server and database server, comma, then the username, which is root. Root is the default username for our database server, and then we have to mention the password. In our case we don't have any, so just leave it blank, but in real world you have the password because it is very important to protect our database. And at last we have to mention the database name, because once it connects to the database server, how does this script know that which database to access? So our database name is practical1. Okay, now close the bracket, semicolon. So this is how we can make a connection between backend script and our database. So let me assign it a connection name. So let's say con for connection. Okay, so this is our connection name. Save the file. Okay, so for those who don't know anything about MySQL, let me show you some basic queries. In this video you will learn about some basic SQL queries. So suppose we have a table users, and then we have 3 columns, that is ID, username and password. Okay, so ID 1 2 3, then we have username, let's say John, and then password hacker@123, then we have Harry and password Harry@123, and then third user, let's say hacker, and password is anything. Okay, so this is the basic table we have in our database. So this table has 3 columns, ID, username, password, and 3 rows. Okay, So now we will run the SQL query. Okay, SQL is structured query language. So SQL query, or you can call it as command. So let's see how to run it. So select password from users. So we are asking to select the password column, this one. So it will going to select all these passwords, okay, the complete password column from users table, because we know that a single database has multiple tables. Okay, so we have to specify the table name. So from users table, select the password column. Okay, where now we are putting the condition where username is equal to, let's say, John. Okay, so we are asking where username, we are putting a condition where username is John. So tell me the password of username John from users table, right? So the output will be this, hacker@123. Okay, now let's say password comma ID. Okay, this time we are trying to get two results for John. So give me password and ID from users table where username is John. So we will receive the output hacker@123 and ID is equal to 1. We will receive two outputs. Okay, now you can change the condition as well. Okay, if you type here where ID is equal to, so now this time we will receive the output as ID is 2 and password is Harry@123. We will receive these two outputs. Okay, but if you want to get the complete details of a row, so you can do is select star. Star means all. Select star from users. So select all the data from users table. Okay, but where we are putting a condition ID is equal to 2. So we will get the output this, ID 2, username Harry and password Harry@123. Okay, because we are asking star, it means all the information which satisfy the condition. Now let's add one more condition. Let's say username is equal to hacker. Now this time you will not receive any output. The output is blank. Why? Because we are putting two conditions here. Where ID is equal to 2, it means this one, and username is hacker. Okay, which is not true. We use and, it means only if both conditions satisfied, condition 1 will be true and condition 2 will also be true, only then we will receive the output. Okay, so this time we will not get any output because this condition is false. And means both condition will be true. Okay, if you want to satisfy only one condition, then you can use or here, either condition 1 or condition 2 will be true, right? So these are the basic SQL queries. So now let's move to the script. Okay, so now we will perform the script, the query or the command here. So we will say select star from users. Users is the name, where username is equal to, okay, this username is from our table. Okay, let me show you this table. Okay, this column name. Okay, so what is username? The username which we receive from the front end. Okay, this one, as we know that we have stored it under a variable, so let me just copy and paste it here like this. Okay, so whatever username we receive, paste it here. and password is equal to which password? This word represents this column name, this password column name. Okay, what password? The password we receive from the front end. So just copy this, the name of the variable, and paste it here. Okay, so we are asking for the information only when the username is this, whatever we receive, and password is this. If this condition matches, only then we will receive the output. See, this is a SQL query, so we can't run it directly, okay, because we are using PHP here. So we will store its value $SQL, put it under double quotes, and now we will run this query with the help of this connection. Okay, the connection we made using these details. So my SQLi query, we want to run this query using this connection. Okay, so we had to give the connection name, so $con comma the query name, which is $SQL semicolon. Done. Now when we will execute this, we will store the execution or the result or the output in a variable. So let's say res. Okay, so we will store the output inside this variable. So what kind of output we can expect? The execution consists of how much time this query took to execute in total, what kind of outputs we got, etc. Okay, but we don't want that complete output. We just want to focus on the number of rows. Okay, so for this we will use mysqli num rows. Okay, number of rows from the output. So just give me the number of rows we received in the output. Okay, we don't want all the outputs. And again we will store it inside a variable. Okay, so count is the variable for this, and after that we can use echo count. It means print the result. Save the file. Let's open the login page. So localhost login.php. Let's give it a name. Let's say John @123. Click on submit, and you can see the output is 1. Let's put some wrong information here, like the user is ABC and the password is abc@123, and let's see 0. It means no rows found with this username and password in our database. So our script is working. So let me remove this, and now let's put a condition that if count is greater than 0, then print welcome user semicolon close, else echo username or password not found. Okay, so we are asking our script to check whether the output we got is greater than 0. It means number of rows is greater than 0. If it is 1, it means username and password is correct. Okay, so print a message welcome user, and if it is false, then print this message. Okay, so save the file. Let's open localhost login PHP. So let's try Harry @123. Click on submit, and you can see welcome user. Okay, why? Because username and password is stored in the database matches with the username and password that we have provided. Okay, So let's put some wrong information here like hacker and the password hacker. Click on submit and you can see username or password not found. It means everything is working, whatever we have built yet. Now in the next video, we will test if this code is secure from SQL injection or not. Now that we have created the front end, back end and database, so we will find out if our code is secure from SQL injection attacks or not. So let's perform an SQL injection attack on our own login page. So localhost login.php and 0 or 1 is equal to 1. Let me copy and paste the same thing. Click on submit and you can see it says welcome user. It means our code is not a secure one. Okay, it looks like a secure code, but it is not. Why? Let's find out. See, these two variables will store whatever output we receive from the front end. Okay, then it will establish a connection with the database. Then it will run this query. Okay, and if the number of rows is greater than 0, then we will see a message welcome user, right? So how it is possible that in our case we have not provided the correct username and password, still we managed to get the access? Why? So first let me copy the username and password. It means this variable is getting this as a username. Okay, and the same thing for password. Okay, when executing the query, it will take this variable value. Okay, and right now this variable is consisting this value. So let me replace this with the real one. Okay, and the same thing for password. Okay, whatever store inside these two variables will execute in the query as well. Okay, so what we are asking, we are saying select star from users. It means select all the data from users table, and now we are putting a condition where username is. Okay, where username is 0. So first this part will execute. So the query will go to the database and the users table and then username column to find out if 0 exists as a username. No, there is no user with the 0 name. It means the condition is false. But here is a catch. We have put one more condition. We have used or 1 is equal to 1, and this condition is true because we know that 1 is equal to 1. This condition is true. So we are saying that either this or this condition is true. It means any one condition is true. Give the username as a correct username. Okay, and then we have used and. The same thing for password. First it will execute this part and it says this condition is false. But after that we have used or 1 is equal to 1. Now this condition is again true. So true and true is equal to true, right? Simple logic. So that's why we are able to get the access and we will able to see this message which says welcome user. So it is the vulnerability in our code. So let's see how to fix this. In the previous video you have seen that when we perform SQL injection attack, we will able to get the access to our login page. Okay, and we have also looked at the coding part, that why it is happening. Okay, so how does these things work in the backend script? See, when we make these conditions true by using SQL injection attack, we have also asked for select star from users table. Star means all the data. So if you have a look on our data, so localhost php myadmin and select our database and then the users table. Here you can see that select star means if the condition is true, give us the number of rows. So here we have 2 rows. Okay, so whenever we perform SQL injection attack, we will get 2 rows. Okay, number of rows is 2, which is greater than 0. Okay, that's why we are able to get login access. Okay, but you must know that your username must be unique in the world. Suppose you have taken a username, let's say Harry123 for your Facebook account. Now this username is unique and no other person in the world can create same user account with this username. Okay, because it is already taken, right? So whenever real user try to log in with username and password, the condition will be true and the number of rows will only be counted as 1. Okay, so here instead of greater than we will say is equal to 1. Okay, allow access only if we get the number of rows 1 as the output. Okay, so now in this case we are not able to perform SQL injection attack. Why? Because select star if condition is true will lead to all the rows get selected. Okay, and we will get the 1 as the output only when we log in with the real username and password, right? So let me delete these things and let's correct our code. Done. Okay, so instead of greater than we will use is equal to. Okay, it means strictly restricted number of rows equal to 1. Save the file. Let's go to our login page again. See, you can create your own SQL injection. It is not mandatory to use 0 or 1. You can also use anything. Let's say A or B is equal to B. This condition is also true. This is also an example of SQL injection, but this time we will not able to get the access. Okay, why? Because of these changes. Instead of greater than we will say restrict it to 1 only, right? Now our login page is secure from the simple SQL injection attack. Now that you know our login page is secure from simple SQL injection attack, so let's perform some more attacks. So here 1 is equal to 1. So just copy and paste this and click on submit and you can see we are unable to log in. So what we can do is just add single quote and type limit 1 semicolon hash and click on submit and you can see this time we got the login. Okay, so why? Let me copy this. You can see this is our code. Okay, so in username we have used this. It means the same thing will be assigned here as well. So the query becomes select star from users where username is this. See, to end a code we use semicolon, right? The same way we have used semicolon here. It means username is true. Why? Because 1 is equal to 1 as per our simple SQL injection, right? So this query becomes true. Then we have said limit 1. It means limit the output to only 1. So as an output we will get only 1 row. So 1 is equal to 1. So the condition is true. And then we have used semicolon to end the query. It means now the query will run up to this only. Okay, and further we have used hash. We used hash for commenting purposes. It means PHP will think that whatever comes after hash is just a normal text. Okay, and it couldn't be executed. right? So whatever we type after hash doesn't affect the output, right? So we have ended the query and we have limited the output to 1. It means we have made this condition true, and that's why we are able to get the access, right? Now suppose this time you know the username but not the password. So let's see if we manage to get the access. So let me undo these changes. Let's go to our login page. So as you know, we have Harry user. So Harry single quote semicolon hash. Now in the password type anything, okay, any wrong password, and click on submit, and you can see we have logged in. Why? Again the same logic here. After Harry we have used semicolon, okay, here. So Harry single quote semicolon and then hash, right? It means username is Harry, which is true because in our database we have two users, John and Harry. So username is correct. So this condition is true, and then we have ended the query. Okay, so the output will obviously 1 because username is unique, right? So we have got the 1 row as the output. So again this condition is true. That's why we are able to see this message and we have got the login, right? Now after hash, it doesn't matter whatever you type, whether it is a correct password or incorrect password. So now let's learn how to secure this. So we have to perform username and password hashing. In this video, you will learn about username and password hashing. As you know that we have stored username and password in the plain text in our database, okay, which is not secure. So we will convert these username and passwords into hash. As you all know that hash is a one-way encryption and cannot be read by humans, okay. So let's see how to convert it into hash. So we will use PHP. You can use any online hash converter. There are many available for free. So here, let me copy this, paste it here, rename as hash.php. Now let's open it with Notepad++. So PHP so string is equal to MD5. See, MD5 is an algorithm we use to convert a plain text into a hash. You can use any MD4, etc., SHA. Okay, there are many. And so whatever we put here will go inside this variable. Okay, and we want to convert this string value in hash, semicolon, and let's print it. So echo. Okay, so we have two users, Harry and John. So first let's try this with John. Save it here, open localhost and open hash, and you can see we no longer see John here. Instead we will see its hash values. So just copy this and go to edit. Instead of John we use hash. Okay, the same thing for password. Let me copy this here, replace John with the password, save it, and now here just reload the page and you can see a new hash. So paste it here and click on go. Done. Now the same process for another user. So Harry, copy hash, paste here, and now for the password, save the file, reload, copy and paste. Done. So now by looking at these values, no one can guess the correct username and password. Okay, as you know, hash is a one-way encryption, right? Now that you know our login page is secure, let's try to log in with the real username and password. So Harry, and password is Harry@123. Click on submit and you can see username or password not found. Why? Because the username and password that we have provided is in plain text format. So it will receive by this script like this, Harry and Harry@123, and the same thing will go here in the script, right? So script will try to match these characters with the password stored in the database. And as you know, we have stored username and password in the form of hash and not in plain text. So we have to convert these username and passwords into hash. So for this, we will use the same algorithm, that is MD5. Okay, MD5 and then brackets. So as soon as this script receives username, it will first convert it into hash using MD5 algorithm, and then it will send it to the query. And the same thing for password. So MD5, store the password inside brackets. Okay, that's it. So first our script will receive the username and password, and next step is to convert them into hashes, and then these hashes will be sent to this script. Okay, now script will use these hashes and try to match it with the hashes stored in the database, and if the hash value matches, then it means the username and password is correct and you will get the access, right? So let me save it. Now let's try to log in again with correct username and password. Click on submit and you can see it says welcome user, right? Now you can also try the another user, John, and again the password John@123. Done. Okay, so now our login page is fully secured from SQL injection attacks. Our next topic is cookie stealing or session hijacking. First, let's understand what is cookie and what is session. First, we will understand the concept and then we will move towards the practical part. So let's start with cookies. Okay. So you have noticed one thing, that whenever you open any website for the first time, it will take some time to load. But when you reopen the same website for second, third and many times, you can see the loading speed is much faster when compared to the time whenever you open it for the very first time. And it is happened because of cookies, because cookies stored information like images, script, credentials, session, etc. So you can consider cookie as a category, a broad category. Okay, and session is a small part of it. You can consider session as a file. Okay, so suppose you want to try to log in to the facebook.com and you have entered your correct username and password and click on login button. Then the Facebook server will send some values to your PC. So consider it as a file. So Facebook server will send a file to your PC and it will continuously check if the file still exists in your PC. So it is actually an active session. And when you click on logout button, that file will automatically gets deleted from your system. So whenever Facebook server try to connect with that file, it will found that the file is no longer exist. then server will know that you have logged out from the session. Okay, so suppose Harry has logged in to the Facebook. Okay, and Facebook server has sent a file to his PC, but somehow John, which is a hacker, succeed in stealing that file. Okay, steal that file and will inject this file into his own system, okay, or particularly browser. So John will inject the stolen file into his own browser, okay, and will try to open facebook.com. Now Facebook server will check for that file and directly open the account without asking for username and password. So it is actually a weakness that just by checking this session file, the server will grant you the access without asking for username and password for the second time, right? So this is known as session hijacking. So when we log in, let's say Harry and then Harry@123, you can see we receive a message, welcome user, okay? But still here in the URL bar, we are on our backend script. This message is written inside our backend script, right? But in the real world, when you try to log into a website, let's say facebook.com, and you enter correct username and password, you will directly land on the home page of your profile. Okay, so let's do the same thing here. So here we are actually printing a message, right? But now we will redirect the user to home page. So for this we will use header and then location home.php bracket close semicolon. Save the file. Now let's go back, reload and log in again. Submit. You can see it says not found, but it is redirecting the user to home page. Okay, we are receiving this error because we have not created the home page yet. So let's create the home page. So here we have login.php, so just copy and paste it and rename, so home.php. Edit with notepad++. So let's create a HTML page. And let's type a message, welcome user. Save the file, go back, reload. Now you can see we are on the home page, right? But here in our coding there is a fault. And what was that? See, in real world, when you are already logged in, let's say you are logged into your Facebook profile, and when you click on the back button here, or if you type facebook.com and hit enter, you will directly land on your home page again and again, but you are unable to go to the login page, right? So if you want to go to the login page, you must log out from the current session. This is the only option, right? But here in our case, we are able to go to the login page. Okay, and if here in the URL, if I type, let's say home.php, you can see we are directly land on the welcome page, okay, without username and password. So what is the use of login page here? So it's a fault in our coding. So let's see how to improve it. In the previous video, you have seen that we have an issue with our login process. So whenever we try to switch between login.php and home.php, we are able to do that without any username or password. Now in this video, you will learn how to solve it. So to solve it, let me go to the coding part. Here in the verify.php, in order to start a session in PHP, we have to use session start semicolon, right? Now you can consider session as a variable and you can store any value inside it, okay? But it is a special variable. So what is the difference between a normal variable that is like this one and a special variable like session? A normal variable cannot be used on another page. For example, if we have $username, we can't use the same variable here in HTML. Okay, if I use it here echo space username, it will not going to print it, right? But in special variable, we can create it on a single page and can be accessed on multiple pages. So let's create session. Now here you can type anything, okay, whatever you want. Close it. Is equal to, okay, let's create a normal variable. So let's say user, then post user, okay, because here in username, whenever we receive a username, this script will going to convert it into hash, okay, but we want the username in plain text. That's why I have created a normal variable and we will store its value inside session. Done. So save it. Now let's go to home.php. As you know that if we try to log in, now we will be redirected to the home page. So let me first create a PHP here. So PHP and session start. Okay. See, you can use PHP inside HTML and vice versa. It is possible just by using the opening and closing tags. So we will say PHP echo session anything, okay, the same thing that which we have created on our backend script. Okay, so save it. Now you can see that we have created a special variable here and we are trying to use it on home.php as well. Okay, here it's echo. So let's see if it works. So here Harry and then Harry @123 submit, and you can see it says welcome user Harry, right? So we are trying to print the user name here, okay? Or if you remove this and save the file, let's go back and try to log in again. So Harry @123 and it says welcome Harry, right? So half of the job is done. You have to understand this, that whenever we try to log in, if the username and password is correct, we will on the home page. Okay, let me start it. Click on login again and you can see it says welcome Harry. Okay, but when we click on the back button, we are on login page again and we have to stop this because it is not at all secure. So for this we have to add some coding to the login.php. So let's do that. PHP. Here we have to start the session. And we have to use if. We are putting condition here. Okay. Empty the special variable. anything and close it. And now we are opening it, but here we will not going to close the if, right? Start PHP again, and here at this location we will close if. So if is not closed here, so we are asking that start session, if this variable is empty, only then open the login form, right? This is the reason we have not closed if at this point, right? So it says whenever this variable value is empty, which means username and password is not provided, only on this condition open the login page. Else redirect the user to location home.php. Close it and close PHP. So we are putting a condition that if the username and password is empty or this special variable value is empty, then open the login page. Otherwise, redirect the user to home.php. Let me save it. So let's go to login page, click on submit, and now let's try to open the login page. You can see it is redirecting us to the home page, right? No matter how many times you put here login.php, it is still redirecting us to home.php. Now there is only one way to go back to the login page, and that is to log out from this session. So let's create the logout button. So let's go to home.php and let's create logout.php. Let me use anchor tag. And we will use href, that is hyperlink reference logout.php. So we are actually creating a hyperlink. Okay, we are saying that whenever user click on logout, it's a logout button. So we are asking whenever user click on logout, redirect user to the logout.php. Okay, so let's go back to, and let me reload this, and you can see we have logout link here. So click on it. It says logout.php not found because we have not created logout.php yet. So let's create it. So let's go to XAMPP, htdocs. Let me copy and paste the home page. Rename it to logout.php. So PHP, let's start the session. See, it is the very first step to start this session in PHP. Okay, so now we are asking session destroy. So if the user click on logout button, go to logout.php, and logout.php consists of a code session destroy. So it says destroy the session once user click on logout, and then redirect user to login.php. Save it. Let's go here and click on logout. Let's see the error, line number 4, this one. So header, okay, double quotes. Let's go back, click on logout, and you can see we are on login page. Now our process is correct. So let's verify. Harry@123 login. Let's try to open login.php. Click on logout. Session was destroyed and we are on the login page. In the previous video, you have seen how we have secured our login page, but our home page is still not secured. Let me show you what I mean. Here, if we don't type any username or password, or if we type incorrect username and password, we will see this error, right? But if I go to home.php directly using URL, you can see it says welcome. Okay, so it is not a good thing. It is a fault in our code. We can also use the logout option here, right? So let's see how to secure home.php. So let's edit home.php with notepad++. Now here we have to add the code if, okay, it is just the opposite of whatever we have added here in the login page. Okay, so if empty session anything, open it, and now header location login.php. So we have asked that if this variable is empty, okay, this one session anything, if it is empty, then redirect the user to the login page. Okay, so at the end always use semicolon, close it. Now we will say else, open, but do not close it here. Okay, just came here at the end, php, close it. Okay, here we are closing the else condition. Okay, so what is happening here? We have mentioned if this variable is empty, then redirect the user to the login page. Otherwise, it means if there is any value here in this variable, then verify it whether it is a correct username and password, and if it is correct, then redirect the user to the home page. Okay, only on this condition. So save the file. Here we have login page. So let's try correct username and password. Click on submit. It says welcome Harry, log out. Okay, now let's try to open home.php again directly, and you can see we are unable to access it. Okay, because just by typing the URL we are not providing any values here in the login page, and that's the condition we have put here in the code. So if variable is empty, redirect the user to login.php. Okay, do not give the access of home.php at any cost. Now let's move towards the next attack. In this video you will learn about network attacks. So first we will understand what a network is and how does it actually works, and then we will talk about the different attacks we can perform using network. So here we have a router, okay, and then we have different systems. Let's say one is laptop, then we have desktop, and suppose the one is a smartphone, and all these are, just a second, all these are connected with the router. Okay, now let me give the name. So it's laptop. Here we have desktop, and then we have mobile phone. Okay, so we have a router, laptop, desktop, and mobile phone. Let's give all of them a IP address. So for laptop, 192.168.1.11. Then we have desktop, so 192.168.1.12. And then we have mobile phone, so 192.168.1.13. And now the default gateway IP address for the router, so 192.168.1.1. Done. Okay, so suppose the laptop has to send a request. Let's say laptop want to open facebook.com. So the system will send a request to the router, and then router will send this request to the internet. Suppose this is the internet here. Internet will respond to the request, and the response will come to router, and then router will send this response to the laptop. Okay, this is the normal working of a network. But how does this laptop knows that I have to send this request to the router only and not to desktop or mobile phone? Here comes the role of default gateway. So if you open your command prompt and if you type ipconfig, you will receive your IP address along with the default gateway. Okay, so the default IP is this one, 192.168.1.1. This is the default gateway. Okay, the IP address of the router. So because of the default gateway, the laptop knows that I have to send this request to the router only and not to any other system. In the same way, when router receives response from the internet, router will knows because of the IP tables that I have to send this response to this system only. So this is the basic working of a network. Now let's talk about the attack. So suppose here this mobile phone, this is an attacker. Okay, so attacker will send fake packets on the network and pretend that I am the router. So it will send fake packets all over the network and pretending as a router. So when laptop tries to send a request, it will look for default gateway, which is 192.168.1.1. Okay, and it will say that I am the router and router is some other system. Okay, so router IP is 192.168.1. Let's say 55. Okay, so because of the fake packets, for some time, okay, it's on temporary basis, the system will say that this is the router and router who is the actual router is some other system. Okay, for some time. So laptop will send the request to attacker. Okay, assuming that it is the router, and then the attacker will send the same request to the router. So whenever router will receive the response from the internet, now this attacker will act as a laptop. So again, by sending fake packets, this attacker will be pretend that I am the laptop. Okay, and this system who is the real laptop is any other system on the network. So router will look for IP address in the tables, and because of the fake packets, router will think that this is the system whom I have to send the response. Okay, because of the fake packets. So this attack is known as MITM, man in the middle. Why? Because attacker is acting as a man in the middle between laptop and a router. Okay, you can also call this as ARP poisoning. Now suppose laptop wants to open facebook.com, so it will send a request to mobile, and mobile will send this request to router. Router will receive the response and send the response to mobile because of the MITM. Now mobile will steal this session file, okay, or steal the cookies received from the router and then send it to the laptop so that laptop can access the facebook.com. Okay, so stealing cookies or stealing the current session is known as session hijacking. Now let's see what other attacks can we perform. So suppose laptop wants to open facebook.com, so it will send the request to the attacker. Why? Because it is acting as a router by sending fake packets. But this time attacker will change the request. So the original request is to open facebook.com, but attacker will send the request that he wants to open instagram.com, and now it will send the request to router. So router will again send the response to attacker, and attacker send this same response to laptop. So laptop tries to open facebook.com but actually opened the instagram.com. Okay, so this is not a normal fault, it is an attack. So this attack is known as DNS spoofing. Let me type the name here, DNS spoofing. Now let's run one more attack. Suppose laptop has sent the request to open facebook.com to the attacker, but this time attacker will reject the request. Okay, instead of transferring the request, it will destroy it. So it means laptop is unable to use the internet because of the attacker. Okay, so making a system or forcing a system not to use the available services is known as DOS attack, denial of service, which means laptop has the authority to use the internet but attacker has stopped it. So making a service unusable for the target is known as DOS attack. Okay, so this is the concept for MITM, ARP poisoning, session hijacking, DNS spoofing and DOS attack. Now let's see the practical. In this video you will see the practical of sniffing attacks. So in the previous video you have learned about MITM and ARP poisoning attacks. So these attacks are a part of sniffing. So here we have two virtual machines, one is XP and the next is XP clone. So XP clone will act as a victim and XP is an attacker machine, and we are going to use a tool called Cain and Abel. To perform sniffing we are using this tool. Okay, and my main machine, which is running Windows 11, will act as a router for these virtual machines. So the scenario is victim will try to open a website through router and attacker machine will act as a man in the middle and will steal the username and password by performing ARP poisoning attack. So let's install the tool. Click on next, next, again next, and click on finish. Okay, let's install it. Click on finish. Now let's run the tool. Here select the sniffer tab and let's start it. So start sniffing, click on OK. Now click on this plus icon. Okay, so first we have to start it, and now we have to click on plus icon, click on OK. Now here we have a list of all the available IP addresses which are connected in a network, okay, our network. So let's verify the IP. So just open the command prompt and type ipconfig 10.0.0.4, okay. But you will not see this IP address here in the list because this tool will not scan our own system, right? So let me close it. And 10.0.0.2 is our main system IP address. And let's verify the IP of our victim. So ipconfig 10.0.0.5. Okay, so we have this IP address here in the list. Now click on APR tab because we want to perform ARP poisoning attack. Here click anywhere in the blank field and you can see this sign has been highlighted. So add to list. Now here suppose you are acting as a man in the middle. So one side is your router and another side you have your victim. So first let's select our router and now let's select the target. Okay. So here you can see the router IP address and then you have the victim IP address. Now the number of packets sent and received are 0 because the attack is in ideal condition. So let's start the attack by clicking on this button and you can see it says poisoning. So let's switch to victim machine and suppose victim is trying to open a website. So open any web browser. So http 10.0.0.2, type the username and password. So Harry @123. See, this login page is same that we have created on our main system. Click on submit. Okay, now it says welcome Harry. Now let's switch to the attacker machine. And here we have a password tab, this option. Click on it. So now here select HTTP and you can see it has captured the username and password, right? So let's switch back, click on logout. Let's type wrong username and password. Click on submit. It says username or password not found. But here you can see it has captured the incorrect username and password too. Okay, so no matter whatever the victim has typed here will be captured by the attacker. So it's a weakness. So what's the solution to this problem? See, whenever we are opening a website, we are using HTTP. It means Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and this one is not secure. So the solution to this problem is always use HTTP over SSL, okay, secure socket layer. So you have to install SSL certification on your domain. So whenever person using HTTP, it means it will transfer the text or whatever information over the internet without encrypting, okay, so that it can be captured by attacker very easily in plain text format like this. But if you are using HTTPS, like if you open facebook.com and you try to log in with username and password, it will first encrypt the username and password and then it will transfer it over the network. So if hacker is able to capture the hash values, still it is not possible for attacker to convert it into plain text. Although there are various methods and various tools available over the internet, but your username and password will be secured as it is present in hash format. Okay, so this is the weakness and solution is using HTTPS. In order to perform the practical of penetration testing, you need a virtual environment, and for that we need a virtualization software like VirtualBox. So here I am using Oracle VirtualBox And if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am using version 6.1.16. Okay, and it is not the latest version. So let's see how you can download and install the latest version of VirtualBox and Kali Linux virtual machine. So in order to create a virtual environment for Kali Linux, we need VirtualBox first. So just go to Google and type download VirtualBox. Open the first link, that is virtualbox.org. Okay, so here we have the latest version as 7.0.6, right? Now it says download VirtualBox for, let's say, Windows host, Mac, Linux, etc. So right now we need Windows host. Okay, or you can also scroll down in order to get some other information, but for now click on Windows host. Okay, and you can see it's downloading here, right? So let it download first, and you have to download one more thing, that is extension pack. Okay, so just click here and it's also downloading and done. Okay, so the default path for my downloads is set to the desktop, right? So here I have the latest version of VirtualBox. Okay, so just double click on it. It's loading. Click yes. Then next. Again next. Yes. Install. Okay, now we have to wait until the process gets completed. As you can see, the process is completed. Now when I click on finish, it will start the newer version of VirtualBox. Okay, so now if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am upgraded to the latest version of VirtualBox, right? So now let's see how you can install the Kali Linux. So simply type, or you can go back to the Google and type here download Kali. Okay, and you can open the first link, that is kali.org. It is actually owned and managed by Offensive Securities. Here you have two types of images. The first is installer images and the other is virtual machines. See, I recommend you to download the virtual machine. Okay, here you can see the pre-built virtual machines of Kali Linux. Depending on 64-bit or 32-bit, you can select. Okay, for now I am using 64-bit. And see guys, I am running Windows 11, okay, on my main system. Now here you can download virtual machine for either VMware, VirtualBox or some other things. Okay, we will proceed with VirtualBox 64-bit and click here. Okay, direct download. Never go with the torrent as the files are corrupted. Okay, so you cannot trust that. So click on this here on the download button. This is a direct download link. Okay, but for now I am not going to click it because I already have this latest virtual machine of Kali Linux, that is version 2023.1. okay, this is the latest version, as you can check it here as well. Okay, see Kali Linux 2023.1. so I already have this latest virtual machine. Okay, here it is. So let me switch back to VirtualBox and go to file. Before importing the virtual machine, we have to go to tools and then click on extension pack manager. As you can see, it is using the older version, right? So click on uninstall, click on remove, and now click on install. Select the location of the newer version of extension pack you can double click on it and click on install. Okay, now you have to agree this, so I agree. Okay, so you can see the Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack has been updated to the latest version, right? And this sign says that it is active. Now let's try to import the virtual machine. So go to files, import appliance, browse it, or what you can do is you can directly open it. Okay, so let me show you how. Just open this folder and here just double click on it. Okay, and you can see it is opened in the virtual box. Now simply click on start and it will work. Okay, it says powering up the virtual machine. So you can see here we have on the login page. So just type Kali as username and password as Kali, hit enter, and we have on the Kali Linux latest version. Okay, so this is the interface for Kali. Okay, so let me show you some basic commands. So first of all, just open the terminal. Okay, so you can change the password. So sudo passwd. Now you have to set the new password. So for now I am not going to change this. I am just showing you how to change the password. Okay, so Kali and Kali, done. Now first of all, whenever you install this virtual machine, you have to run a command apt-get update. Okay, so you have to type sudo apt-get update. Okay, so this is the very first command you have to run, and once completed you have to run the next command, which is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so it will going to take some time, so let me pause the video. Okay, now the next command is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so we have to use sudo powers apt-get upgrade. See, as I am not logged in with the root user, that's why I have to use the sudo powers. If I am the root, I can directly run any command I want. Root is like the administrator user in Windows, right? So root has all the powers. Root is a super user. And the default username and password is root as the username, and the opposite of root, that is TOOR, is the password, is the default password for root user. Okay, so my Kali is upgrading. Now it's time to run the third important command, which is apt-get dist-upgrade. Okay, it means distribution upgrade. Okay, you have to select Y, that is yes, we want to continue. So in total we are going to run 4 different commands. The first is apt-get update, then upgrade, then distribution upgrade, and at last we will use apt space auto remove. Okay, we will use auto remove command in order to remove the older version of the packages. Okay, as you know that we have downloaded the latest version of all the packages, so it is important for us to remove the older versions from our system. Okay, for smooth processing, right? Now let's run our final command, that is apt space, okay, let me use sudo apt space auto remove. Yes, we want to continue. Okay, done. So we are now ready to use Kali Linux. Okay, one more thing. Switch to Oracle VirtualBox Manager, select the virtual machine, go to settings and change the network settings, okay, from NAT to NAT network. See, NAT network works best with virtual machines, okay, but if you are not comfortable with it and you have knowledge about networking, you can also proceed with bridged adapter, okay, but for now we will proceed with NAT network, okay. I will set NAT network for each virtual machine that we are using for our practical. So this is the complete process of downloading and using Kali Linux in virtual machine. In the previous video, you have seen how to perform sniffing attack using knable. Now in this video, we will do the same thing but using Kali Linux. So here in Kali, we have a tool called EtherCap. So it's a free tool and it comes with Kali Linux. And this time our victim is Windows 7. So instead of XP, we are using Windows 7. So here in Kali Linux, go to Applications, look for Sniffing and Spoofing. Here it is at 9th number. Now click on EtherCap Graphical. Okay, so we have primary interface. Leave all these things to default because our virtual machine will connect using Ethernet 0, so ETH 0. Okay, simply click on this. Now click on three dots. Here you can see host. So scan for host. So it will look for all the live host on the network. If you want to see the list, go to host and select host list. Okay. Now let's check the IP address of Windows 7 to find out our victim IP address. So ipconfig 10.0.0.6. See if it was present in this list. Yes, it is the last one. Okay, now click here. So it's MITM menu and select ARP poisoning attack. Here you will see two options. One is sniff remote connections and the other is only poison one way. So we will select the first option because we want to sniff all the host on the network, right? And one way means, if you remember from the example, that laptop is trying to send the request to the router, but the mobile phone, which is the attacker, has performed the ARP poisoning attack, so that laptop will think that the hacker is the original router. So it will send the request and then hacker will send that request to the original router. So it's a one way. Whenever router receives the response from the internet, it will send this response to hacker again and then hacker will transfer the response to the laptop. So it's a two-way. So we want two-way connection here. So select first option and click on OK. So attack has been started. Now let's switch to the victim. Open Google Chrome. HTTP 10.0.0.2. Let's log in. So Harry @123. Click on submit. Never. You can see it says welcome Harry. Now let's switch to the attacker machine. You can see it has captured the username and password, right? Now let's try to open any secure website. So facebook.com. You can see a lock sign here. It means this website is using SSL. So let me type any username and password. Let's say admin. Click on login. Go to attacker machine. And you can see it is not able to capture the username and password because of HTTPS. Okay. In this video, you will learn about DNS spoofing. So what is DNS spoofing? Suppose we have a victim. So Windows 7 is our victim. So Windows 7 tries to open facebook.com. So this request will first go to the attacker machine. Why? Because Kali Linux is acting as a man in the middle. Now the attacker will change this request to, let's say, instagram.com. So Windows 7 tries to open facebook.com but ended up opening instagram.com. So this is known as DNS spoofing. Okay, redirecting the victim to other website. Now let's see the practical. So first we have to edit a file known as eater.dns, and we don't know where this file is located. So we will use a locate command. Okay, so locate eater.dns. This command is used in Linux to find out the exact path of a particular file. Hit enter, and this is the path for eater.dns. Now in some case locate command won't work. Okay, so in that case you have to run one more command, which is update db. Okay, and this command will take around 2 to 3 minutes to update your database, and then you can use locate command. Okay, now let's see how to edit this file. So first is nano editor. So you can type nano and then the complete file path, but you will able to use nano only if you know about Kali Linux and its basic commands. In our case, I assume that you don't know about basic commands. So let's see how to do it graphically. So let's open the home directory of root folder. Go to file system. Here we have etc folder. So just double click on it. And now let's search for ettercap. So ETT, hit enter. And here we have all the files related to ettercap. So here we have .dns. So just open it. Okay, so this is the file. Now you have to look for a word called Microsoft sucks. So scroll down, and here you can see Microsoft sucks. So redirect it to linux.org. So whenever someone tries to open microsoft.com, redirect the user to this IP address. Okay, so let's add a line www.facebook.com. Okay, so whenever someone tries to open facebook.com, redirect to our website. Okay, the website which we have created. So most probably the IP address would be 10.0.0.2. Okay, and these words like a, ptr, these words are used for redirection in DNS. So just add this line and save the file. Click on the save icon and done. Close it. Close the box. Now make sure your XAMPP is running Apache and MySQL. Now let's switch to the victim. Let me open the Google Chrome. Now let's try to open any website, let's say google.com or microsoft.com. And you can see the website is opening. It means we have not started the attack yet. So close it. Let's get back to the attacker machine, and now go to applications, sniffing and spoofing, and then ettercap graphical. Start it. Now let's scan for the host. Done. Let's see the host list. And now start MITM. Select ARP poisoning. See, these steps are exactly same as we have done in the previous video. Okay, so click on OK. Done. Now we have to add one more step here, and this step is for DNS spoofing. So click on three dots, then go to plugins, select manage plugins, and here you can see DNS spoof. Okay, this one, just double click on it, and you can see it says activating DNS spoof plugin. Now let's switch to Windows 7. Let's open Google Chrome. You can use any web browser like Firefox, Internet Explorer, etc. Now open incognito mode. Now let's open facebook.com. So www.facebook.com, hit enter, and you will be redirected to the website that we have created. Okay, but in here in URL you can see facebook.com, but it's opening our page, right? So this is the complete process of DNS spoofing. And if user log in to this website by using correct username and password, click on submit, go to attacker machine, and you can see the username and password, right? In the previous video you have seen the process of DNS spoofing, but in DNS spoofing the victim will know that there is something wrong with its system or network. Why? Because he's trying to open facebook.com but ended up opening some other random website. Now we will create a phishing page. Okay, so we're going to add the phishing process in the DNS spoofing. So first let's create the exact copy of facebook.com. So facebook.com, this is the original Facebook page. So use Ctrl S to save it. Let's save it on the desktop, and let's change its name to index.html. Okay, click on save. It's downloading. You can see the process here. Done. Now let's move to the desktop. Here we have the index page. Right click and select edit with notepad++. So this is the coding of the original Facebook page. So we have downloaded the complete page on our own system. So if you remember, let me open our website coding. As you know, when someone enter username and password, it will send it to the verify.php. Why? Because we have mentioned it inside action. The same way, real Facebook will send the username and password to some location. So let's find out that location. Here we have index.html. Now use Ctrl F, and we have to look for action is equal to double quotes. So we have to look for this word. Okay, click on find next, and here we have. So this is the path where real Facebook is sending our username and password for verification purpose. We have to delete this part. Verify.php. Okay, and let's cut this index page from here and paste it to htdocs folder. See, index page is the default page of a website. So whenever someone opens facebook.com, by default this page will open. Now let's switch to our victim. Let me close it. We have to open it again. And let's try to open facebook.com. You can see the user has tried to open facebook.com and is ended up opening the same page, right? Now he will enter the username and password. Let's say Harry, and then Harry@123, and then click on login. Now let's switch back to the attacker machine. So let's log in. You can see it has captured the username and password. So if the victim tries to open facebook.com and he sees the real Facebook page, login page, then there are very less chances of getting caught that this is not a real page. Okay, because everyone is not aware of these attacks. In this video, you will learn how to perform session hijacking. So it is divided into two parts. The first is cookie stealing and the second is cookie injecting. So first we will perform the cookie stealing using a free tool called Wireshark. So Wireshark is a free network monitoring tool which actually captures all the packets in a network. So here we have Windows XP. It will act as a victim, and I am using my main machine which is running Windows 11 as the attacker machine. So Wireshark is installed on Windows 11. First, let me change the network settings of Windows XP and let me connect it directly to my original router. So here we will select bridged adapter. Okay. Now open the command prompt, check the IP address. You can see there is no IP, so we will perform ipconfig/release, and now ipconfig/renew. Okay, so now this Windows XP machine is directly connected to the original router instead of connecting to my main machine. Okay, so here we have Wireshark and we have a list of all the networks. So I will select the Wi-Fi. Okay, because right now my main system and my Windows XP are connected to the router wirelessly. So just click on it and you can see it has started capturing the packets. Okay, now from Windows XP, let's try to access the website which we have created. It's 192.168.0.9, and you can see our website is open. Now let's type the username and password. Click on submit and it says welcome Harry. So the victim has already logged in to a website. Now here we have Wireshark. Although it is a multi-purpose tool, but right now we are using it just to capture the packets and particularly cookie packets. So we have to filter out the results because as you can see it has more than 1000 packets. So it is not possible to analyze each and every packet. Okay, so we have to filter out the packets that contains cookies. So for this, click here which says apply a display filter, and here we have to type http.cookie. Here we have got the output. So let's open this one which says login.php. Double click on it, explore it, and here you can see it says PHP session ID. Okay, inside cookie. So we have to copy this. So just right click on it, Okay, let me close this box first. Select login, expand it. Here it is. Just right click, go to copy and select value. Now let me open the notepad. Paste the cookie here. So we have performed cookie stealing. Here we have the cookie. Okay, this is the value. Now let's see the injecting process. First, let me install the Firefox, because Firefox has a lot of add-ons especially for hacking. So we need an add-on called Cookie Editor, which is available for Firefox. You can also check the same thing for Chrome as well if you want, but for now I will use Firefox browser. So it's installing. Just open google.com and type Cookie Editor Firefox. Here we have Firefox add-ons, so open it. We have Cookie Editor, so just click on Add to Firefox. So now we have Cookie Editor. So let me open the website again. So 192.168.0.109. Okay, here you can see we don't have the access to this login. So let's open the Cookie Editor. This is the current session ID. So let's edit it. Just copy these values and paste it inside the Cookie Editor. Here, replace this value with this one. Save changes. And now you might be thinking that we still haven't got the login. So just reload the page and you can see it says welcome Harry. It means we have done it. Okay, so we have steal the cookies and now we have injected it to gain the session, active session. So this is the practical of session hijacking. Now you will learn about cross-site scripting, that is XSS. So first we will create a code which is vulnerable to XSS attacks. Then we will perform the attack and then we will see how to secure it, how to protect our own system from these attacks. So for this we need front end, then backend script, and then database. So first let's create the front end. So here we have our website, so localhost. Let's log in. Okay, let's check XAMPP. Let me start MySQL. Go back. Let's try to log in again. Okay, it's working. So here we will create a front end, a simple front end. We are not professional web designers. So first let me open the htdocs folder. And let's edit home.php. Let's add break tab, so br. And we have to create a form here. And we need a text area. So we are actually creating a box where you can post something. Like in Facebook, you can update your status, you write a post, like that, okay, similar to that. So we will create a text box and a submit button. So text area, and let's say placeholder. So we will write your post here. Now create a button. So input type is equal to submit. Now value is equal to, let's say, update status. Close it. Save the file and let's verify. So just reload the page and you can see we have the text area and update status button. So you can see write your post here. So when you type, this text will disappear, okay, like this. So whenever we type something, let's say hi, and click on update status, you can see nothing happened. Why? Because we have not mentioned the action, that whenever user types something and click on this button, now what will happen next? So we have to mention the action as we have done earlier. So here in form we will type action is equal to, let's say, send this status to status.php, and the method will be post. As always, we always use post method. So save it. Now let's do the same thing again. So hi, click on update. Okay, we have to reload the page first. Now hi, click on update. You can see it says status.php not found because we have not created the file yet. So let's create the status.php first. So here we have htdocs folder. Let me copy and paste the home file. Let's rename to status.php. Let's open it with notepad++. Delete the code. So php okay. So here we will receive the status. So create a variable status, and as you know we will receive via post method. So post status underscore text. So we will receive status text via post method and we will store it inside this variable on status.php file. So just save it. So we have created the front end. Here it is. Let me click. Here is the front end, and we have created the backend script. We have created this status.php file. Now the database. So localhost php myadmin. See, we will receive this status. Now we need a place to post that status, to store that status. Okay, so we need a database. So we already created a database with a name practical1. Here it is. And we have a table known as users. Now we will create one more table. Now select our database practical1 and let's create a new table with the name status, and number of columns we need is 3. So column 1 will be the serial number or ID, second column is for username, and third column is for status. So click on create. Now let's assign the column name. So first would be ID, then username, and then the status. So here in ID, the type is integer. In username, we will select varchar, and for status again varchar. Here there is no need to assign the length values. In username, let's say maximum length will be 100, and for text we will say 1000 letters are allowed at max. Okay. Here we will select AI auto increment, and then the index will be primary for ID only. Now click on save, and our table is ready. Okay. Now if you remember, we have created a special variable so that we can use it on any page we want. So let me open verify.php. Here we have this special variable, this one. So let's copy it and paste it on status.php. First, we need to start the session, only then we will able to use it. So session start, and now paste it here. So we will not store user value because user variable is not present on this page. So click on save. Now let's test our front end. So type hello, click on update status. Okay, there is problem on line number 4. Okay, actually we have not provided the box a name, status text. So here in home, we have to assign the name here. So name is equal to status text. Save the file. Go back, type hello again, click on update status, and done. The status has been received but not been posted to the database. So first we have to make a connection with the database. So for this, go to verify.php, copy this code for making connection with the database. So just copy and paste it here. After making connection, we have to insert the received text into database. So for this, we will run insert into status values. Okay. Now leave this field blank because this is for ID, and we know we have selected the auto increment. Then we need the username. So let's store it inside a variable username. So just copy this variable and paste it here, and then we have status. So we have mentioned the name of all the 3 columns, that which data is sent to which column. Now as we are using PHP, so it is not possible to run SQL queries. So we will store it inside a variable with a name SQL. So we will use MySQLi query. So we will say first make a connection and then run the query. So save the file, go back, click on update status. Let's check the line number 7. Here we have to use double quotes because we are storing it inside a variable, this complete sentence. So click on save. Now click on update status. Reload the database. Select the database. Then you can see we have an entry. It says ID1, username is Harry and status is hello. So our database is receiving whatever we are getting on status.php. Okay, but here you can see a blank page. So we will redirect the user to home page again after sending the data. So let's add the code. Header, location, home.php. Save it. Now let's try one more time. So this time we will say hello friends, update status, and you can see the job is done and the user is redirected to home.php again. Here in the database, select the table again and you will be able to see the new data, right? So half of the job is done. Now I have divided this topic into small parts. So let's move towards the next part. Now that you know, we are able to write the query here, any post we want, and submit it. And this data will be stored in the database. But we are not able to see the data here on the home page. But in real world, whenever you post something, it will be posted on your profile and all the users on that website will able to see it. So let's see how to make it happen. So we have to add coding to the home.php. So let me switch to home.php. Let's start PHP. Here we have to establish a connection with the database first. So connection MySQLi connect. As you know, we have to store it inside a variable. Localhost, then root, no password, and then the name. So practical1. Let me verify the name first, otherwise it will not going to work. So practical1, P is small, so it is case sensitive. Semicolon. Now we will run the query. We have make the connection. Now we have to run the query. Again, we can't run the query directly, so we have to store it inside a variable. So SQL. Now select star from status. So now MySQLi query. Now we will run it. Okay, so we will say first establish a connection and then run the query. Okay, so let's store it inside a variable. All the data inside a database will be transferred or considered as an array. So we will use MySQLi fetch array and then the variable name, which is res, semicolon. Okay, so we are fetching the data from the database. Now whatever output we receive using this, we have to store it inside, let's say r. So r is equal to, let me run the while loop here. So start echo. Now we will print it. Okay, it's the last step of posting it on our home page. So $r, then the data of username, will say has posted. Okay, so here we have the username, let's say Harry. So Harry has posted. Let me save the file and let's try this. So let's say hello everyone. Now you can see Harry has posted, but what? So we have to add the status as well. So here before semicolon we have to add our coding. Save the file, reload. Line number 28. We just have to remove this single code. Save the file. See, don't worry about coding. Just pause the video and type the coding as it is. Now reload. You can see Harry has posted hello, Harry has posted hello friends, and Harry has posted hello everyone. Okay. Now let me add some designing part or some border, style, border, pixel, solid black. Okay, save it, reload, and see the difference. Now it looks a little bit better. So let's log out and let's log in with the other user, which is John. You can see we have logged in with John and we are able to see the post from Harry. So let's post something like, hi, I'm John. But you can see that John has posted right now, but his post is showing at the last. So let's just change the order. So here we have select star from status. Now here we have to add order by. So order by ID. Okay, descending order. That's it. Now let's type I am the latest post. So now we have latest post. So you can see the order has been changed now, right? So our application is ready and we know that it is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attack. So let's perform the XSS attack in the next video. In this video, you will see the practical of cross-site scripting attack. So as you know that we have developed an application which is vulnerable to XSS. And how do we know this? First, let me create a notepad file and let's save it as .html on the desktop. So let's say xyz.html. Save it. First, you have to understand that what things a browser will print and which codes a browser will execute. So here you can see xyz.html. So just double click on it, open with Chrome, and you can see we have a blank page. Now let me type some content in it. Let's say hello everyone. Just open the browser, reload it, and you can see this text. Now browser will not understand the normal text as we human do, so it will print as it is. So whatever we type here, the browser will print the same thing here without changing anything, because browser will not understand this text. But browser will understand the HTML, JavaScript, etc. So if I use here, let's say image source and then the location. So let's open an image. So let's type hacker, go to images. Now from here open any image, let's say this one. So either you can copy the link address or you can open the image in a new tab, and now you can copy it, this URL. Let's paste it here, save it, move to our page, just reload it, and you can see the image. It means browser will understand that this code is written in HTML, and now it will execute it instead of printing. Okay, so browser is executing this code, right? The same thing will work for our application. So let me log in localhost. So Harry @123, and you can see whenever we type anything, let's say bye friends, and click on update, you can see the browser has printed it as it is in a simple text. But if we type the HTML code, the same code, now click on update status, you can see it has posted the image. Why? Because the browser will know that the user is typing the HTML code, and browser will know how to execute it. So this time instead of printing, browser is executing the code, and we have this image here. Okay, so it means this website is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attack. Okay, XSS. Now let me delete this image from the database. So if you want to delete anything from the database, simply go to php myadmin or whatever URL your database has, just visit it, log in with correct username and password. In our case, we don't have any. We will get the direct access to the database. Now select our database and then the table, let's say status. Now simply click on delete. Okay, just reload and you can see it's gone. Now let's test the JavaScript here. So script, opening and closing tags, and here we will say alert, you have been hacked. Close the bracket and then just a second, semicolon. Click on update status and you can see we have a pop-up which says you have been hacked. It means the JavaScript is running here using the text box. So hacker can inject any code he wants. Click OK. You can see it says Harry has posted, but what? We are not able to see the code. Why? Because the browser is executing the code. Okay, so now if you reload website any number of times, you will see the same pop-up, the same alert. Okay, if you want to remove this, go to database. Let me reload the database first. Here we have the script. Simply click on delete. You can see here the ID is unique for each and every line. So we have deleted the image, so number 7 has gone. Okay, so just delete it. Now reload the page. So what a hacker can do if he knows that this website is vulnerable to XSS? He can use website defacement. Okay, so what is defacement? First of all, it is punishable by law, so do not practice it. But let me show you in title hacked by. Here you can see some images like this and this. Okay, let me open any image, let's say this one. So you can see when a hacker hacked the website, he will run the code just to show all the visitors that this website is hacked by this and this person and this or this team and so on, so etc. Okay, so making changes to a website structure or its visibility without proper permissions is website defacement. Okay, harming the goodwill of a website or changing its structure. Okay, what else can he do? A hacker can also perform cookie stealing or session hijacking if he knows that this website is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. So let's see how to perform cookie stealing or session hijacking. First, we have to do some work at the backend. So let me open htdocs folder. So XAMPP htdocs. Here, let's create a new folder XSS. And let me copy a file to this folder. Now let's edit it with Notepad++. So delete and PHP. Okay, so here we will ask to get cookie okay, so simply just get cookie and let's call it cookie. So we are getting cookie value and storing it inside this variable. Now we need to open a file, okay, because our system has captured the cookie. Now what? The next step is to open a file and store that cookie inside that file. So first let's create a file here in the XSS folder, just a normal text file, and let's call it cookie.txt. Here we have home.php. Let's not get confused and let's rename to hacker.php. Okay. Okay, just let's open this file again because we have just renamed this file. Delete. We have to type everything again because we have not saved the data. So first we have a variable named cookie which actually stores the value which we have got as the real cookie, okay, from our victim. Then we will say that open the file. Fopen means file open. So which file to open? Cookie.txt file. So just provide the name, and then here we have to mention read, write or append. So for R it means read, that just give read permissions to this file. So you will able to read it but you can't do anything. Or you can use W for writing, but it has a disadvantage. It will actually overwrite the file. So we will use A for append. It means store the value next to what we already have in the file. So don't touch the existing data, instead write the cookie in a new line. So f open means file open, and let's call it, let's say, handler. Okay, now we will say f write, again the same thing, file write. So we will say handler and cookie. So we are asking this file that first capture the cookie, then open the file cookie.txt, and then write that cookie inside that file. Okay, so store the cookie values in that particular file. So now we will capture the session values. Just save the file, and now let's test whether it's working or not. So let me close it. So we have to type localhost/xss, then we have hacker.php, and then cookie is equal to, let's say, anything. Okay, it's just a demo. We have to find out if it's working or not. So hit enter. Here you see a blank page, but the job is done in the backend. So we have cookie file here, and you can see it has captured the cookie which says anything, right? So it means our file is working. Now let's do something else. So let me open Notepad. Now we will create a link of an image file in HTML. So as you know that we have used this image source, and then we have assigned some link. We will use anchor tags. So this is how we create a link in HTML. Now it's become a link. But we want that whenever a user click on this image, redirect the user to some other address. So let's create href, and let's try to redirect the user to www.google.com. Just copy this code and paste it here. Click on update status. The image is not opening, but you can see when the person is clicked on the image, he will be redirected to the google.com. Don't worry, we will change the image. First let me remove it. Let's use the same image. Now let's paste it here. Click on update status, and you can see the image is opening. Simply click on it and the user will redirect it to google.com. Okay, so everything is working. Let me quickly delete these things. Okay, now here we will use the JavaScript, because at the end we want to steal the cookies of our target. So we will use, let's just remove these codes. We will say JavaScript. It means replace the current window location of a user and replace it with, now we will assign localhost xss hacker.php, then cookie document dot cookie, bracket close, and done. So first let's understand what is document dot cookie. Here let me reload the page. So let's use script alert document dot cookie. Document dot cookie is actually inbuilt in JavaScript. Close the script. Update. Now you can see using this function of JavaScript we will able to extract the cookie values. Okay, this is the cookie values session ID of our current active session. Okay, so let me just delete it, reload the page. Let's just copy this complete link, paste it here, click on update. Now our job is done. Okay, we have posted this image. Now let's log out from this website. Let me open the Firefox. Now you have to assume that the hacker is using Firefox and the victim is on the Chrome. So we have one more user, John. So let's log in with John. Suppose John is our target. John thinks that, hey, Harry has posted an update and I want to read this article of what happened next. Now John will click on this image and you can see a blank page. So John thinks nothing happened. He will go back and continue scrolling. But here in the backend, if we open cookie.txt file, you will able to see this session ID of our target. So Harry will copy this ID and will inject it into Firefox as we have done earlier. So we have cookie editor. First let's open the website, so localhost and inject cookies. And you can see here we have logged in as John without knowing the username and password. So this is how an attacker can use cross-site scripting attack. In this video you will learn how to protect our own website from cross-site scripting attack. So first let me log in to the website. Okay, let me type the password again, harry@123. Now let's remove this image. So here we have our table with the name status. Delete. Okay. All right. Reload the page. So you can see that whenever we write anything here, the browser will print it as it is if it was a plain text. But if it was a code or HTML tag, it will going to execute it instead of printing, which is harmful. As you know, we have home.php where we have done the coding of this page. So let me open it. C drive, XAMPP, htdocs. Edit with notepad++. Okay, so here you can see at the bottom we have used echo. It means print the username and the status. So here we have this status. So here we will apply a filter known as HTML spatial chars. So HTML spatial chars. Okay, and close this status inside brackets. Okay, so we are actually applying a filter and the job of this filter is to print anything related to HTML tags is posted on the text box. Okay, so save the file. So we are asking that whenever someone type anything here, whether it's a normal text or a code, so let's use a tag script alert let's say hacked. Close it. Now if I click on update status, you can see this code has been printed as it is instead of executing the code, right? So now our this application is protected from the cross-site scripting attack. In this video, you will learn about remote code execution attack. So first, we will develop our application as per the requirements, then we will perform the attack, and at last we will see how to secure it. So here we have our application. So first let me delete this one from the database. Okay, one row deleted. Done. Let me reload it. Okay, so now we will add a function or a column of uploading a profile picture. Okay, here on our home page. So for this we need a picture. So let me type default profile picture. So let's open this image in a new tab and let's save it as, we will save it inside XAMPP and then htdocs. Let's give it a name default. Saved. Now let's open the htdocs folder. Here we will create a new folder with the name profile pic, and we will store this default image inside this folder. So we have default jpg file. Now let's go back to the database. Here in the users table we have to add a column of profile after password. So for this, go to the structure and here we will add a column after password. Click on go, give it a name, let's say profile, then varchar, length would be anything, maybe 300, 400, etc. So let's proceed with 300 and click on save. Done. Okay, now we have to assign the name default under profile. So we have users, select all the rows, click on edit, give the name default, again default. Now go. Okay, now let's switch to the home.php. Here we have to add some coding in order to create that feature on our website. So here after logout we will add the code. So php here we have to make the connection. So as you can see we have made the connection here at the below. So just cut it from here and create the connection here. Okay, now we will create a variable to store the username, okay, from which we can logged in into our own website. Okay, so the current username. So for this we will say session and then anything, and we will also use the MD5 here because as you know that we have stored username using encryption in the database, so we will use MD5. Now we will run the query, and for this we will store the query inside a variable. So select Let's check the name. Column name is profile. So select profile from users table, where username, okay, username is the column name here, this one, where username is equal to the current user. So we will provide the variable name here, okay, this one. And let's close it with double quotes. Now we will run the query using MySQLi query. So first make the connection and then execute the query. Okay, now let's store it inside a variable. So res. Now we have to create one more variable just to store the output we get from this variable. So let's say row MySQLi fetch array. As you know, we will fetch the data in the form of array. So whatever we got in the res, just store it inside this variable. So we have got the image inside row variable. Okay, so now let's store the image inside a image variable. So from whatever data we got, we will filter the image. Okay, so we have added profile, so we will use profile and done. Okay, so now we have got the image. Now it's time to print the image. So to print the image, we will say image source. Now we have to provide the complete path here. As you know, we have stored image under a new folder inside htdocs. So let me open it again. Profile pic. So we have to assign the complete path. So profile pic and whatever image we got, okay, whatever image stored inside this variable. So just print it. So we will say php print the image. Close it and done. Okay, so first we will make the connection, then we will run the query, and then we got the output, and from the output we will filter the image, and then we will store that image inside this variable. And now we are printing the image using this line. Okay, so just save the file, go to browser, reload the page. So image is not opening. Let me check the coding. Okay, here we have to add the slash because we have this new folder inside the current one. Okay, so dot represent the current directory, and then we have the profile pic. So save the code. Now reload, and you can see the image is opening, but it is quite large image. So let's adjust the size of this image. So here we will use width is equal to, let's say, 100. That's it. Save it, reload, and done. But we have to change the location of the image. We want this image below this line or above the text area, okay, text box. So for this we will add the break tab. So br done. Okay, so we have added this feature of uploading the image. Now we have to add one more option here to change the image. So first we need a button which says upload photo, and then we need a submit button which says updates the pic. So let's see how to edit. Now let's complete our application. So go to coding, and here just below the image we have to add a form, because we are creating an upload button and a submit button. So we need a form for this. So we will say input type is equal to file. If we want to add the text, we will use text here, but in our case we want to add the profile picture, so we will say file. Close it. Now same thing for submit button. So input type is equal to submit. Okay, but as you know we have more buttons on the same page. So how do we differentiate them? Simply by giving a unique name. So we will say name is equal to profile pic, and the same thing here. So we will say value is equal to update image. Done. Save it, reload, and you can see it says choose file and click on update image. Now we have to add the code to send this image from our system to the server. So for this we will say perform the action of sending this file to update.php on the server. Okay, using a method called post. As you know we are using the post method as always, and we will also use the encryption. So enc type is equal to multipart or form data. Okay, click on save. So we are actually sending the picture from our system to the server, and on the server we have a file with the name update.php to receive that image. So just reload. Let me download an image. So hacking. So let's download this image, give it a name hacker. Okay, location would be desktop. Now here choose the file from the desktop, click on update image, and you can see an error which says update.php not found, because we have not created the file yet. So let me open the htdocs folder, just copy and paste it, rename it to update.php, open it with notepad++, delete the code. So php. Now we have to receive the file here on this update.php. So we will say image files. So we will receive the file using this function. Okay, files, and let's give it a name profile pic. Okay, the same name that we have used on the home.php. So we will receive the image and store it inside this variable. once received, we have to upload this file to the server. So for this we will use move uploaded file. Okay, first let me show you what will happen if we only receive the image but do not upload it to the server. So go back, choose the file, click on update. You can see a blank page because we have sent the file to the update.php, but it is not uploaded to the server yet. So now let's upload the image. So we will say image variable, then the name. So store the image inside profile pic folder. Save it, and now go back, click on update image, and let's move to the htdocs folder, and now profile picture folder. You can see the image here. It means we have received the image with the name hacker. Why? Because here in the code we have mentioned that whatever the original name is, keep it. Okay, don't change the picture name. So we have received the picture and now uploaded it to the profile pic folder, right? So if you go here, let me reload it. You can see default.jpg here. So the name here is not yet changed. So now we will see how to change the profile picture name here as well. So whenever a user update the image, just use the same name here on our database. So for this we need to add some coding to the update.php. Now we have to establish the connection. So let me copy the code from home.php. Here it is. So we have made the connection. Now we will run the query. So we have to store it inside a variable. So we will say update users table set the column name, which is profile, with the image name, where username is the name from which the user has been logged on to our website. Okay, so for this we have to create a variable because we can't use the user variable on each and every page. So we need to create it separately. First we need this variable to store the image name. So we have to create it. So we will say image name is equal to image name. See, whenever we have to use a variable, we have to create it on that page because not every variable is a special one. The same thing for user. So first we have to start this session. So session start, and now we will create the variable which actually stores the username in the form of hash. You have seen these things multiple times. Now let's receive the output inside res by using MySQL query. So we will say first made the connection and then run the query. And if the condition is true, it means we have got the output inside res. only then redirect the user. So we'll say header to location home.php. Let me add the double quotes. Its location. So we are asking, if it is true, then redirect the user to the home.php. Means after updating the profile picture, redirect the user. So close it. Now we will say else if somehow it becomes failed. Okay, unable to upload the image. In that case, we will say print upload error. Please try again. Just give a space here, close it, and done. Now go to the home page, just reload, select the image again, click on update image, and you can see our profile picture has been updated, and you can also see the same picture here in the htdocs folder as well. Now let's verify the database whether the name is changing or not. So simply reload the database, and you can see hacker.jpg has been uploaded, right? So now our application is ready for the attack. In this video, you will see the practical of shell code injection attack. So here I have my main system which is running Windows 11, and this is actually a web server. As you know, we have running XAMPP here, Apache and MySQL, and I have hosted my website on this system. So it's a web server. Now we need an attacker machine. So here I have Windows XP which will act as an attacker machine. So first, let's see if we are able to access the website from this virtual machine. So 10.0.0.2, let's log in. And you can see we can change the pic. So instead of updating the picture, we will inject the shell code. So first, let's create an injection or a harmful code. So notepad, save as on the desktop. Let's call it injection.php. Here select all files and save it. You can see we have a file with the name injection.php. So now we will create the malicious code. Okay, so we need a form. So we need a text box and a execute button. So input type is equal to text, and let's give it a name. So name will be CMD, because we are trying to execute the operating system commands, and close it. And input type is equal to submit, value is equal to execute. So we will send this file to the web server, and in this file the code says that we need a text area which will actually run the operating system commands, and one execute button. Okay, now we will perform the action. So once a user click on submit, what will happen? This time we will leave the action blank. Okay, we will not provide anything here. Here we generally provide a file name like verify.php, but in this case we will leave it blank. Blank means execute the code on the same file, same location. Okay, and again method will always be post. So we have written the code to send the file. Now we will receive the file. As you know, we are receiving the code on the same file, so we will type the command in the same file. So we will say command variable, so receive post cmd. Okay, so receive the PHP file and store it inside a variable. Now you cannot directly run the shell codes or the operating system commands here in PHP. So we will say shell execute. What to execute? Whatever stored inside this variable. So just copy and paste it. And let's store the output in a variable. Let's call it data, because whatever output we receive will be in the form of array, and we will store it inside this. And to print array we will use print r. Okay, what to print? Whatever output we got. Okay, just save the file, open the website, and let's inject the code. So now we are injecting the shell code. So browse, select the file, open, and update image. This time you will not see any image here. Why? Because the code, the backend script is actually trying to print the image, but what we have uploaded is not an image, it's a PHP file. Okay, so right click here, go to view source, and here you will see a path. Okay, image source path. So just copy it and paste it here. Just remove the home.php and hit enter. Okay, so here you can see a text area and execute button. Okay, so now we can execute the operating system commands here from the attacker machine, and this command will be executed on the web server, right? So let's see how it actually works. So let me type dir and click on execute, and you can see we have got some information, like inside this particular folder we have the default jpg, hacker jpg, and this file. Okay, three things with date and time and their sizes. So let's verify whether the details provided here are correct. So C drive, XAMPP, htdocs, and then profile pic, and you can see we have three files here, right? Now you can run any operating system command you want, and the command will be executed on the web server. Okay, so let's try dir, and let's try to find out something else. Let's say dir C drive. So here is a list of all the files and folders available on the C drive. So this way you can run any command you want. Let's try ipconfig and click on execute, and you can see the IP address and other connection details of the web server. So this process is known as shell code injection attack. We are creating a shell code, okay, here in the injection.php file, and then we are uploading this file on the web server, and now we have got the access of the web server to execute the operating system commands. So what else can you do? You can create a Trojan. Instead of this PHP file, you can create a Trojan. and then you can upload it to the web server, and that way you will get the complete access of that server. Okay, so either you can call it as a injection.php, or you can also call it as a virus, because virus is a malicious code. In this video, you will learn how to implement security to protect our web application from shell injection and remote code execution attacks. So for this, we have to open update.php. So XAMPP, htdocs, and update.php, edit. Okay, so first let me make these codes as a comment. And now let's add a line that print image type. Save the file. Let's open our website. So localhost, let's log in. Okay, so now here let's try to upload a file. So choose file, hacker, and update image. So this line, the new line that we have added, will actually print the image type, that what type of image or a user is trying to upload. So let me remove this line and let me remove the comment. Here we have to apply a filter that whenever user upload a picture, please verify its file type. Okay, if you found that it is a PNG or JPEG image, only then allow it. Otherwise, just show the user a error that file not supported. So let's add the filter and put a condition if the image type is equal to, let's say, image slash JPEG, or let me copy this code. So copy and paste, or the image type is PNG. Okay, so only allow two types of file, JPEG or PNG. If you want to add more file types, simply copy and paste the command, and here just mention the file type. But for now, I will allow only two types of files. Close it. Okay, now we will say if the image type is JPG or PNG, then run this code. Else print file not supported. Close it. Save the file. Reload. Choose file. Select the image. Click on update image. Okay, so it is allowing the JPEG image, but if we try to upload a PHP file here, so first let me create the file. So notepad, save this file as injection.php, and let's try to upload this PHP file here. Click on update, and you can see file not supported. So we have actually added a filter that whenever user try to upload an image, please verify whether the image supports these file types or not. Okay. In this video, we will talk about advanced SQL injection attack. So for this, we have to make some changes to our existing web application. So let's see what are those changes. So at the end, what we want is, we want a new page where we have all the usernames with their links. So whenever we click on any username, its profile will open. For example, we have a page where we have a names Harry and John. So if we click on Harry, then Harry's profile will open on that page with all the details. So let's see how to do it. So first of all, here in the users table, we have to add some more columns, some more information about users. So go to structure, add 3 columns. After profile, click on go, and let's call it, let's say, name, then city, and then marital status. All 3 will be varchar. Length values will be different, so name 100, city 100, and again 100. Okay, you can customize it if you want, but for now 100 will be enough. Now leave all things to default. Simply click on save. Okay, so now 3 more columns added to the users table. See, name, city, marital status. Now let's add some data into these new columns. So click on edit, name Harry, city, type anything here, XYZ or any name, so New York. Then here we will say married, name John, city London, status single. Click on go. Okay, now we have to create a PHP file on the web server. So let's open XAMPP and then htdocs. So let me copy any file, rename it to, let's say, all.php. Now edit, php. So very first, we have to make a connection with the database. So for this, let me copy the command. Here it is. Paste it here. Okay, so here in this file, we have to do just 2 things. First, make the connection, and second, run the query. Okay, and third, just print the names of all the users on the page. So we will say SQL is equal to run the query. So select name from users table, and then again my SQLi query. So made the connection and then run the query. Once done, we will say while r is equal to my SQLi fetch array. As we know, data is in the form of array, $res. Done. Now just print it. So echo our name. Close bracket. Now save the file and just reload. Okay, here we have to open all.php. Okay, so we have an syntax error on line number 7 here. Okay, here I have not added the dollar sign. Click on save. Done. Here you will see the usernames, but these are not clickables. We have to create the link here. So let's do that. A href profile.php save it, reload, and you can see the links are now clickable. So when you click on it, it will redirect us to profile.php, but this file doesn't exist for now. So we have to create the profile.php as well. But before that, we have to tell the PHP file that how do you want to differentiate between these users. Okay, what is the factor which differentiate these links? And you know, it's the ID. ID is unique for each user, for each row. So we have to mention ID here. So after profile.php, we will say ID is equal to $R and then ID. Okay, so which ID? This one. Here we have to add the ID. Now save it, reload, and now click on it. You can see now it is differentiating each user profiles using ID. Okay, so if you type here 2, you will see the another user ID. So let's create profile.php. Rename to profile.php. Now we'll say PHP. First, we will get the ID. As you know that all.php is sending the URL and ID to profile.php. So we will say get ID. So create a variable ID and then get ID. Now we will make the connection. Now let's run the query. Select star from users where ID is equal to the ID which we receive. To run it, we will use MySQL query store it inside a variable. Now whatever output we receive, we will store it inside this variable. So MySQL fetch array now this variable will contains all the output. Okay, so now let's print the output. So image source we have to give the path. So profile pic, as you know, we have profile pic folder on our web server, and then php print the output profile width is equal to 100. Done. So just save it, go back, and now click on any user, and you can see its profile picture. Now we want some more information like name, city, marital status, so we have to add it here. So we will say php print from the output print the name, and then break tab, so br. Now okay, let me press enter. So echo from the output, what we want city this time, then br, and we want to print marital status. And close it, save the file, and done. Go back, just reload, click, and you can see the details. Okay, so here let me add br, save, and done. Okay, the same thing for other users as well. Okay, now here you see in the URL, if we change id to 1, it will open the Harry's profile. For id 2, it will open John's profile. Okay, in the same way, suppose there are 100 of users on that website, so this URL will accept id up to 100. If we use 101, it will give us an error. So in our case, if I type 3 and hit enter, you will see an error. Okay, so it means this website is vulnerable to advanced SQL injection attacks, right? So this way, just by manually typing this, you will get to know about the weakness of a website, right? Now let's see how to perform the advanced SQL injection attack using a tool. So manual work will take a lot of time, so we will use a tool in Kali Linux. In this video, you will see how to perform the advanced SQL injection attack on a website. So for this, we are using Kali Linux. So let me log in first. Okay, so here we have two different tools. So go to applications, then database assessment, the number 4, and then we have SQL map and JSQL injection. So JSQL injection is a graphical user interface. So it's easy to use for those who are not comfortable with command line, because SQL map is a command line tool. Okay, so let's see both. First, let's start with SQL map. You can see it says automatic SQL injection tool. Just click on it, and you can see it's asking for a target URL. So first, let me check if our website is accessible from Kali Linux. So 10.0.0.2. Okay, it's working. So let's open our shell. So shell number 1. Now here we will provide the target URL. So http 10.0.0.2/profile.php question mark, then id is equal to 2. So we are providing the exact URL. Hit enter, press enter for none. Here we will say proceed with the normal option, the default option. Okay, now here we will select all, and now SQL map is performing the SQL injection attacks from basics to advanced on our database. Okay, so you can see it says PHP my admin practical 1, which has a status table and users table, right? So let's wait, it will take some time. Here you can see the name of all the database available, like information schema, MySQL, performance schema, PHP MyAdmin, practical 1, and then the table names. Okay, so let's switch to Kali Linux. So see, it is performing attacks on information schema, and then inside that on each and every table, because we have selected the option of all. So it will try to exploit each and every database and their tables. Here you can see this SQL map has its own word list, okay, which it will use for dictionary attacks. So it will take some time. So let me minimize it and let's try JSQL injection. So click on it. Both the tools are very easy to use. So this is the interface for JSQL injection, and by default it has opened the database tab, and that's what we want. So here again type the target URL. So 10.0.2/profile.php question mark id is equal to 2 and hit enter. You can see here at the below it says this target URL is vulnerable to blind SQL injection. Okay, and you can see the structure of our database including all the things. So we have information schema, which includes 79 tables, then we have MySQL, which includes 31 tables, then we have practical, which include 2 tables. Okay, so just double click on it and it will open the tables. So here we have status, in which we have 7 rows, and then in users we have only 2 rows. You can click on the plus icon. So we have ID, status, username, and here for users we have 2 rows, that is for one for Harry and one for John, and we have 7 columns. So let's verify whether this information is true. So here we have users. So you can see the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, we have 7 columns and 2 rows. So the information we got from this attack is true, right? So just paste the target URL here and rest the tool will handle it. Okay, so this is the graphical version for JSQL injection. So for those who are not comfortable with command line tools can go for JSQL injection, and for those who already knows about Kali Linux, it doesn't matter whether you know the basics or advanced. Basics are sufficient. And here we have some of the outputs which says schema name, and if we scroll up you will see some more things like information schema, and then inside that there are many tables and other details. So it is continuously penetrating the database. Okay, using tools it is very easy to perform the SQL injection attacks, and it will also save us a lot of time. In this video we will talk about LFI and RFI, so local file inclusion and remote file inclusion. First let's talk about LFI. So local file inclusion allows an attacker to include files in web application through HTTP request made by the browser, and resulting into exposing or running file on the web server. So let me show you a vulnerable code which is a good example of LFI. So php file is equal to, we will say, get file. So we are actually asking the code to get the file name from a get input. Then we say include directory dot file. It means unsafely include the files. So this is a vulnerable code for LFI. Most of the websites are running on Linux web server, and by default Linux has a path of /var/www and then HTML. So inside this folder the person will store all of its website data. Okay, so what we can do is we can change the path in the URL. Let me show you here. As we know, we have a profile pic folder, so we will say localhost/profile pic, and you can see the folder has been opened and we have the access to the data. So if I click on any image, it will open, right? So actually our web server is executing whatever user is demanding without any filters. It means accept all requests and just give the output. This way attacker will get a lot of hidden information and secret information, including the username and passwords as well. So if we are using some other system, let's say Kali Linux, in that case we will say 10.0.0.2/profile pic, okay, or the default file which is index.php. But for now we don't have index.php, we have renamed that file. Now we will try to open another folder, let's say XSS, and it is opening, and you will also access cookie.txt, right? So this way, if a website is vulnerable to this attack, attacker will get a lot of sensitive information. Now in order to protect this code, we can add filters. So let's add one filter here. So it's a $file, and here we will place this variable. Okay, so we are actually applying a filter. We are asking that whenever you receive the file name, okay, in the URL, just filter it out, replace it with these, and if not found, then do not perform any action, and if that passes this filter, only then open the file. Okay, now talking about RFI, remote file inclusion is a type of attack targeting vulnerabilities in web applications that dynamically reference external scripts. So the end goal of the attacker is to upload the backdoor shells, reverse shell access. So for example, if you are using Kali Linux and you have opened this website 10.0.0.2, okay, when you log in, you have an option to upload a picture, but there we have applied the filter of only accepting the JPEG or PNG images. So what a hacker can do is, attacker can convert the file into PNG or JPEG. Suppose we have created a shell.php file. So in Linux we will say copy shell.php and then with a new name, so shell.php hash.jpeg, okay, and if a website has this vulnerability, then hacker will succeed in uploading this file, okay, or the attacker can use an external URL. So attacker will create a backdoor, upload it somewhere else on any other website, and then provide the URL. So whenever you upload an image on your profile, you have an option whether you can select the file from your own system or you can enter the URL. So in the URL, attacker will enter the backdoor hosted URL. Okay, if he succeed, then attacker will have the reverse shell access on his computer. Now he can remotely perform any action on the target website. In order to perform the practical of penetration testing, you need a virtual environment, and for that we need a virtualization software like VirtualBox. So here I am using Oracle VirtualBox, and if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am using version 6.1.16. Okay, and it is not the latest version. So let's see how you can download and install the latest version of VirtualBox and Kali Linux virtual machine. So in order to create a virtual environment for Kali Linux, we need VirtualBox first. So just go to Google and type download VirtualBox. Open the first link, that is virtualbox.org. Okay, so here we have the latest version as 7.0.6, right? Now it says download VirtualBox for, let's say, Windows host, Mac, Linux, etc. So right now we need Windows host. Okay, or you can also scroll down in order to get some other information, but for now click on Windows host. Okay, and you can see it's downloading here, right? So let it download first, and you have to download one more thing, that is extension pack. Okay, so just click here and it's also downloading and done. Okay, so the default path for my downloads is set to the desktop, right? So here I have the latest version of VirtualBox. Okay, so just double click on it. It's loading. Click yes. Then next. Again next. Yes. Install. Okay, now we have to wait until the process gets completed. As you can see, the process is completed. Now when I click on finish, it will start the newer version of VirtualBox. Okay, so now if I go to about VirtualBox, you can see that I am upgraded to the latest version of VirtualBox, right? So now let's see how you can install the Kali Linux. So simply type, or you can go back to the Google and type here download Kali. Okay, and you can open the first link, that is kali.org. It is actually owned and managed by Offensive Securities. Here you have two types of images. The first is installer images and the other is virtual machines. See, I recommend you to download the virtual machine. Okay, here you can see the pre-built virtual machines of Kali Linux. Depending on 64-bit or 32-bit, you can select. Okay, for now I am using 64-bit. And see guys, I am running Windows 11, okay, on my main system. Now here you can download virtual machine for either VMware, VirtualBox or some other things. Okay, we will proceed with VirtualBox 64-bit and click here. Okay, direct download. Never go with the torrent as the files are corrupted. Okay, so you cannot trust that. So click on this here on the download button. This is a direct download link. Okay, but for now I am not going to click it because I already have this latest virtual machine of Kali Linux, that is version 2023.1. Okay, this is the latest version, as you can check it here as well. Okay, see Kali Linux 2023.1. So I already have this latest virtual machine. Okay, here it is. So let me switch back to VirtualBox and go to file. Before importing the virtual machine, we have to go to tools and then click on extension pack manager. As you can see, it is using the older version, right? So click on uninstall, click on remove, and now click on install. Select the location of the newer version of extension pack. You can double click on it and click on install. Okay, now you have to agree this, so I agree. Okay, so you can see the Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack has been updated to the latest version, right? And this sign says that it is active. Now let's try to import the virtual machine. So go to files, import appliance, browse it, or what you can do is you can directly open it. Okay, so let me show you how. Just open this folder and here just double click on it. Okay, and you can see it is opened in the VirtualBox. Now simply click on start and it will work. Okay, it says powering up the virtual machine. So you can see here we have on the login page. So just type Kali as username and password as Kali. Hit enter. And we have on the Kali Linux latest version. Okay, so this is the interface for Kali. Okay, so let me show you some basic commands. So first of all, just open the terminal. Okay, so you can change the password. So sudo passwd. Now you have to set the new password. So for now, I am not going to change this. I am just showing you how to change the password. Okay, so Kali and Kali. Done. Now, first of all, whenever you install this virtual machine, you have to run a command apt-get update. Okay. Okay, so you have to type sudo apt-get update. Okay, so this is the very first command you have to run, and once completed you have to run the next command, which is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so it will going to take some time, so let me pause the video. Okay, now the next command is apt-get upgrade. Okay, so we have to use sudo powers apt-get upgrade. See, as I am not logged in with the root user, that's why I have to use the sudo powers. If I am the root, I can directly run any command I want. Root is like the administrator user in Windows, right? So root has all the powers. Root is a super user. And the default username and password is root as the username, and the opposite of root, that is TOOR, is the password, is the default password for root user. Okay, so my Kali is upgrading. Now it's time to run the third important command, which is apt-get dist-upgrade. Okay, it means distribution upgrade. Okay, you have to select Y, that is yes, we want to continue. So in total we are going to run 4 different commands. The first is apt-get update, then upgrade, then distribution upgrade, and at last we will use apt space auto remove. Okay, we will use auto remove command in order to remove the older version of the packages. Okay, as you know that we have downloaded the latest version of all the packages, so it is important for us to remove the older versions from our system, okay, for smooth processing, right? Now let's run our final command, that is apt space, okay, let me use sudo apt space auto remove. Yes, we want to continue. Okay, done. So we are now ready to use Kali Linux. Okay, one more thing. Switch to Oracle VirtualBox Manager, select the virtual machine, go to settings and change the network settings, okay, from NAT to NAT network. See, NAT network works best with virtual machines, okay, but if you are not comfortable with it and you have knowledge about networking, you can also proceed with bridged adapter, okay, but for now we will proceed with NAT network. Okay, I will set NAT network for each virtual machine that we are using for our practical. So this is the complete process of downloading and using Kali Linux in virtual machine. Once you create your account and you will log in for the first time, it will ask you to accept these terms. So select I agree and click on accept. Right? Now click on start coding now. Okay, so here you have got your SQL worksheet. Worksheet is the place where we can practice all our queries. Okay, so here at the top left corner you can see 3 lines. Click on it and you can see different options here. So SQL worksheet is the one where we can practice our queries like select star from and then the table name. Okay, then comes the schema. Okay, so what is schema? See, whatever you are creating, whatever table you are creating will be stored here. You will able to see all of them at this point. Okay, now you can see some of the inbuilt schemas as well. Here are the names. Okay, so let's say we want to use HR, human resources. Okay, so we will go to the worksheet and we will type select star from HR dot employees semicolon, right? Click on run and you can see the results here. Okay, we are able to see the results because this table is created under my schema, right? Okay, here are the inbuilt options and this the first one is my schema. My schema is the one which we create. Okay, but right now we don't have any. Okay, see, whatever work or whatever queries we run or whatever tables we create, okay, let's say if we use create, okay, it means we are trying to create something here, okay, some tables here, right? But this is an online platform, so by default they will not be saved. So once we log out from here and then the next day we log in, we are unable to see our tables. Okay, so in order to save our work we can click on save option, okay, and then assign the name and click on save session as script, right? Once done, you can go to my scripts and you are able to see all your saved work here, right? So the next day when you log in, just select the script and click on run. Okay, that way you can recreate those tables for your next day work, right? Because the inbuilt schemas, let's say HR, okay, so these are only in read only mode. You don't have access to run insert or update commands. Like you can only use select command here with these tables. Okay, so in order to create or save your work, go to SQL worksheet, practice all your queries, click on save, then save session as script. Then the next day when you want your scripts, go to my script and then select the script and click on run. Okay, that way you can recreate your tables every day. Okay, and then you can do whatever you want with your tables using your worksheet. Okay. Oracle database. See, in order to learn SQL, we need some data to practice on. Okay, so we are going to use database for it. There are other database as well like PostgreSQL database, etc. But the one which we are going to use for this course is Oracle database. Okay, so let's divide this into three parts. The first one is DB mode, that is database mode. Okay, so mode is like read mode, write mode, etc. So before starting the work with the database, we first have to understand, or we have to see that which mode we are in the database. Okay, so that we know what we can do and what we cannot do in that particular mode. Okay, then comes the DB logical view. Okay, that is database logical view. Logical view is like when you hear a word database, what your mind thinks or what your mind can imagine, like how a database look like. Okay, so it is actually a view, right? A logical view of database. So you have to make it clear in your mind that how a database is look like. Then comes DB objects. Okay, so what is objects? See, there are some of the options or some of the objects which are by default present in the database. Okay, so you have to understand what are those objects, right? So we are going to discuss all of these options one by one in detail. So first of all, let's start with database mode first. Let's talk about database mode. So let me delete the other ones. See, there are mainly three types of database mode. The first one is open mode. You can also call it as the read or write mode. Okay, so under this mode we can actually interact with the data. We can enter into the data, we can write something, and then we can come back. Okay, so this is the mode where users can actually use the database, right? So open mode is also known as read or write mode, as the name are self-explanatory, that you can read the data, you can write the data, etc. Okay, it means we can actually interact and use the database in this mode. Then comes the mount mode. Okay, so this mode is only for DBAs. Okay, that is database administrators, right? They can use the database under this mode. Okay, but we can't. We as a normal user can't use the database under mount mode. Okay, so suppose the database is facing any kind of problem. So to fix that issue, okay, or to prepare the data, database administrator announce some downtime, okay, some shutdown time, so that they can repair it and then the database will be live again, right? So DBAs can use database under this mode in order to upgrade, okay, or let's say migrate. Okay, so upgrade or migrate. Then the last mode is inactive mode. Okay, so this mode comes before the mount mode. Okay, so none can use the data under this mode. Okay, none can use the database under this mode. So it is called as inactive mode. It is actually used to, let's say, define some of the prerequisites, okay, or to prepare them, or to prepare the guidelines. Okay, so this is the first mode for a database. Okay, so let's understand all of these with practical. Okay, so here is the raw material, let's say clay and sand. These are the raw materials, which means these are the inactive modes where we can't use them. Okay, then comes the preparation part. So someone is preparing something using the raw material. So this part comes under mount mode. Okay, so database administrators are upgrading or migrating the database, okay, or fixing the issues. And at last we have our finished product. Okay, so this come under the open mode where a user can use this pot, right? So raw material inactive mode, then preparation part is the mount mode, and then the open mode where user can directly use this pot or this database, right? In this video we will talk about database logical view. Okay, it means what your mind can imagine or what picture your mind can show you when it hears the word database. Okay, so there is database, inside that we have table spaces, okay, multiple table spaces, and inside each table space we have multiple segments, okay, which further divided into blocks, okay, 4 blocks. So each segment is divided into 4 block. Okay, so this is the basic explanation. Now let's see the structure. Okay, so let me switch it to the paint. Okay, see, your database would be in the cylindrical shape. Okay, so this is our database, and inside database we have multiple table spaces, okay, like this, multiple table spaces. Okay, let's say there are three table spaces inside a database. Okay, and inside each table space, let's say there are 5 segments, okay, like this. So understand this, the big structure, the big cylindrical shaped structure is the structure of the database. Okay, and inside that database we have 3 table spaces, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, and inside each table space we have 5 segments, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And now each segment is divided into 4 blocks. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, each one of them, not a single, each one of them is divided into 4 blocks. Okay, so very first we have our database, and then we have 3 table spaces. Inside each table space we have 5 segments, and inside each segment we have 4 blocks. So the smallest unit here is blocks. Okay, so these are the blocks, this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are the blocks, right? This one is the database. These 3 are table spaces. Then these 5 are segments. Okay, and the internal parts, these 4 things are the blocks which are the smallest here. Okay, so 4 blocks, 5 segments, 3 table spaces inside a single database, right? See, you can increase or decrease the number of table spaces. It is not mandatory that only 3 table spaces are there in a database, right? Now let's understand this scenario using a practical example. Let me switch to my example. Okay, so there are 4 different pictures here, 1 2 3 4. At the very first picture you can see a big view. Okay, these are the group of buildings, okay, apartments, right? So you can see the roads, the greenery, etc. So assume this big picture as a single server. Okay, so this is a single server, right? And inside this server we have 4 databases, right? These 4 buildings, assume them as databases, okay, because a single server can contain multiple databases inside. Okay, so the big picture is the server, and inside server we have 1 2 3 4 databases, right? Let me mark it this 1 2 3 and 4, right? Now comes the next picture, a single building. Okay, so single building is a single, let's say single building as a single table space. No, actually it's a database, right? I already told you that we have 4 database. So let's say we have taken one building, which means we have taken a single database here, okay, which has multiple floors here. You can see them, right? So let's say the number of floors are 12. Okay, just assume it, don't count this. So let's say we have 12 floors inside a single building, which means we have 12 stable spaces inside a single database, right? Okay, so in our previous example we have 3 table spaces, but here in this picture we have 12 table spaces, right? So we have server, we have 4 databases, we have taken the one building which is one database, and inside that database we have 12 table spaces, 12 different table spaces, that is 12 different floors, right? Now comes the third picture. Okay, so this is a floor plan. Okay, so assume it as segments. So let's say we have taken a single floor. From this group of table spaces we have taken a single table space, a single floor plan. Okay, so inside a single floor we have 4 segments, 1 2, let me mark it, 1 2 3 and 4. This is the common area. Okay, so leave it, right? So we have a database which contains 12 different table spaces, and inside a single table space we have 4 segments. In our previous example, in this example I have created 5 segments. Okay, but right now we have 4 segments inside a single table space. Okay, now comes the last picture. Let's say we have picked a single segment. Okay, so assume a single flat or a single house as a single segment, as a one segment, which further divided into many rooms, 1 2 3 4 5, right? So a single room, this is the floor plan of a single room. So consider single room as a block, right? So we have one block. Okay, then we have 4 segments, then we have 12 table spaces, and we have 4 database inside a server. So I hope now it is clear to you that inside a server there can be multiple data spaces, and in a single database there can be multiple table spaces. Okay, so databases, table spaces, right? And inside table spaces we have different segments, and inside each segment there are multiple blocks. Okay, mainly 4 blocks, right? So I hope now it is clear to you. So whenever your mind will hear a word database, your logical view can be like this, okay, something like this, okay, or similar to this, right? Now let's talk about database object list. It means list of objects present in a database, okay. So the first is tables. Tables is nothing but a group of rows and columns, right? So if you want to store data inside a database, it must be in a shape or it must be in a format, okay, and the correct format for database is tables. So whenever you want to store data inside database, we have to store it under tables, okay, in the form of tables, right? Okay, so tables are like a Excel sheet, okay, look at this one, okay, like this. So we store data inside a database using tables format, okay. The next is views. So views is actually, it's like a virtual table, okay. It doesn't mean as an imaginary table, okay. It means, suppose we have multiple sheets, okay, we have multiple sheets of Excel and we have, or suppose we have created different tables, let's say 3 tables, okay. So we have actually created 3 different tables, okay. So table 1 will have, let's say, 10 columns, then table 2 has 20 and 3 has, let's say, 100 columns, okay. But you don't want all these data, you only want one column from sheet 1, okay, or table 1. You want 2 columns from second and let's say 10 columns from third, okay. So you are actually looking for 1 column from first, 2 from second and 10 from third. So in total you want 13 columns, okay. You want to see the data of 13 columns, but not from a single table, but from all the tables, right? So you have to run, let's say, a query or a script for this purpose, okay. And let's say daily you need this query or this script. So what you can do is you can save this query in notepad file in your local computer, right? But what if your computer crashes? How you are going to use this, right? So it is very important for you to store it inside a database itself, right? So actually views are like scripts or queries we store inside a database, okay, which we need many times, okay. Let's say you use this query daily, right? You want to view the updated data using this query on daily basis, okay, which are from the different tables and not from the single table, right? You don't want to see the all the data from all the tables, but you are looking for a specific data from different tables, okay. This way you need a query or script, okay, and you store it inside a database. So it is called as views because you will see the results in a single table format, okay. In a single table you will see this output inside a single table, okay. But remember, these are from different tables, but you are looking as output in a single table by using queries, okay. So these are views. That's why it is called as virtual tabulation, okay, or virtual tables, right? Next is functions. Functions is actually the smallest logical unit, okay. It is actually a action specific. It means if you want to perform small actions, we write functions, okay. So these will give us the particular result, okay, for small actions, okay. So it's the smallest logical unit. Then comes the indexes. So indexes are actually the most important among all of these, okay. Why? Because indexes are the ones which will going to help us, okay, which is going to help users to retrieve the data from the database as fast as possible, right? See, it is not possible for us as users or database to retrieve the particular data from, let's say, hundreds or thousands of columns. Okay, it is not possible, right? So indexes are those which are going to help us to retrieve the desired data, okay, among all the available columns inside a database, right? So let's say there are thousands of columns and we want only one, right? So then in this case, indexes technology or indexing methodology will going to help us to retrieve that desired data as soon as possible, okay, as fast as possible, right? So indexes are nothing but the method which retrieve the data from a database as fast as possible, right? Next is sequences. Sequences are nothing but the numbering system. Let's say we are typing something and we hit enter and then next line, then hit enter, right? But we forgot to assign numbers here. So sequencing will going to help us to assign numbers like this, that this is first line, this is second, this is third, right? But sequences are quite intelligent. If we start this from 11 and we hit enter, then the next line would be automatically set to 12, then 13, then 14, like this, okay? So sequences are nothing but the numbering system which will going to help the user, okay, because suppose you are typing hundreds of lines, right? In that case, it's obvious for a human to forget the numbers, okay? Let's say we missed 12, we directly write 14 or 15, let's say, right? So this was a mistake in the system, okay? So to help us with this and to correct our sequences and to assign numbers automatically, sequences play an important role here, okay? Now comes the materialized views. See, we have talked about tables and we have talked about views. Now it's time to talk about materialized views. It is actually related to this. Tables are nothing but a group of rows and columns which actually stores the data, and views are nothing but the query which we run and we get the desired output in the form of virtual table, okay? Now what if I want to store this output, the output which we got as a virtual table, we also want to store this output along with the query inside a database, okay? So these are tables, these are views, and the output we get from views, we want to store those output along with the views into the database. So in this case, materialized views comes into the picture, okay? So materialized views help us to store the output we get from the query. So we want to store the output along with the query inside a database, right? So at this point of time, materialized views will going to help us to perform this action. Next is triggers. So triggers are nothing but actions based on events, okay? For example, you have set an event or you have added a new event to your smartphone, okay? So at that particular date and time when the event will occur, you will receive a notification on your smartphone, okay? And once the event will complete, the notification will disappear, right? So in the same way, we can also use triggers into our tables. Let's say there are two tables, okay? Let me type here at below. So table 1 has one column, let's say column 1, and then there is another table which has another column, let's say column 7, okay? But these two are related to each other. So we can write triggers here on column 1, that if something changes here, do this action to the other one. For example, let's say in column 1, if we type 2 plus 3, then the output on column 7 would be 5. In the same way, if we make changes here, if I change it to 3, then perform this action, that is change the output here as well. So this is the job of triggers. So we will write triggers here. Okay, we will write triggers in table 1 in order to perform some action if any event happens here. So actions based on events are triggers. This is the job of trigger, to perform this action if this event happens, right? Now let's talk about stored procedures and packages. You remember functions? These are the smallest logical units. Okay, so stored procedures are little bigger than functions but not so big. Okay, so stored procedures are nothing but actually performing an action based on a procedure by following a process, right? So let's say you want to search for, let's say, 2 or 3 columns. Okay, but it is actually follow a process. Let's say column 1 will be at position 2, okay, and the output of column 3 will be stored at 1. Okay, so it will follow a process. It will not going to randomly give you an output. Okay, and packages are nothing but a sequence of stored procedures. You can put the output of store procedures inside a package, right? So understand this, like you have ordered a food package. Okay, so there are many items inside a single package, right? Let's say vegetables, salads, okay, sweets, etc., right? So these are the small things put together as a single package, right? But there is a proper way of doing this. For example, if you selected the Chinese food package, you will get all the things which are comes under the category of Chinese food only, right? You will not going to receive the food from any other country which does not considered as Chinese. Okay, which means a particular category, a particular format of putting different things together but following a procedure, right? So these are stored procedures which are sequentially stored inside a package. Now let's talk about data types. So what are data types? Suppose you have a table with 4 columns, okay, and you want to enter numbers in column 1, but some other person came and that person want to enter alphabets in column 1, right? So now the data is mixed up, the data is scattered, right? The data is not organized. This is not a correct way to store a data inside a table, because it makes a database impossible to return. Okay, for example, we know the database, we use the database to store the data, okay, and when we ask or when we run any query, the database supposed to return the results, right? But if the data is not organized, then it is impossible for a database to return what we ask. Okay, so to arrange them or to make the data organized inside a table, we need data types. Okay, so data types are nothing but some restrictions, some basic restrictions that we put on data inside a table. Okay, we defined each column using data types, and here is a list of all the data types. Okay, so character, varchar2, integer, decimal, date, timestamp, clob, blob, b file. So now let's start learning about all of them one by one. Let's start by learning about character and variable character data types. What is the difference between the two and what are the similarities between the two? Okay, so suppose here is a table, okay, with the column name, okay, defined as name. Now don't consider these as a two different columns, they are same column. Okay, at first time I am going to use this type of column, and then at the second time I will give the same name to the same column but with different data type. Okay, so suppose both of these columns are same thing. Okay, on day 1 I am using this and at day 2 I am using this. right? So let's start with the column name. Okay, so we have to write a name, but this time I have defined data type as character with a maximum length of 5. Okay, and then next time I will use the same column, but this time I will use variable character2 data type with maximum defined length of 5. Okay, so let's see the difference between the two. Suppose if I type the name as ABC, that is 3 characters. Okay, so it will going to accept it because I have defined the maximum length to 5, right? But right now what is happening behind the scene inside a database, if I am using data type as character, then it will going to allocate memory. Okay, so memory allocation of 5 spaces instead of 3. Okay, so when I use data type as character, it will going to assign 5 spaces for any name. Okay, whether I use 3 characters or I use 4 characters or I use 5 characters, right? So it is actually a space consuming process. Okay, because if I am using only 3 characters, still in my database character length or the character data type will going to assign 5 spaces for this name. Okay, it means wastage of 2 extra spaces, right? But if I use variable character 2, okay, it will going to assign or allocate only 3 spaces. Okay, so variable character is quite intelligent to notice that how many alphabets are typed here. Okay, and according to that it will assign memory spaces inside database, right? If we use ABCD, then it will going to allocate 4 spaces. Okay, but here in character data type it will going to assign 5 spaces no matter how less you type. If you type a single character here, still it will going to assign 5 spaces. Okay, so this is the first difference between the two. Now here if I type ABCDE, it means I have typed 5 characters here, so it will going to accept because the maximum length is defined to 5. Okay, but the limitation is it will only allow if these are the alphabets. Okay, if I use alphabets only then character data type is going to accept it, otherwise it will not. Whereas in the variable character, if I type 5 characters, let's say ABCD is the alphabet and then the integer 3. Okay, so it is actually a mixed of both alphabets and numbers. Okay, so it will going to accept this because it allow alphabets, okay, numbers and symbols as well. Okay, so variable character will allow a combination of alphabets, numbers and symbols, whereas in character data type you can only allow to type alphabets only. Okay, so it is actually of fixed type, fixed nature, right? Whereas this one is variable. Okay, so these are the two main difference between. Now let's talk about the similarities. See, if I type A, B, C, D, E, F, it means 6 characters here, 6 alphabets here, right? So none of them will allow this, not allowed. Okay, in both of these data types, both will reject them because we have already defined the maximum length to 5. Okay, it doesn't matter where you are using character data type or variable character data type, right? So first two are the difference and the last one is the similarity. Now you might be thinking that when to use character data type and when to use variable character data type. Okay, so let's understand this with an example. Let's say you want to type the initials of months. Okay, so we type like January, Feb, like this. Okay, so we know that maximum would be 3, right? We are going to use 3 alphabets at max. At this point of time we can go with character data type because the length is fixed to 3. Okay, so it will not waste any further spaces, right? But at the same time, if we proceed with the names of different persons, or let's say address, okay, so in this case the length of the names would be different for person to person, okay, and also the address. In this case we will use variable character 2, right? When we know that we only going to type alphabets, okay, with fixed sizes, in that case we will use character, and we don't know, or we know that it depends on person to person, data to data, okay, in that case we will use variable character 2, because it allows both alphabets, numbers and symbols, and it will also save our space in database, right? So this is the basic difference between these two data types. Now let's talk about integers, okay, decimal and numbers. Let's see difference between the three. Let's start with integer first. Integers are the whole numbers, okay. For example, if I type 223344, okay, so it is actually a whole number, right? So it comes under integer data type. The next is decimal, okay. Decimal is represented by P comma S, that is precision comma scale, okay. For example, 223344.01, okay. So P stands for precision, which means precision would be 8, because 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So it will be noted as 8 comma, and scale is what comes after decimal. So there are 2 digits after decimal, so scale would be 2, right? So P comma S 8 comma 2. How? The complete number, okay, all the digits of a number will be considered as P, that is 8, and the scale is what comes after decimal, that is 2, okay. So in this case the scale would be fixed. In decimal data type, scale would be fixed, that is it will be fixed to 2. If I add something here, it will reject this, okay. But precision is flexible, it would be more or less as defined. For example, if I add 0 here, okay, then P will accept this, decimal data type will accept this number, okay. Now the last is numbers. It will also represented as P comma S again, okay, the same example, and again 8 comma 2. Now if everything is same, then what's the difference between the two, okay. So here in numbers both P and S would be fixed. If I add something here, it will reject this, and if I add something here, it will also reject this, because both precision and scale is fixed in number data types, okay. Whereas in decimal, P is more or less, but S will be fixed. So this is the basic difference between the two. So integer is the whole numbers like this, decimal would be P comma S like this, whereas P is flexible and S is fixed. But in numbers both P and S are fixed, okay. Now let's talk about data types, date and timestamp, okay. So first is date. So date is only date. For example, day, month and year, okay. So 01 Jan for January, and then the year, let's say 2025, okay. So it is a complete date. So when you assign date data type to a column, it would only accept the date, right? But if you use timestamp, okay, if you define any column as a data type timestamp, then in this case it would include both date and time. For example, day month, year, space, hours, minutes, seconds, and then milliseconds. Okay, so this is the format for timestamp, and this is the format for only date. Okay, so this is the correct format to define timestamp, right? So this is the difference between the two. So whenever you want to use only date, you have to define or you have to assign date data type to a column. But if you want to use both date and time, then in that case you have to use timestamp data type for a column. Now let's talk about the last three data types, that is CLOB, BLOB and B file. So what is this CLOB, BLOB and B file? Let's understand one by one. Let's start with CLOB. Okay, so it stands for character large objects. Okay, for example, let's say your resume. Okay, so it is actually a big file with a lot of characters. So it is the best example for CLOB, that is character large objects. Okay, so if you want to store resume kind of files in a column, we have to assign CLOB data type to that particular column. Okay, now the other is BLOB. Okay, so it is binary large objects. Again, if example is your photos or images. Okay, so if you want to store photos and images, you have to assign BLOB data type to a column. Only then you will be able to store it. The last is B file. It stands for binary file. Okay, an example would be your audio or video files. So if you want to store any audio or video file, you have to assign B file data type to a column where you want to store these kind of files. Okay, but there is one catch. If you want to store a photo or audio file to a column, you cannot do it directly. It's not like you can cut or copy and paste it. Okay, you need some tools, some different tools in order to put photos or audio or video files or these kind of files to a column. Okay, you define data type to a column, but you cannot directly put these files inside it. Okay, but if you want to store, let's say, name, address or any numbers, alphabets, etc., in that case you can directly enter that data into a column using any SQL developer tool, right? So Oracle would always encourage to perform these kind of functions. Okay, these kind of files, it is very normal to store these kind of files, but with the help of tools and not directly. Data is divided into two parts, data types and data constants. So you have learned about data types. The type of data you entered into a column is defined by data types. Okay, but the kind of data entered is valid or not, then this is the job of data constants. Okay, it is divided into 5 parts mainly: primary key, foreign key, unique key, not null and check. Okay, so data constraint is the one which check the kind of data entered is valid or not, right? So let's start with the very first, primary key. Let's start with the primary key. Okay, let me delete the other ones. See, to understand primary key, you have to understand some of the important points. Okay, like only one column, okay, will be declared as primary key in a table. See, as you know, there are multiple rows and columns in a table, right? But only one column, only one important column, only one main column from a table will be declared as a primary key, right? No other column will be act as a primary key, right? It would be unique, right? That's why only one column will be declared as a primary key in a table. That's a rule. Then no duplicates are allowed, right? See, as you know that this one is the important column for our table. Okay, so we cannot allow duplicates in that column because it doesn't make sense, right? So for your main column, the data entered will be only is important data will be entered. So no duplicates are allowed. Then no null values. Okay, because we don't want to waste the space of our primary key. Okay, and the last important is auto index, right? See, as you know that this column is important, right? So auto indexing would be necessary for this. As you know that indexing means retrieval of data as fast as possible. So if we mark any column as important, then the system will auto index that column for the fast retrieval of data as and when demanded by user, right? So these are the 4 important points which clearly explains the primary key of data constraints. Okay, so only one column will be declared as primary key in a table, right? It would be unique. No duplicates are allowed in that column, no null values, and auto indexing. Our next topic is unique key. Okay, so more than one column can be declared as unique key in a table, right? Unlike primary key where you can only define one column as a primary key, here in unique key you can assign unique key to more than one column. For example, okay, a table, you have a table which has 10 columns in total, and if you want to declare 4 of them as a unique key, you can do that because unique key allows that. Okay, there is no restriction over that, right? But no duplicates are allowed here as well. You can declare more than one column as unique key, but you cannot duplicate your data. Okay, so if you assign 1, okay, and you try to assign again 1, it would not accept. You can assign 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., but you cannot repeat 1 again because duplicates are not allowed here as well, right? Okay, null values are allowed here. Okay, you cannot enter duplicate data, but if you want you can leave it a blank field. Okay, if you don't want to enter any data in a particular field, you can leave it as blank. It is acceptable under unique key. Okay, no duplicates are allowed, but null values are allowed. You can leave it blank if you want. Okay, again auto indexed. Auto indexing is working in unique key as well because no duplicates are allowed. It means it is also an important column in a table. Okay, so auto indexing is must, right? So unique key, more than one column can be declared as a unique key in a table, no duplicates are allowed, null values are allowed, and auto indexing is enabled. Now what is foreign key? More than one column can be declared as foreign key in a table. Okay, so for example, if you have, let's say, a table containing 10 columns, okay, you can declare 5 columns among them as a foreign key. It would allow it. Okay, it would allow to do so. Now the next is duplicates are allowed in foreign key. Okay, again null values are also allowed in foreign key. Now you might be thinking, what's the use of foreign key if it would allow duplicates, null values? Okay, so what's the use of this? See, foreign key is also known as a reference key, okay, for primary key. Now what I mean by that? See, in a table only one column can be defined as a primary key, right? But the reference of that primary key could be present in some another column in another table, right? So there that column would be known as foreign key. For example, you live in your country, so you are a native people, right? But when you visit some other country, you will be known as foreigners in that country because you don't belong to that country, you are a person of some other country. Okay, so the same way primary key is present in table, let's say table 1. Okay, but the reference to that primary key is present in table 2. Okay, so let's say table 1 and then column 1 is the primary key, but in table 2 column 3 is the reference for this primary key. So here in column 3 of table 2 it would be known as foreign key. Okay, so in simple words, foreign key is nothing but a reference to the primary key, right? So this is the use of foreign key. And foreign key, you can define more than one column as a foreign key in a table. Duplicates are allowed here, and also null values are allowed in foreign key. Next is not null. As the name itself says that no null values are allowed. Okay, so you can declare more than one column as not null column in a table, right? Let's say you have a table with 100 columns. Okay, so out of them 50, if you want 50 to make them as not null fields, it would allow is, okay, this function allow you to do so. Okay, and also duplicates are allowed here. Not null field will allow duplicates, so duplicates are allowed, but no null values are allowed here, which means you cannot leave this field as blank. You must enter some kind of data there. For example, if you want to fill a form on a website, it would demand you, let's say you will see like this, name and then star asterisk sign. Okay, so this sign represents that it is mandatory to enter your name in order to submit this form, right? In contact details or in email ID, you have also seen this sign, email ID and then asterisk mark. Okay, it represents that these fields are mandatory to be filled. You cannot leave them blank, you cannot leave it empty, right? So not null column or the fields where not null is defined are demanding some kind of data from you. Okay, they are asking for the data, you cannot leave them blank. Okay, so not null, declare more than one column as not null in a column and table, it would allow this. Duplicates are allowed. Okay, this function doesn't have any problem with the duplicates, but no null values are allowed. It means you cannot leave it blank, you must enter some kind of data there. The last is check constraint. Okay, so what is check constraint? See, you can apply it to any column. Okay, so when you want to define a specific condition to a column, we will use check constraint, right? For example, you are filling a form and to a particular field the developer has applied check constraint, let's say in the salary. Okay, in the salary column the condition is specified that you can only enter salary. Okay, let's say salary more than 10,000. Okay, so any number the user will enter must be greater than 10,000. Okay, you cannot write the smaller number than this. Okay, so when you want to apply a specific condition to a column, we will use check constraint there, right? You can apply it to any column, that doesn't matter, but the specific condition must be met, right? So if you say that the number must be greater than 1, so the user must enter 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. okay, but they cannot enter 0 here, okay. It would give them an error, it would not allow them, right. So to define a specific condition, to apply some restriction, specific restriction to a field, we will use check constraint. Let's start with SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is mainly divided into 5 categories. And what are they? Data definition language, data manipulation language, transaction control language, data control language, and data retrieval language. Okay, so these are the 5 main categories of SQL. Although each of these categories have multiple statements. Okay, so we will study one by one. So let's start with data definition language first. Okay, so data definition language or DDL. Okay, so to define the database objects in a database, we use DDL statements. Okay, so these are the 5 important statements inside DDL. So data definition language have create, alter, drop, truncate, and rename statements, right. So we use DDL to define any objects in a database like view, okay, to trigger, etc. So create, we use create statement in order to create a table, okay, or to create an object in a database, right. Now comes the alter. Alter is like renovating, okay. Let's say you have a table with 4 columns, okay, and you want to add 5th column. In this case, we will use the alter statement, right. To renovate a table, okay, we use alter. Alteration or renovation is the similar thing, okay. Now comes the drop. Suppose you don't want a table at all and you want to just drop it. In that case, we will use the drop statement. Then comes the truncate. It means you want the blueprint of a table. It means you want the structure of a table, but you don't want any data inside it, okay. You just want the empty, okay. So in that case, we will use truncate statement, okay, because it gives you the structure, okay, the table, but no data inside it, okay. And the last is rename. See, rename, we use it just to change the table name or any object name inside a database, okay. So we have data definition language, that is DDL. We use it to define any object in a database, and these are the 5 statements of DDL, that is create, alter, drop, truncate, and rename. Next is data manipulation language, that is DML, okay. So DML is to manipulate the data in the database. It means you want to play with the data in the database. In that case, we will use DML, okay. So it has 3 main statements: insert, update, and delete. So insert means you are entering the data for the first time, okay, inside a table. In that case, we will use insert. Whenever you want to enter a data inside a table, we use insert statement, okay. But if you already has some data in your table and you want to change it, it means if you want to update it, okay, in that case we will use update, okay, to modify data, right. Suppose you have a table where you have 3 columns and 1 row, okay. See, column is column, but row is equal to records, okay. So records. So let's say you have 3 columns and 1 record, and you want to change the record of the 3rd column, okay. It means you are particular about what you want to change, okay. So in that case, we will use update statement by giving the reference of that particular row and the 3rd column, data. Okay, so in that case we will use update statement. And last is delete. If you want to delete any record, any row, we will use delete, okay, to remove, right? Now if you remember in the previous category of SQL, that is DDL, we have learned about truncate command, okay, truncate statement, right? So truncate means when we want to empty the complete table, when we want to remove all the data of a table, we use truncate, right? But if you are particular, you know that I want to delete only this record, okay, let's say you have a table with 100 rows and you want to delete 40th row, which means you are particular about this. So you are actually assigning a condition that I want to delete this particular record from my table. In that case we will use delete statement. If you want to remove all the data from a table, we will go for truncate statement, right? Okay, so here we have DML, data manipulation language. We use this to manipulate the data in the database. We have three statements under this: insert, update and delete. Insert to insert the data, okay, update to change or modify the data, and delete when we want to delete particular row, okay. It doesn't mean that you want to delete single row. If you want multiple rows, let's say your table has 100 rows and you want to delete 4 of them, let's say 10th, okay, 20th, 31st and 40th, okay. So you want to delete these 4 records from your table, then in this case we will go with the delete statement, right? Next is transaction control language, that is TCL. Okay, so what is this? To control the transaction or query executed in the database, we use TCL, right? See, the word transaction means you are transferring money to someone or receiving money from someone, so it's a transaction. In the same way, when you execute a query inside a database, whether you are putting a data in the database or you are retrieving, okay, or you are taking out the data in the database, is transaction, right? So to control this transaction or query, any query executed in the database, we use TCL, okay. So whether you are adding a data or deleting it, all things come under transaction control language, okay, because it's a process, it's a transaction, right? So there are 3 statements of TCL. First is commit. It means if you are making any transaction, you have to save it, okay. So to save this, we use commit statement, right? And then rollback. We use rollback statement when you want to undo the changes, okay. So if you are undoing it, we use rollback statement, right? And save point, this one will be used in coding part, okay. So let's say you want to save the code from one point to another, we will use save point, because in that case it will record all the codes between the points, okay. So these are the 3 statements of TCL. Next is data control language or DCL, okay. So we use DCL to control the access levels of data, okay. It means what kind and how much of access you want to assign to a particular data for users in a database, right? So to define the access levels, we use DCL, okay. And DCL has 2 queries, okay, 2 statements, grant or revoke. So grant means you are assigning or you are allowing the access to data for users, and revoke means taking back the permissions of accessing the data, okay. So grant means how much of access you want to give, like insert, read, change, etc., okay. So you want to allow access in read-only mode, or you want to allow user to change it or modify it, delete it, insert, etc. Right? So to assign, okay, to grant permissions to access data at what levels, all this comes under grant statement. And revoke means taking back the permissions, revoking back the access for a data inside a database. Okay, so that is data control language, DCL, to control the access levels of data. Okay, we will learn about all of these in the coming lessons in detail, but for now it is sufficient for you to understand DCL. The last is data retrieval language, that is DRL. This is the last category of SQL. So what is DRL? See, it is used to retrieve the data from the database. Okay, it is most common and widely used category of SQL. Okay, so select statement comes under DRL, right? So when you want to view a data or you want to see a data, okay, so to view or to see a data from the database, we use select statement. So view or see, or let's say retrieve. Okay, they all are the same thing, right? So when you want to view the data from the database, we use select statement, which comes under data retrieval language, right? So we use DRL to retrieve the data from the database. Let's study DDL statements in detail. DDL is your data definition language. As you know that DDL has 5 main statements, okay, and the very first is create. So we will start with create statement. Okay, so we use create statement to define or to create an object in the database, right? So create space table, because we want to create a table, and then the table name. First let me increase the font size. Okay, so create table name. Let's say our table name would be exam_1. Okay, and then brackets. Inside these brackets we have to define our column name, column type, how many columns we want, etc. Okay, so let's say we want 2 columns. Okay, the first is exam_code, this is column 1, and data type is varchar, that is variable character 2, with a maximum defined length of 10. Okay, then comma, then column 2, let's say exam type. Okay, this time we will use data type as character, again with a defined maximum length of 10, right? And at last semicolon to complete the statement, right? So we are actually commanding that create table name. So create table exam. Okay, and inside exam you have to create 2 columns. The first is exam code and second is exam type, right? So column 1 has data type variable character with a maximum defined length of 10, and column 2 has data type character. Okay, again defined length is 10. At last we have to use semicolon always. Okay, now click on run and you can see table is created, right? Now if you run this command again, see it says name is already used by an existing object, right? So it means this table already exists, right? We have successfully created a table. Okay, so see the create statement has different type of uses. Okay, so this is type 1. Okay, so this is example of, this is the one of the example of create statement, right? Now let's see the another one. In the previous video we have seen an example of creating a table exam1. Okay, so it is not necessary in SQL worksheet that you must type this in uppercase. Okay, you can also type this in lowercase, that doesn't matter, it is not case sensitive. Okay, it becomes case sensitive only when you are typing, let's say, a name. Okay, for the data it becomes case sensitive. The data we put in, for example name, the first letter is capital, right? So whenever we want to modify it, we update it, right? At that time we have to use the same thing, like first letter is capital and others are small. Okay, so when we talk about data it becomes case sensitive, and when we talk about this thing, statements, okay, then in this case it is not case sensitive. You can also use these things in lower case as well. Okay, here you can see I have used a comma. Okay, we use comma just to define that first column is completed. Okay, and now we are asking you to create the second column. So to differentiate, okay, to define these two are different things and not a single thing, we use comma. Okay, so if you want you can also use these things like this. Okay, so create table name, and inside brackets let's say same thing, exam underscore code variable character 2 10 comma exam type character 10. Okay, right? So this is also a correct statement. Okay, and it will going to work, right? But for now it doesn't work because we have already created this table, right? So whether you type in uppercase or lowercase, it doesn't matter, here only. Now let's explore and let me create some more columns. Okay, so create table, this time let's take table name as exam1. Okay, inside brackets let me type exam id. So id would be in integer, data type is integer, comma exam underscore name, data type is variable character 2, maximum let's say 20, again comma, one more column, so exam code character. Okay, let's use variable character here as well because it is a combination of alphabets and numbers. So let's say 10, then exam state. Here we use state codes. Okay, so we will use a character because they are fixed, let's say to 2. Okay, it's our example. Then exam fee integer, right? See, I am typing this in capital letters and in this format just to explain you the things. Okay, you can also use this as a single line statement as well, it will going to work, right? So we are asking create table exam1, that is table name. This time we are creating 5 different columns. The first is exam id, that is exam id. Obviously data type is integer for this. Then exam name, it is variable character, exam code variable character, exam state character, and at last exam fee, that is an integer, right? Now click on run and you can see it says table created, right? If you want to save the session, click on save, give the session name, let's say exam1, description that we have used DDL statements here, right? Click on save session as a script. If you click again, you will see that the page was already submitted and cannot be resubmitted. Okay, so close it, go to my scripts, and you can see here the exam which we have created earlier, and okay, I typed EMX instead of EXM, doesn't matter. Okay, so when we log out and we log in again, our worksheet work, this current work has been gone. Okay, but we have saved it as a script. So next time we log in, we will select this, okay, and then we will click on run script, and then it will all load up again, okay, here on our dashboard, right? So you have seen how we can create a table along with column, okay. So two important things required here. When we create a table, we need column name and data type, okay. Now let's try to add constraints, okay. So this is type 2 of create statement. So create table, let's say exam2, okay. Now exam code, okay, this time we will add constants here like primary key, okay, comma. So we are actually making this column as the main column, as the most important column in this table, okay. Now exam, let's say domain, again variable character 2, okay. As we are using varchar 2, let me type varchar 2 everywhere. So varchar 2, maximum defined length 20, and let's say not null, comma, and exam underscore type, this is character, again 10, also not null, right? Just close it, add semicolon, and let's run it and see whether everything works or not. You can see table exam2 has been created, right? So now let's explore this example by adding some more things to it. Okay, so let's proceed. So let me create one more table. Create table, table name, that is exam2. And now let's add some columns. So exam underscore id would be the first one, okay, and data type is integer, and now let's make it primary key, because now this is the most important column in exam2 table, okay. Then comes the exam name, varchar 2, let's say 20, and let's make it not null, comma, then exam code, varchar 2, let's set it to 10. Okay, this time we are going to use references, okay, we are going to use references, okay. So we are actually making this as a reference to, let's say, exam code, this one. So we are making this column as a reference for the primary key of some other table, okay. So we have to mention the name here, right? So first exam underscore 2, that is table name, right, and in the brackets we have to explain or mention the name of the primary key of that particular table, okay. So it is code, bracket close, comma. Now exam state, right, now character 2, comma, leave it as blank, Now exam, let's say subject code and character set to 4. Okay, this time we will use unique, right? And at let's add last column, that is exam fee integer. This time we will going to use check. Okay, so we want to check the fees. Okay, or let's change fees to, let's say, subject marks. Okay, now again integer check. Okay, what we want to check? See, test. Okay, so exam subject mark. Okay, the mark must less than 100. Okay, marks must be less than 100. So close the brackets, close and semicolon, right? So what we are actually doing here is we have added constraints. Okay, like in the first table we have made first column as a primary key for that table, and in second table we have made primary key to the very first column of that table, right? So primary key, we use it to make a column, the most important one in that table. Okay, now the next column we have mentioned as not null. Okay, now third one is different because we are making this third column. Okay, we are actually setting this column as a foreign key, right? So third column, we are referencing this column to the column from some other table. Okay, and that column is the primary key for that table, right? So this column is a reference to this column. Okay, and then it's a normal one, then it's unique, and the last one is we are actually commanding that if the exam subject marks, okay, are less than 100, then the condition is true, because no one can get marks more than 100 out of 100, right? So the marks must be less than 100, so we are actually applying a condition to it, right? So you have seen type 1 of create statement and type 2 of create statement. Now let's see type 3 of create statement. Okay, so you have learned that in type 1 in exam 1 table we have used column name and data type only, but in type 2 we have added constraints, right? Now in type 3 we are actually giving name to these constraints. Okay, now you might be thinking that what's the use of giving the name to a constraint? Okay, see, whenever you try to modify, you want to disable, enable or remove constraint in future, in that case you need the name of the keywords, okay, or the short of these constraints. Okay, so let's quickly create one more table. So create table, let's say exam underscore 3, right? Now same thing, like exam code is the first one, then varchar 10. Okay, now here we have to type the keyword constraint. Okay, I am not using any constraint, I am just typing the keyword constraint. Like create is a keyword, table is a keyword, in the same way constraint is a keyword. Okay, so constraint, let's say exam code, that is EC underscore primary key, so PK. Okay, and now we have to type primary key here, comma, then exam underscore domain, right? So variable character 2. Okay, let me add 2 here. Okay, so variable character 2, 20 this time. Okay, now again constraint this time exam domain, that is ed underscore nn for not null, and now we have to type not null, right? And the last one is exam type. This time we have used character, again constant, so this time we use et, that is exam type not null. Okay, now just close it, semicolon. Okay, so let me run this. You can see table exam3 has been created, right? Okay, here is one mistake. If you can see here in the history, we have forgot to run this, right? So let's just run this to verify whether everything works fine. Done. Okay, now let me quickly copy this here and change it to table 3. Okay, we will explore it further. Okay, so I have just copied and pasted the data here. Okay, so we are actually saying create table exam3. Okay, everything is same as exam2, it's just we have added the keyword constraint here and just created the short form. Okay, these are the keyword for this constraint. So exam id, that is eid primary key underscore pk, right? In the same way, exam name not null nn. Okay, exam code reference ref. Here we don't need any keyword because we have not added any constraint here, right? And then unq for unique and chk for check, right? So this is how you can create keywords for constraints, which will help us in future. Okay, now you might be thinking that whether providing names to constraints are mandatory or not. Let me show you with an example why it is necessary. Okay, so first let me open some table, let's say exam underscore 2, hit enter, and here it is. Okay, so we have exam 2 table, you can see columns here. Okay, so we have column data type, right? Now let's go to data, we don't have any. Click on constraints. Here you can see the constraint name. See how it is. Can you think it is possible for you to remember these kind of names? Okay, these are actually a combination of alphabet, numbers and symbols. So these are alphanumeric symbols. Okay, so it is not easy for us to remember them. So we cannot guess the column name using these kind of names, right? But when I select this, you can see the column name here, which is exam domain, this one. Okay, right? So that's why it is necessary to give constants a name. Okay, it makes our job easy to remember the names, right? If I see exd or exmdom like this, so I know that these are exam domain. Or if I use ex underscore and then let's say primary key, so pk, so I know, right, that which a column name is and what kind of constant we have applied, right? You can see here as well. Okay, so you can see details of your table like this, or and these are divided into different parts. Okay, different columns, you can check them, right? As we know, we don't have any data, so we are not able to see any data here. Okay, so this is the very easiest way to open a table. Okay, just go to search bar, type the table name, let's say exam underscore 1, hit enter, and you have your table. Or you can also search your table from here as well, right? Okay, now let's see the fourth type of create statement. So create table name, let's say exam underscore 55 as select star from exam underscore 1 semicolon. Okay, So here is exam1 table, and here I have written a statement. Okay, let's understand what it is. Right, see, this is the most common statement we used many times. Okay, so select star from exam1. Star means, okay, asterisk sign, this is, it means include all the rows and columns of this particular table, right? If we want to copy a particular column or row, then we will assign the name here. Okay, but right now we want to copy complete table. It's like actually taking a backup copy of an existing table, right? So in real world, what happen is, whenever you want to experiment with the data, let's say we want to change the data of exam_1, but we are not sure whether the new things we are adding up will be going to work or not, right? So in that case, to save our original data, we can create a backup copy, right? And for that purpose, we are using this command, okay, this statement, that is create table exam_55. Okay, so create a new table with this name as. Okay, we are using as. It means whatever data is present inside this table will already been put under this new table. Okay, so we don't have to put any data for this new table, as it is a backup copy for this particular table, right? So we are actually copying the data from this table, okay, and creating a new table using that same data, right? So in case if anything goes wrong, we can drop this table, okay, and our original data will remain uninterrupted, right? So create table name, that is new table we want to create, as by using the data complete rows and columns from this table, existing table, right? So let's run it, select it and click on run. You can see here below it says table exam55 created, right? It means it worked. Okay, so let's check it. First, here is the exam1 table. You can see we have exam code and exam type of column. See, we don't have any data here, right? Because we have just created a sample table just for the purpose of training purposes, right? So we know that we don't have the real data here, right? But in real case, in the real world, we have some data, and we use asterisk sign to copy that data, okay, complete rows and columns. So let's see the new table. Here it is. See, it worked, right? All the column name with their existing data types have been copied, okay, with a new name, right? So these are the 4 different types of uses for create statement. The next DDL statement after create is alter. Okay, we use this statement when we want to change or modify the data in the database. Okay, when we want to change the information, we use alter statement, right? So alter statement has 6 different functionalities, and they are add, when we want to add something to the existing database. Then there is modify, then enable, when we want to enable something, disable something, we want to drop something, that is to delete, or we want to rename, that is change the name of a row, column, etc., right? So these are the 6 main functionalities of alter statement. So let's see one by one. Now let's start with the add functionality. Okay, so let's say we want to add a column to an existing table. Okay, so we will use alter table name, let's say exam_1. Okay, see, create statement has its own syntax like create table name, right? In the same way, alter statement has its own syntax. So alter table name, okay, and then we use add, okay, add keyword. So we use add, then in the bracket we have to mention the column name, the new column name which we want to add, okay, to this existing table exam1. So let's say exam underscore domain. Okay, this is the column name. And remember one thing, whenever you want to create a column, you must define its data type as well. It is compulsory, guys. Okay, so whenever you try to add a new column, please mention its data type along with it. So exam underscore domain is the column name, and let's say data type is varchar2. Define the maximum length, let's say 20, close the brackets and semicolon. Okay, so we have used this in order to add a new column, right? So let me select this and run it. But before that, let's open the table exam underscore 1. Here it is. See, there are only two columns, exam code and exam type. Okay, and now as soon as we run this, a new column will be created. You can see here below it says table exam 1 altered. Okay, which means the statement executed successfully, right? So here just click on refresh and see the third column has been added. Remember one thing, guys, whenever we add a new column, it will append the existing table, that is it will be added to the last. Okay, right, it will not going to create in between. Okay, so this is how we can alter table and add a new column. Okay, now our next task is, let's say we want to add a primary key to this same existing table, right? So again, alter table, table name exam1. Okay, again add. This time we want to add a constant, so we will use constant. Okay, it's a keyword. Now let's create the short form, okay, for our primary key. So let's say we want to make, let me open the table. Okay, we want to make the first column as a primary key, as it is the important column, that is exam code. So we will type EC for exam code underscore primary key PK, right? And then primary key. Okay, now we must mention the name of the column. Okay, so the column name is exam code. So exam code, close it, add semicolon. Okay, let me type here primary key. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, it's saying the specified constant name has to be unique. Please specify a unique name, right? See, we have to add something here. Let's say new. Okay, that is new keyword, or we can type added. Okay, it means we have added this later on. Okay, we have not added this when we are creating the table for the first time. Okay, we have altered this table. Just to remember that I have used added keyword here. Okay, okay, so everything remains same, like alter table, then the table name, then add constant, then the name, and then primary key, and at last exam code. Okay, so let's just quickly run it. See, it says table exam1 altered. Okay, so let's move here, and right now we are in columns, so let's move to constants because we have added a constant here. Now it's loading, so we have to wait. See, it worked, right? So we have added primary key here, we have added a new constant, and if you select this record, okay, here you can see the column name below, which is exam code, right? So we have added a new column, we have added a primary key, right? And now let's add, let's say, check constraint for value. So again the same thing, alter table, table name. Okay, this time we will take the example of another table, let's say exam1. Okay, and let's add constraint. So let me first open the table so that we can see the column names. So exam1, here it is. Let me open it. Here in columns we have different columns. Let's select this one, exam fee. Okay, so again add constraint exam underscore fee. Added is our keyword, right? It is for us so that we know that we have added it later on using alter statement, right? Then the check. What you want to check? Okay, so exam fee. Okay, just a second, I have actually used, see, exam fees check added. Okay, so this is the keyword, just we can customize it as per our needs as we want. Okay, so this is the column name. Okay, so exam fee, let's say 100. Okay, it's just for the demo purpose, so we can use anything we want, right? Okay, again we are using this just to add check constraint, right? So let me run this. Just select it and click on run. It says table exam1 is altered. Let's verify. Here it is. Go to constraints, click on refresh. So here it is. Okay, the check constraint is added, right, to this column name. Okay, now let's do some more things. Let's say this time let's add not null constraint. Okay, so again alter table, table name. Okay, table name is exam1, add constraint let's see which column. Okay, so there are many. So exam name, exam name. Okay, let's use this. So exam name underscore not null added. Okay, now check. See, we want to check whether the field is blank or not. Okay, because we are using not null, right? So we are actually asking the user that it is mandatory for you to enter it. Okay, so that's why we are using the check constraint, just to check that. Okay, let me verify the column name, exam name. Okay, right. Is not null. Completed. Not null added. Select the statement. See, you are noticing that I am selecting each statement before running it, right? It is so because we have written a lot of statements here, right? So we are asking that I want to run this particular statement only. See, it worked. Let's get it here. Go to constraints, refresh it. See, it has been added, right? So you can see that we have added check constraint. Okay, so that is for exam fee, where we want to check whether fee is less than 100, and then we have uses the exam name, exam name actually. Okay, so the search condition is that exam name is not null. Okay, so these are the such conditions which we are putting on these columns using constraint, right? So we have done a lot of things. Let's use alter command for one more thing. Let's add foreign key, right? Alter table name, add constraint. Okay, so this time let's select another column. Let's say exam code, right? So we will use EC for exam code short form. Then reference, as you know that foreign key is a reference to another table. Okay, let's add added, then foreign, so exam code, now here we have to mention reference, as you already know, you have studied in the previous table. Okay, previous videos. So exam underscore 1 table name, then the column name, that is exam code, semicolon. Okay, so we have actually added the foreign key constraint here, right? So let me run this. Let's go to exam1 constants, click on refresh, and see, it worked, right? So we have added foreign key to exam code column, right? And you can see the reference table name is exam1. Okay, right? So let me open the exam1 table again. Right, see, it says here in constraints, this is the primary key, okay, which has been added to the exam code column, exam code, right? So we have actually used this, okay, in exam table 1 using foreign key, right? So this is the actual data, and that one is the reference column for this column in another table, right? So what we have learned how we can add a column using alter statement, then we have added a primary key, then we have added the check constraint, then not null constraint, and then at the last we have added a foreign key constraint, right? So these are some of the examples we can perform using alter statement. There are a lot of more things which we can also use using the same statement. Okay, so this is just for the add functionality. Now in the next video we will start with some more functionalities like modify, drop, enable, disable, rename, etc. Rename. Okay, so we use rename in order to change the name, okay, in the existing data inside database. So let's say we want to change the name of a column, okay, in a table that is exam1. So let me open it. here you will see 3 different columns. Okay, so I intentionally made a mistake that I have, by mistake I put a wrong name to this column, that is exam type. Okay, but the real is exam type. Okay, so let's say you have made a mistake and now you want to correct it. Okay, so we will use rename here, right? So let's do that. Again we are going to use alter here. Okay, so alter table name, that is exam1. Okay, and then we use rename. Okay, what do you want to rename? Column, right? So rename column. Okay, so what is the current name of that column? This is the current name. Okay, exam type, and now we want to change this to the new name, and new name is exam type, that is exam type, right? So this is the syntax for rename. Okay, and always, you know, at the end don't forget to put semicolon. So we are actually saying alter table name, and rename column this to this. So this is the new name. Okay, so just select this statement. Okay, complete, and click on run. Okay, so let me type here that we are actually trying to rename a column. Okay, just go to table and click on refresh, and here we go, right? The name has been changed, and here you can also see here in the script output that table exam1 is altered, right? So the work is done. So next functionality is modify. Okay, so let's see an example. Let's say you want to modify the length of a column, right? So you can increase the length or you can decrease the length, but remember guys, whenever there is some data inside a column, you are not allowed to decrease its size, because that will going to harm your data, right? And Oracle will also not allow you to decrease the size if it has some data. Okay, so but you can do increase or decrease with the blank table or blank column when there is no data, right? So let me show you an example. Let's say alter table name, that is exam1. Okay, now we say modify. Okay, so what do you want to modify? Let's say this third column, exam domain. Okay, so we want to modify exam domain here. Okay, so let's say variable character 2 length would be 15. Okay, this is the new length, right, which I want to assign right now. Okay, so let me select and run it. Done. Let's come here. Now here you can see that varchar is already set to 20. Okay, and I have set it to 15 now. Let's see whether it allow us or not. Yes, it will allow us because there is no data at all. Right now we don't have any data in any columns. Okay, that's why we are allowed to do this. But in real case where we have some data, Oracle will not allow us. And if you want to increase the size, let's say to 20 again, change it to 20, select it and run it again. Go to table, click on refresh, and done, right? Now one more thing, here it says this column has nullable. It means users are allowed to leave this field as blank. Okay, but let's say your client priorities has changed now and they want you to make it not null column. Okay, so that they can populate it later on. Okay, so in that case, okay, so let me type here modify the size of column. Okay, now next is modify to not null constraint. Okay, so again alter table name exam underscore 1 modify. Okay, what do you want to modify? I want to modify exam underscore domain column. Okay, but this time with not null. Actually it is nullable, but we want to change it to not null. Okay, so that's it. Okay, this simple. So modifying not null constraints, right? So let me select this and run it. It says table exam1 altered. Let's go to the table. Here it says nullable. Now let me refresh and let's see. It changed to not null. That is, now it is no nullable. Okay. So see, when we are trying to change this to not null, we can also use the add functionality. Okay, we can also use adding functionality in order to make it not null. Okay, but as per my opinion, using modify is a better option here in this case. Okay, so that's why we have used modify to make it to not null. Next is drop functionality. Okay, so we will see how we can use it. See, drop means deleting, whether it's a column, table or constraint, etc. Okay, so let's see how we can use it. So alter table name, that is exam1, then drop column name, let's say exam state. Okay, so this is our column name, semicolon at the end, click on run. Okay, it says invalid identifier. Okay, so it start from exam1 semicolon, no data found. Let's go to my script, exam. Okay, so we have exam code. Okay, so we are actually typing the wrong word here. Okay, so alter table name exam1. Okay, and then drop column name, so exam underscore state semicolon, click on run and it says table altered. Okay, and go to schema. Okay, open this and now you can see that exam underscore state column has been deleted, right? Okay, now let's see one more example. Let's say this time we will try to drop a constraint. Okay, so this time we will try to drop a constraint. Okay, let's say not null constraint. So we will use alter table name, that is exam1, then we will type drop constraint and then the name, let's say exam not null added. Okay, now let's try to run this and let's see whether it worked. It says table altered. Yes, it worked, right? Now let's do one more important thing and let's say this time we will try to drop the primary key. Okay, as you know that primary key can be also attached. Actually it's a link, okay, to some other column by the name of foreign key. Okay, so let's see whether if we want to delete primary key, Oracle will allow us or not. Okay, so let me do this. Alter table name, and that is exam1 this time, because we have set primary key to exam1, right? And then we'll say drop constraint and then the name. Okay, so that is exam code primary key added. Okay, now cascade, I have added a one more keyword. Okay, and what does it mean? See, we use this keyword when we try to delete primary key from a table, because primary key is already referenced as foreign key in some other table, right? So this keyword will help us to eliminate that. Okay, so to eliminate that link. Okay, and you can see it says table altered, which means we have deleted the primary key. If you want, we can check this too by going schema and by going to exam1 table. Here you can see that the primary key has been deleted. Okay, you can see there are no constraints. Okay, if you want, you can go to another table just to verify this again. Okay, so you can see there is nothing here. Okay, no constraint, column is also deleted, right? So this is how we can use the drop functionality. Okay, so you have learned about create and alter statements. We use create statement in order to create objects in the database, and we use alter statements to modify the data in the database, right? To alter the data actually. So the three are left, and that is truncate, rename and drop. So let's see one by one. So truncate statement. Okay, so truncate table and table name. Okay, so exam underscore 1 semicolon. Okay, this is the syntax for truncate. Okay, now what is this statement actually do? See, whenever you want to remain the structure, okay, you want to keep the structure of a table, okay, but you don't want any data inside, okay, so you are actually emptying or removing the data from a table, but by not actually removing the table, okay, so you keep the structure of the table but you don't need any data. In that case we use truncate table. Okay, so truncate table table name, click on run. Okay, it says table truncated, it means it worked, right? So it is simple as that. Now next is rename. Okay, so we use this to change the name. Okay, so rename, as it is self-explanatory, so rename. Okay, then the table name, let's say exm1. Okay, so we want to change the name of this table to provide the new name, let's say exm underscore 2. Okay, this is the new name for this table, right? Semicolon. So this is the syntax for rename. Okay, click on run. Statement processed. Okay, so go to schema and see the name has been changed to exm2 from exm1. Okay, so this is how we can change the name of a table, right? And the last one is drop statement. Okay, so we use drop to delete, okay, to remove. So if I type drop table table name exm2, okay, right, so we are actually asking it to delete this table from our database. So this is the syntax for drop statement. So drop table table name, that's it. Okay, so click on run and you can see table dropped. If you want to verify, go to schema and see there is only one table, that is exam1, and there is no other table exist. Okay, so let's delete exam1 as well. Click on run, go to schema and see nothing is there. It says you have no database objects, right? So we have to create all of them from scratch now. Okay, see, I am using live system this time. Okay, in the earlier videos I have used the offline SQL developer tool. Okay, and the reason is I just want to tell you that both the things will work same in both cases, whether you are performing it online using Oracle Live SQL or you are performing this using offline SQL developer tool provided by Oracle. Okay, so both are the same things. Okay, but it is better to try it online, right? Because it will give you all the settings predefined by Oracle. Okay, after DDL, next is DML, that is data manipulation language. So we use this to manipulate data in the database. Okay, so mainly there are three statements inside it. Okay, under DML, so we have insert. Whenever we want to insert anything in the table, okay, we use insert statement. Then there is update statement. When we want to make changes to the data, okay, or we want to update anything, we use this statement. And then we have delete. As you know, if you want to remove anything, just use delete statement. So let's start with insert first. So here in insert we have 5 important types. Okay, types, I mean, as we saw in create and alter statements, right? So in the same way we have 5 types in insert. So when we want to insert only values, it means we want to populate table using some values, okay, simple values. Second type is prompt for input. It means it will going to ask you, okay, so the columns will going to ask users for an input by sending a pop-up like, okay. Then we have selected columns. It means we have selected a list of columns, okay, we have a list of columns and I only want to fill them, okay, and the rest I want to leave them blank, okay. In that case we will use this type of insert. But remember one thing here, you cannot skip not null values, okay, you cannot skip not null columns here, right, you must include them in your list, okay. Then comes insert with select. It means we will going to use insert with the select statement, okay, like select star from table, like that, okay. And at last we have a combination of these two, like insert with select but by list of columns. It means by respective columns, okay, only selected columns, right. So let's see all of them. Now let's start with inserting only values, okay. So only values and nothing else, right. So let's just use insert, okay, into then the table name, okay. So let's see the table first, okay. We have to assign the password, done. exm_1, hit enter. Okay, I typed password in capital, that's why it shows incorrect. Okay, here we have our table, just open it. Let's wait. Okay, so here we have 5 columns, right. The first type is number, so let's go here and let's type insert into table name exm1, then values is a keyword, okay. So now we have to mention values here, so we have to follow this format. See, the first is data type is number, okay, so we have to mention numbers here, let's say 11, okay, separated by comma. Now it's time to fill the data for next column, which is exam name, but the data type is varchar, okay. So we will put strings always in single quotes, so let's type like 11 and let's say column 1, okay. Now next column type is also varchar 2, so let's do that. So 11C2, that is column 2, right. Okay, we have to put in single quotes. Now the next is exm state, that is character, and maximum length is 2, so let's do that. Let's say we type ch, okay, again in single quotes. Now here at the end we have exm fee and the data type is numbers, okay, so we can write numbers without quotes, okay. So let's say number would be 95, right, and then close the brackets. At the end always put semicolon, right. So we are commanding that insert into this table values is a keyword, and now we are putting some random values. And one more thing guys, if this table has 5 columns, we can give 5 different values here. Suppose this has 20 columns, in that case we have to provide 20 values here, okay, because this is a simple insert only values type, okay. So the number of column is equal to number of values, okay, because it is simple, right. Now let's run it. Click on run. Okay, it says integrity constraint violated, parent key not found. Okay, let me correct this. Okay guys, so we have got the error because here the column we want to populate is a foreign key for another table, so I have just removed it, okay, using this command, right? So let me delete this and let's type our command again and let's try to run this command. See, it says one row inserted. So in EXM, okay, here in the data we have one column or row populated, okay, 5 columns and 1 row is populated, so we have a record now, right? In the same way, if we just copy this, okay, and again we paste this by let's say making some random changes, okay, let's say this, okay, and let's say this here 12, right? So let's run it. We are just populating our table using some values, right? Click on refresh, see second line added. Okay, now let's do something different. Okay, so the number is 13, again 1313, here let's change this here. Okay, let's say we want to leave it empty, so I have typed null, okay, but before you have to check, okay, you have to check with the columns that whether it is nullable or not, and you can see that all the columns are nullable in this table, right here, okay. So all the columns are nullable, it means they will accept null, okay, they will accept no values, 0 values, empty field, okay. So let's run it and see whether it works. Okay, so go to data, let's refresh it and see it has accepted, right? But if in a case a column doesn't allow null values, okay, which is not null, then in that case we can't use this statement, it will fail, okay. So it is mandatory to verify before putting only values, right? So this is type 1, right? Now let's move on to the type 2 in the next video. Moving on type 2, we are now commanding that every column would ask you to input the value, okay, using pop-up window, okay, by using prompt, right? So the type 2 is prompt for input, okay. Now the rest of the things will remain same, like insert into, table name, and then values, okay. But in the brackets here, okay, instead of providing values we will add ampersand, okay, and then the column name, okay. So the column name is exm id, so exm underscore id, comma, again ampersand, okay. We are using ampersand just to prompt, okay, to make prompt. Then exm name, okay, this time we have to put this inside single quotes, okay. As you know that first and last column is the integer, and the between 3 we are providing single quotes, okay. So exm name, right, again comma, next is exm code, so again in the single quotes exm code, comma, then exm state, so again exm state in single quotes, okay, but this time they are all come with ampersand, okay. So we have to add a and sign here, okay. So ampersand, again at the end there is no need to put this in single quotes, instead we can directly use ampersand and then the name, okay. So the name of the last column is exm fee, okay. So exm fee, right? Again there is no need to use single quotes here as well. So let me run this and let's see whether it works. Okay, see, the prompt is asking you to enter a value for exam id. See, this is the name which we have provided here. Okay, it has taken the name from here. Okay, so ampersand exam id, that's why in the prompt we'll able to see exam id, because the user must know that what he has to enter here. Okay, so this time we have to type exam id. So let's say 14, click on ok, it has accepted. Now exam name, again 14, let's say column 1. Okay, exam code 14c2. See, I am typing random values. Okay, so exam state 14. Okay, this time we have to use 2 keywords, and at the end let's say 75. Okay, click on ok and done. Come here, go to data, refresh it, and see the 4th record has been added. Okay, so this is the value we have inserted using this statement, right? So this way, but this is not the practical way, because in the real world we have a lot of columns, right? So this is not the easy task, right? So let's see what else can we do. In the real world, there is no need to populate all the columns at once. Okay, we have an option to select, okay, the columns which we want to populate, and we can also provide the specific values, right? So let's see how to do it. So this time let's say insert into table name. Right now here, okay, here we have to provide a list of columns which we want to populate. Okay, the specific columns, right? So let's put the column names. Let's say we have a table with 20 columns. Okay, and we want to select the 5 of them. Okay, and here is the list of 5 columns, right? Okay, right now we have only 5 columns, but assume you have a lot of columns and you want to select only 5 of them. Okay, that's totally our choice, right? So just put the names here. So exam id, so exam id comma, see, we always use comma just to separate the things. Okay, so then exam name comma, then exam code, exam state, and at the end we have exam fee. Okay, just close the brackets, right? Again we have to provide the values keyword. Okay, and then we can assign the values. Let's say 15. Okay, so 15. Okay, let me show you one more thing. Here we already have some data. Okay, and this table will allow us to duplicate the data, right? So let's take the example of, let's say, this one. Okay, second row. So let's just insert the same values and see whether it allows us or not to put duplicate values. Okay, so 12c1, 12c2. Okay, then mh88. Okay, so mh88. Okay, bracket close, semicolon. Okay, so as you know, the first and last column doesn't need required single quotes, but the 3 in between needs them. Okay, so we put strings inside single quotes. Okay, the data is same. Let's verify. Okay, so let's just run it and see whether it puts the duplicate values. Come here, click on refresh, and you can see we have added the 5th row, which is exactly the copy of the second one. Okay, so yes, we are allowed to do this because there are no restrictions. Okay, no restricted constraints here, right? Now let's move on to the 4th type, which is insert with select. Okay, so let's see, insert into table name. Let's change the table name this time to exam2, then select star from exam1. Okay, so you know that we don't have any data into exam1. That's why I have created a sample row with a sample data, some random data. Okay, see, here I have inserted a new row, right? So now we have data in exam 1. So we are commanding that select star. It means select everything, select all the data from exam 1 and copy it to exam 2. Okay, right now we don't have any data in exam 2. Okay, so just run it, click here. Okay, we have got commit successful message. Now let's open the exam 2. Here we have exam 2 and you can see here in the data we have copied and pasted from exam 1. Okay, so this is how we can use insert with select, and in the next video we will see the last type of insert, that is insert with select. Okay, by selecting the list of columns and adding values into that particular columns only. Now in the fifth type we will going to insert with select. Okay, not by selecting the complete data from a table but by selecting a column. Okay, so we don't want to copy complete data from a table but we want to copy data from selected columns. Okay, and paste it to selected columns. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. Insert into exm2. Okay, new table, right? So insert into exm2. Now here we have to mention the column names, right? So first let me open the table exm2. Okay, so we have exm id and exm name. Okay, so just type here exm id, okay, then comma exm name. So we want to populate these two columns only, okay, from this table, right? So now we will use select. So select, what do you want to select? So let's say, let me first quickly open the first table so that we don't miss out on the names, exm id and exm name. Okay, so exm id comma exm name, right? From where you want to select that? So we want to select it from table name, that is exm1, right? Here we will add a condition where what row or what data you want to column. Okay, so let's say, okay, let me just see the data here. Okay, here we have, let's say, exm code. So where exm code is equal to, okay, we are actually putting a condition here. Okay, so where test code or your exam code, let's say exam code is this one 14C2. So 14C2, always put it in single quotes and at the end never forget to add a semicolon. So your exam code is 14C2, right? So we are asking that insert into these two columns from this table. Okay, we want to populate these two columns of this table from these two columns data from this table from exm1. Okay, but we have put a condition where exam code is 14C2. So only copy this row. Okay, don't copy the data complete, just copy this row which has exam code 1432 and paste it here in another table, right? So we are not copying complete table but we are copying a particular specific data, right? Let's just run it. Okay, one row inserted. Let's verify this. Done. So this is how we can copy a specific data to a specific column. Now let's study the last two statements, that is update statement and delete statements. Okay, so we are taking the example of exm1 table. Okay, and here is the data, right? Now let's see the update statement first. So update, okay, exm1 set. Now let's see the column name, let's say exm code. So exm code let's say, what is the exam code here? Let's take the example of the first column. So 11C2. So 11C2, where exam ID is equal to 11 semicolon. So we are actually referencing to a column. Okay, so update exam1 set column name this, where exam ID this. Okay, so let me run this. See, it says one row updated, right? But you will not going to see any changes here because I have used the same data which is already present here, right? Now let's try to change the data. Let's say, let's take the example of some other table. Let's say null. Okay, this one is a good example. Okay, so let's just use this. First let's update the data and at last we will delete it. So update exam1 set exam code is equal to, this time we will change it. It is 13C2. Let's change this to 13C22, where again we are referencing to, let's say the last one is fee. So exam fee is null, right? In the previous statement we have used is equal to sign. Here we were using is null. Let's run it. Go here. See, it says 13C2. Let me just refresh it and you can see 13C22, right? So data has been updated now, right? So this way we can update the data. So now let's see the delete statement. So delete from exam1, where exam code is equal to, let's see exam code, let's say we want to delete the last one, 12C2. okay, so 12C2 semicolon. Let's just run this. Okay, now it says 2 rows deleted instead of 1. So let me, before refreshing, let me show you why this happened. See, we have mentioned that delete the row where exam code is 12C2, but you can see that we have 2 rows with the same code, right? That's why it has deleted 2 rows. Okay, let me refresh it and let me show you. See, right? That's why I take the example of that row, which is a duplicate one, right? Now let's see one more example. Let's say delete from exam1, where, let's say this time let's take this one. Okay, exam fee null. Again exam fee is null, semicolon. Let's just run it. This time it says 1 row deleted, right? Just refresh it and see, it worked, right? So be careful when you want to delete the duplicate table, right? If you select a column, okay, and you have assigned a value, make sure that is not a duplicate value, because suppose there are 3 records which has same values as this one, okay, then all 3 will be deleted at once if we use this statement. So next is TCL, transaction control language. Okay, so we have 3 statements here: commit, rollback and save point. Okay, so commit. See, whenever you perform any changes like insert, update, delete, etc., as we have done in the last video, at the end you have to use commit. Okay, otherwise once you log out from the session and you log in again, your data will be lost, okay, because you have not saved it, right? The data is available until the current session only. You can see the data multiple times, you can make changes as and when you want. But once you ended the session, once you log out from the session and next day you log in, you will see all the data or all the changes you have made are lost. Okay, so that's why we use commit in order to save it. Okay, then we have rollback. Rollback means once you use the commit in the current session and now you want to undo commit, okay, then we can use rollback. And the last is save point. We use save points in coding mainly, okay, just to save some sequence of codes, right, between points. So the two are the important for us in our day-to-day life if we use SQL, right. The first is commit, okay, and the second one is rollback. Okay, so how to use it? See, once you made any changes, okay, by using, let's say, insert, update or delete, at the end you have to use this statement, that is commit semicolon. That's it. It's simple as that. Just type commit, at the end put semicolon, and your changes will be saved, right. Now if you don't want changes to be saved, okay, it means you want to undo commit, in that case we use rollback. Okay, so how to use it? Just type rollback and put semicolon at the end. That's it. Okay, so to undo commit we use rollback, and to save changes we use commit. So commit semicolon and rollback semicolon. That's it. Now let's talk about DCL, that is data control language. So here we have two statements, grant and revoke. As you know, we use grant, okay, just to give or assign the permissions, different permissions to a specific user or a specific role or a group. Then we have revoke, it means taking back the permissions granted. So let's start with grant first. So the syntax is grant, select, then comma. See, let me type first, then I will explain you. So update, right, create, delete on db.exam_1 2. Okay, so we are actually granting these permissions, okay, select, insert, update, create, delete on this table. Okay, DB is your database. You can replace this with the database name, let's say HR or any other, right? So db.exam1 to DEVR. Now what is this? See, it means we are actually granting the permissions to DEVR, that is developer role. Okay, it means we are not granting permission to a specific user. Instead we are actually granting the permissions, okay, granting the access to a specific group. Okay, suppose someone is replaced by a new let's say developer, right? So it is not necessary for a database administrator to know that person, okay, and create a separate permission for him. So in that case, what we can do is we can actually grant permissions on a specific group or for a specific role. Okay, if you want, you can change it to tester as well, let's say. Okay, now we are actually assigning permissions to tester role. Okay, so any new tester will just have to create a simple ID, and then automatically if it linked to TSTR, which means tester role, then automatically that user will have these permissions. Okay, so let me again change this to DVER, developer role, right? So we are not granting permission to a specific user. Instead we are actually granting permissions to a group of people, and these roles are specified in the company, okay, on this table, right, along with the database name. Then so here we are actually assigning the access of select, insert, delete on this table to a user Harry. Okay, see, we are using the same command, right? Whether if you want to assign permissions to a group of people or to a specific user, in both the cases the we use grant command and the syntax will remain same. Okay, so here Harry is the user. Okay, so we are assigning permissions to a single person here, right? Now let's see one more example. So let's say grant select insert update delete create on db.exam_1 2. Let's say one more user John with grant option semicolon. So what is this? See, it means we are actually granting the permissions on this table to a user John. Okay, you know this already. Okay, we have seen here in the second one, right? But this time I have added with grant option. It means now John will have access to perform this task on this one, but along with grant option, it means now John has the power to grant permissions to other users as well. So we are actually assigning all these permissions along with the grant permission as well. So now John has the power to grant permissions to different users, okay, as and when he wants, right? So let's say grant select on db.exam1 to, let's say, ABC. So ABC is a username. Okay, so now a new user has joined, okay, and he has created the ID. Now this time, instead of database administrator, John is granting the permission to this user. So we are actually connected as John, and then we will assign the permissions to other user, okay, because now John has the power, right? So these are the different kinds of grant permissions which a database developer can provide. Now one more thing, see, the grant permissions are not common, okay, especially this one. In the real world, it's a very rare case that a user will get, a normal user will get the grant access, right? So the third one, this one is a very rare case in the real world. It is not common at all, right? Now let's talk about revoke. So revoke, create, insert, delete, update, select on db.exam_1 from, let's say, John. So what we are trying to do is we are actually revoking all these permissions from John. Okay, so what does it mean? It means the user ABC, when we revoke permissions, when a database administrator revoke permissions from this user, John user, then automatically ABC, the permission we assign, like select permission we assign to ABC, then automatically it will be revoked along with John, because John has provided access to ABC and not the original admin, right? So when admin revoke permission from John, then automatically the permissions of ABC will be revoked, right? Now the last category of SQL is DRL, that is data retrieval language, okay, and we have only one statement in it, that is select, okay. So it is the widely used, majorly used statement, right? So let's see some examples of select statements, okay. So let's say that type 1 is we want to retrieve all column data from a table, okay. So for this we will use select star from table, okay, table name, let's say exam1 semicolon. Now what does it mean? Here the asterisk sign means, star means that we are asking select all the columns, okay. So here we have exam1, so exam id, name, code, state, fee, okay. So we are asking exam id, name, state and fee from the table name, okay. So this query means we are actually asking these things from our database. We use select statement to retrieve the data from the database. So we are asking the database to provide these data to us. So let me run it, right? Because we have only 2 records in this column, okay? So it is all the data for this table, right? Now let's move on to another example. Now the type 2 is, let's say we want to retrieve let's say selected columns, okay, not the complete data but the partial data. So for that we have to specify the column name. Let's say select exm id exm name from exm1, right? So let's just run it and let's see the output, right? So we are only able to see the data what we have asked, okay, and not the complete data from that particular table. So these are the 2 types of select statement. Now let's try conditional retrieval of data, okay? So it is condition specific. So for example, select asterisk sign from exm1 where. Now this is the condition. So we are asking where exm id is equal to, let's say 11, then semicolon. So select it. So here we have the output because we have asked for the data where exm id is 11, and you can see here in the table exm id 11 has this record, okay? Now let's say this time we apply condition on, let's say, null values, okay? So condition on null, okay? So select exm id exm name and any other column which you want to view from table name exm1. Now this time we will say where, right, where exm fee is null. So we are applying this condition where exm fee is null, only show me that data, okay, and not any other data, right? So let's run it and we don't have any output here, okay, because we don't have any field where exm fee has null value, right? That's why we are unable to see any output here, right? Because our database don't have any, right? So let's see some more examples. Now the next is applying condition on operators. What are operators? These are operators, okay, greater than, less than, is equal to, between, in, not in, right? So select, now we are specifying the names like exm id exm name exm state, let's say exm fee. Now here from table name exm1, and now we are using the like operator, okay? So where exm state like, in single quotes we have, let's say, C percent semicolon. Now what does it mean? See, we are asking select exm id exm name exm fee from this table. Now we are applying condition where, okay, exm state is like C percent. It means whatever comes after C, okay? So exm state would start from C, but whatever the ending, we don't care. For example, if it is ch, include it. If it is cd, include that. If it's ca, include it, right? So we just want starting letter to be C, okay? It doesn't matter what it ends with. So let's just run it and let's see the output. So we have exm id 1 output here. Why? If we go to data, we see that we have exm state starting from C, right? So we have only one for now. That's why we are able to see one record only, right? So it means start from C. Okay, it doesn't matter what it ends with. We don't care about that. Okay, so condition of operators like, greater than, less than, is equal to, like, between, in, and not in. So these are the operators, right? So we have used like for now. Okay, it's just a one example. Now the next is conditioned and ordered. So conditioned and ordered. Okay, so select exam name, exam code, exam fee, right, from table name exam1. Okay, so now we will use order by. Instead of where, this time we will use order by. Okay, and order by exam id. So what we are asking is, we are asking for the output of these things from this table, but order by exam id. It means whatever the exam id is, show me the output in the same way. Okay, so here in data you can see we have 1 1, we have 1 4, right? So in this sequence we want to see the output. Okay, we are not specify the order, we are not specifying the sequence, but we are asking that whatever sequence exam id has, show me the output in the same way, right? So just select it and let's run this. So you can see we have exam id 11 and 14. Okay, but you are not able to see that because we are asking that we don't want to see this column, but we want to see the output of these columns in this sequence. Okay, so we are not asking about exam id, that's why we are unable to see exam id here, but we know that we have exam id 11 and 14, right? Now let's say this time we will try subqueries. In all the above examples we have used queries, but this time we will perform subqueries. It means using select statement and inside that using another select statement. So let me show you with an example. Let's say select exam domain, okay, from exam underscore 1 where exam code in. Now we will use another query, that is select exam code from exam1 where exam id is equal to 1 1, right? So what does it mean? It means select this column from this table where the exam code, instead of specifying the exam code directly, we are running one more query, that is select exam code from exam1 where exam id is equal to 1 1. So whatever the output we get by running this query will be used as input for the outer one, for the outer query. Okay, so let me first just run it to see the output. So we have the output of 1 1 c2. Okay, now the outer query will use this output as the in function, okay, to provide the output of this one. Okay, so let's just run it. See, what we have done here is, we have, instead of providing the direct option, we have actually used a subquery, okay, to perform this function. So it says exam domain invalid identifier, because we have to assign exam domain, right? Because we are using exam1 table for the outer query and exam1 table for the inner query, right? So we are actually combining the two. So now let's just run it and see the output. Here we are not able to see any output because we don't have any in the exam1 table, okay, as per the condition we specified, right? So subqueries means using two queries. So using select inside select, Okay, so this is the example of subquery, right? So these are the 7 different types of select statement, right?